Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for being here. Thanks for joining the Bank of America 2025 Career Day. And I know some of you have been here since quite early this morning. You've braved the thunderstorms, so thank you. I really appreciate you taking the time out of your day. How is everyone? Good? Great. An interactive audience already. So my name is Kate Eggers. I work in human resources at Bank of America. I'm based in our London office. Although you might hear an American accent, I am originally from the States. I've never worked for Bank of America in the States yet, but you never know one day. So I'm based in London, as I said. I lead our campus recruitment team. So I'm really honored to be here with my team. We have about 20 colleagues here with us on this trip. And we've been coming to West Africa to run these events for the past 12 years. And they keep getting better and better, bigger and better. So not only do we have this audience here in the room, we're also live streaming to about 10 other universities across West Africa. A big thank you to Talent Mind for making that happen. They've been the ones getting you here today, organizing the event. So let's give Talent Mind a huge round of applause. Wonderful. So over those past 12 years, we've recruited more than 400 students from Africa onto our internship program. And more than 200 of those have joined as full-time hires. They've gone on to successful careers with the bank across several locations around the world, different lines of business, and you'll be getting to meet some of those colleagues later today. But why are we here? So our team are here to build awareness of our international brand, our entry-level positions, and long-term career opportunities that are available to you all. The university attraction that we undertake in Africa, it's an important part of our broader approach to recruitment to engage with and identify the best talent from a diverse range of universities and degree disciplines. So the agenda today, I've just seen my photo on the stage. So the agenda today, so you're going to have the opportunity to get to know what Bank of America does, how we make money, how we fit into that picture globally. You'll have the opportunity to get to know some of our lines of business in more detail, so banking, markets, risk, technology, operations, and global payment solutions. You'll hear what those businesses do and the types of skills that it takes to work in those areas. You're going to get to know our culture. You're going to get to know that we're really down-to-earth people, so relax. We're all here. We're humans. But you'll get to know our culture. You'll hear about our environment and our social group at the bank. You'll hear from my colleague, Dami, who was once in your shoes. She's going to talk about the recruitment process and sharing some top tips on making a successful application to our internship program. It's going to be a lot of information. I expect you guys to be sponges today, to be absorbing this information, but take notes. You've got a notepad and a pen on your table, or you should. Take notes and ask lots of questions. We want this to be interactive. We want audience participation, and I'm sure my colleagues will remind you of that. But now is not the time to be shy. Ask your questions. I think that's enough for me. I hope you enjoy the day. We will be here all throughout the day. If you've got any questions outside of the sessions, please feel free to pop up and ask one of us. But for now, I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Steve, to take you through our first session. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay, I have to stand here for about an hour, so I need a lot more enthusiasm from all of you. Is that agreed? Yes. Is that agreed? Excellent. Thank you very much. So my name is Steve Ohine. I'm Ghanaian. I've been in the industry for 22 years. Been at the bank for 16 years. I studied engineering. I then started my career at Goldman Sachs, where I worked in funding, and I moved over to Bank of America in 2009, where I worked in prime brokerage within EMEA and then globally overall, and then moved to my current role within strategy and business development, covering equities within EMEA, which is Europe, Middle East, and Africa. I think Kate's covered a lot of the points around what the program has looked like over the last 12 years, the number of interns, number of grads we've had, and the many times we've been on ground to speak to you directly. And I think that's one of the key things that we do that really differentiates us from our competitors is the commitment level that we've shown. I think a lot of trips, some of our very senior people have participated as well, which has shown top level commitment. We've had our CEO has been here, our president internationally have been here. We've had one of our independent board of directors, the most senior one, has been here, and we've got one of our senior HR leads here as well today. So there's always senior commitment to the program, which I think shows the level of commitment the bank has. My job today is to try and whet your appetite a little bit, give you a broader view of who we are, what we do, leading you into the different sessions where you focus a bit more on what specifically you are interested in. What has changed over the time we've been coming across the landscape? I think the level of competition for us has changed, right? It used to be just a couple of banks. Now we have tech firms that are very interested in the talent in the region. We have the big accountancy firms that are very interested in the talent. Even further education is competition. A lot of you want to go to a Harvard or wherever to study either a master's, etc. So all of that is competition for us. There are more countries that we get to tap into. We now recruit from the LATAM region as well, where we didn't so much before. So that's competition for you. And we think about, the process has changed. When we first started, a lot of you wouldn't necessarily know somebody that works within an investment bank. Now, I think there's quite a few of you in the room that at least knows one person that works within an investment bank, which changes the level of knowledge you have and also raises the bar for the competition that you face. So you need to raise your level as well. So competition is one thing. Geopolitics has changed a lot over the 12 years that I've been coming here, and that will impact you in various ways that you need to think about, as well. But there's two key things I really want you to focus on in today's session and that's, for me, how you become a successful, candidate and hopefully intern and hopefully full-time graduate. How do you fit into the industry, into the bank, into the culture, into the division, into the team, into the role that you're looking for? And how do you demonstrate knowledge, right? Because these are the two hurdles you really face to try and get that first step into the opportunity that you're facing today. So how do you fit in? How do you demonstrate knowledge? As we go on, I really do want it to be interactive. I've got some prizes next to my feet, so anyone that really helps me out today will get a prize from me, and we'll make sure you can have personal help from me on anything that you need, and from the team as well. I haven't told the team this, but I'm promising it on their behalf. Okay, let me just check we are actually functioning properly. Let me see your hands go up. And just say, hi, my name is Steve. Oh, excellent. You didn't fall for the trick. You didn't say your name was Steve. Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm just checking you're awake and alive. This is great. This is a good start. Okay, so let's get into it. As I said, we're here to win you over because there is competition, so we're here to win you over. But also you are here to convince us that you are worthy of the position. Firstly, congrats. You're in the room. You're not in the room by mistake. You're in the room by design, so congratulations. Secondly, welcome to your cheat code, right? You get the upper hand. This is when you say, I want to be in that room, you're in that room today. You get the opportunity to ask the questions to the people that will be interviewing you, reviewing your CVs, etc., etc. So make absolutely the most of it because it doesn't get any better. We have HR reps in the room, we have business reps in the room. That is the hurdle that is in front of you for you to get the opportunity. So for today's session, we'll focus on our industry, who we are, the opportunity, and also the benefits that the bank will give you. But let's start with the basics first. So a bit of teaching, a bit of engaging. What are the different types of banks? Go back on the screen. Whoever's moving it, go back. Thank you. Because that's the answer. I don't want the answers on the screen. What are the different types of banks? So you should know because you've seen it now. So you should know. Different types of banks. Excellent. So that's exactly right. So we have retail, commercial, we have investment banks, and we have universal banks. Can you give me examples of universal banks? Can you give me examples of an investment bank? Give me 2 or 3 names of investment bank. PwC and KPMG. That's investment banks? No. The gentleman at the back? Yeah.
Speak now. Bank of America,
Oh, sorry.
JP Morgan.
Sorry, I don't know where you are. Sorry, apologies.
One here.
Where? Oh, sorry. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Bank of America is an investment bank.
Are you sure?
Investment bank.
Are you sure?
Yeah. JP Morgan,
Are you sure?
Morgan Stanley, Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs.
Okay. I think the first 2 are not. Anybody else? Anybody else? Gentleman there?
Boutique banks, bulge bracket banks, universal banks.
Now I want names of investment banks.
Bank of America,
Nope.
Evercore,
Which one?
Evercore.
Nope.
Okay.
Go ahead. Who's got the mic? The gentleman behind you. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be speaking from local investment banks that we have, and we have Meristem Investment Securities. We have Consonance.
Are they investment banks or asset managers?
What is it, sir?
Are they investment banks or asset managers? Managers.
What is it, sir?
Are they investment banks or asset managers?
They are investment banks, sir.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. What was the last M&A deal they did?
What did you say, sir?
What was the last merger and acquisition deal that they did?
I don't
You're not sure? Okay. That's okay. And by the way, please feel very comfortable to get as many wrong answers as you can. I don't mind. It's part of the day. It's okay. Lady here. Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley. I know somebody else said it before, but I was just checking to make sure we understand. Okay. So what is a universal bank then? What's a universal bank? Lady there?
Okay, a universal bank is a bank that does everything under banking. The retail, the investment, and Bank of America is also a universal bank.
Okay, excellent, thank you. So do you guys actually understand the organization you are potentially applying to? Right, that's the first hurdle. Right, so you need to know who we are to make sure you understand exactly who you are looking to apply to. One of the challenges when you apply often is technical understanding. So we're not going to leave it just at what's the type of bank. Let's get into a bit more detail. What is the actual difference between an investment bank and a universal bank? What is the actual difference? Gentleman right at the back.
Okay, for a universal bank, it performs both investment banking function and other functions. But for investment banking, that one is special. It has a specialized function in investment banking. So a good example of investment bank is Jefferies, and a universal bank is Bank of America.
Okay. But tell me some of the technicals. Tell me some of the numbers. I want to hear about numbers. So when you think about an investment bank and you think about a universal bank, I want to hear a bit more about numbers. What is the difference? What's the key difference? Yeah, you can go again.
For universal bank, their transaction is usually in like $1 billion.
As Goldman Sachs, but as a bank, when you're a bank, what matters? What's important as a bank from a number perspective?
Okay. Universal bank have
my question of the number.
Oh wait, sorry. Okay, let me add the number. So investor bank like has a deposit of like $1.9 million, while
Million?
billion rather. My bad.
Billion?
I'll say a billion. $1.9 billion. While deposit of an investment bank can be zero. So yeah,
I was about to give you the bag.
it is me.
I was about to give you the bag, but I'm gonna have to hold on to the bag. You're almost there. You're almost there. So that your description is excellent. The numbers are a little bit off. Lady just here.
Hi everyone. So I'm going to speak in terms of assets. So for a universal bank like Bank of America, they deal with multi-trillion, so probably around approximately $3.2 trillion. And then for an investment bank, they do a sub-trillion, so probably approximately 1.5 like Goldman Sachs, that's approximately $1.6 trillion.
Okay, I'll give it to you. You can have the bag. I'll give it to you. Excellent. So this is all part of knowing what you're looking to do, right? Knowing what you're applying for. So Bank of America has about 3.2 trillion in assets, and other investment banks will have a lot less, around about 500, 600, 700 billion in assets. Let's talk about revenue. 2024, what was the revenue number for Bank of America, roughly? Lady at the front. 101. Okay, very precise. Okay, very good, that's correct. And what about investment banks? What do they roughly make? So if we made 101, what do they roughly make? So we made $100 million and they made $6.2 billion. We're not competing, are we? They definitely did not do that. Anybody else? Anybody else? What did other investment banks do? So if the universal banks did roughly 100 million revenue, what did the investment banks do? Lady at the back.
About $50 billion in revenue.
The 50 was correct. The billion, I'm not so sure about. If we made 100 million.
Oh, sorry. $15 million in revenue for 2024.
No, you were correct. I'm wrong. You made 100. Okay. They made 100, they made 50. So that's good. So now you understand in terms of the size of the assets, you understand the revenue. What about risk? So we're getting a bit more into detail. Who takes more risk? Universal banks or investment banks? The hands are getting more and more shy. Put them right up if you're going to answer the question. Gentleman at the back.
I'm Tim Lane Shodim. Investment bank take lesser risk than universal bank because universal bank has to do with both commercial banking and investment banking. So they are into two varieties of risk from both sections. While investment banking, they're just focusing on one risk, which is M&A deal, underwriting and all.
Okay. So how much bigger is the risk in terms of multiples? Is it just 1 times, 2 times, 3 times? How much bigger is the risk?
When it comes to investment banking, you can just forecast like 5 multiples.
Okay, that's close enough. It's 45. You can get it back as well. 45 times. So we're just trying to understand a bit more of the technicals you need to think about. It depends what division you're applying to, but some of these things matter. Excellent, thank you. Right. So now you understand a bit more of the technicals. When you go away, do a lot more research. We make a lot more money from net interest income rather than from fees. When if you're just an investment bank, you make more money from fees rather than net interest income. You've got on the screen different examples of the different categories of banks that we have out there. Let's talk about the landscape overall. How much money do you think is being managed globally, roughly? In the ecosystem globally, how much money do you think is being managed? Roughly. Gentleman there. How much? 40? A lot more than that. Anybody else? Lady at the back again.
Okay, so we could say about $130 trillion.
Yeah, exactly. It's about 130, between 100 and 150, depends on what research that you're reading. How much of that is in the Americas? You can give me that as a rough percentage. How much of that is in Americas? How much of that is in EMEA? How much of that is in the APAC region? Rough percentages is fine. Okay. Lady again.
Okay, so just like you said, if Bank of America is doing $100 billion in revenue, so talking about the percentage that America will probably be doing, we could say 50 to 55%, thereabouts.
Okay. So yeah, in the US, about 60% of the AUM sits in the Americas. About, actually, you definitely deserve a bag. You've answered about 3 questions already, so one for you over there. So you have roughly the AUM in the world anywhere between 100 and 150. About 60% of that is in Americas, and almost an even split between EMEA and APAC, which is roughly about 20%. It changes every year, of course, but that's the rough numbers that we have. So that allows you to figure out what we know. We now know who we are, and what we do, and what the industry looks like. We know how much money, so assets under management, that's being managed across the globe, and we know where that roughly sits in the different regions across the world, right? So I'm going through a lot of these things because some of the feedback we get is on the technical side and how much lack of technical detail sometimes we have. So this would just help you to do more research when you go back. Who are our clients? We have our clients in 3 different categories. Who are our clients? Lady here.
So I would say individual consumers, large corporations, government, then I think institutions.
Excellent. All of them correct. But I think you've got a bag already. So you're fine. You're fine. So all those are correct. And for the opportunities that you're looking at, which clients will you be serving? Between the individuals, the companies, and institutions, for the opportunities you're looking at, which are the typical client base that you'll be serving? Lady there?
Okay, I'm looking at the global payment solutions, and the clients I'll be serving is financial institutions, global corporations, and also middle market businesses.
Yeah, that's correct. So basically, apart from retail, you'll be serving all the other clients. We don't, for the opportunity we're looking at, we don't serve retail. Our retail business is in the US, where we have actual branches where individuals have individual bank accounts where you might serve those. But for the opportunities you're looking at is for mostly companies and institutions. How many people work for this company globally? How many of us roughly? Oh, all of you know that. Okay, I'm not going to take the answer to that one. That's too easy. Right. So there's about 200,000 people working for us. How many in international? Let's make it a bit more difficult. How many in international? Anybody? No answers? Okay, it's about 15,000 internationally. And we're spread across 36 countries. Oops, this is very sensitive. Okay. Can the person controlling just go to the next? Yeah, thank you. We're across 36 countries. Who can name me the 3, just give me 3 of our main locations. US, UK, and Paris. Okay, yep, that's correct. That's the 3 main places. And from what you can see, access to electronic traded funds, this is changing every day. We have access to pretty much every platform in the world. Our research teams cover almost any significant company, sector, out there as well. And in terms of currencies, we have access to pretty much all the currencies in the world as well. So that's giving you a little bit of background. If you can go to the next slide, please. Thank you. This for me is one of the most important slides for you. You've probably done a lot of background on it already, hence why you know which divisions you are applying for. However, take notes again today. This is your opportunity to change your mind if that's what you want to do, or double down on where you think you want to be. There's 3 sections that I divide it into. So business generation, business enablement, and business control. That's how I like to think about our businesses. You have the top section, which is under the global banking and global markets section header over there, and you have all the different divisions. So banking, credit, payment solutions, global markets, sustainability, and research. This is all about our efforts to generate business that leads to revenue. So ideas, content, building relationships, how we execute, all of that happens under that umbrella. And that's all to do with revenue. So I'll repeat it again: ideas, content, building relationships, and how we execute our business. All of that fits in that first section. The second part, which is under T&O, Tech and Ops, is all about enablement. And that gives us operating leverage, right? So this is our operating leverage, all about the ability to generate more revenue whilst managing down your expense. And some of the key things in that area is all about processes, it's all about speed, and it's about accuracy, which then leads to you having operating leverage. And then the final part is about business control, and you have enterprise control functions, so risk, compliance, audit, and people. And this is all about basically following the laws, rules, and regulations that we work under, and all the governance structures that we have in place to work under. These 3 things are very distinct, they're very different, they require different people, different thought processes, different skills to want to work in any of these areas. So I would advise you to really pay attention, dig deep, to really understand the different areas, what they are, the skills required, and how that best suits you, right? Identifying that will give you the best possible chance when you decide to take this opportunity forward. Does that make sense? Any questions on any area within this? Which means everybody understands exactly what they want to do. No? So what's your question? What don't you understand? Gentleman at the back.
For global payment solutions, you said it's on the global banking and global markets. I wanted to ask if it also leans heavily on tech, given, for example, how financial technology is emerging in the markets we know it. So global payment solutions, is every division distinct in the skills they need, or are some skills cross-functional across divisions?
Is every division distinct in the skills they need? Right, so the way I think through it is the 3 different things I've broken it up by. Right, so firstly, you have the business generation, which I was talking about in terms of, generating ideas, producing content, building relationships, and executing. All those business lines underneath global banking and global markets require those skills. How you apply them will be different, and the products you apply them through will be different. But in terms of the underlying skill sets, they're similar. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other question? Lady here.
Okay, so I want to add to what he's just said. So what's the difference between I know you said you've differentiated them though. What is the connection between the global payment solutions and technology? And also, can you touch deep about audit as well?
Okay, sure. So if you work in global payment solutions, which Dan does, so you can speak to him afterwards, they're all about being able to move money. It's a transfer of money from A to B. There is no way that money can move at the speed we need it to move without technology. So people working within technology will provide Dan with the right platform and the clients with the right platform to be able to execute the payments that we need to do. In terms of audit, they need to make sure we are doing things in the way we said we're going to do them, right? So we have processes in place that we try and operate under, and audit will come in once in a while to review our processes and how we actually do things to make sure how we do things matches the way we said we're going to do them, right? So we don't get ourselves into any kind of regulatory trouble. Make sense? Okay, anybody else? Over there?
Good day, sir. Is the global corporate and investment banking, is it the aspect of Bank of America as a universal bank that deals with investment banking aspect?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the investment banking division. Yeah. Person right at the back, can't quite see him.
Thank you so much for enlightening us on this. My question is more geared towards technology aspects because I'm a penultimate year student in computer science. So can I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So I need more clarity on my skill sets to align with their what should I call it? To align with their requirements and their criteria. Though I've been making significant efforts, I also joined the virtual event that they hosted. That's the EMEA Careers in Global Technology that was hosted about 2 weeks ago. Yeah, but I still need more clarity on that.
On what they require?
On the requirements, specifically in the software engineering specialization.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll take that question, but I'll leave it to the room where Ijoma and Kingsley will be leading, because I think that'll be very focused for all the people doing tech to understand. So they'll take you through the very specific requirements in that session, which I presume you're going to that session.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'll go to answer it there. Anybody else? Yeah.
Yeah, good morning. I've been wanting to ask about sustainable finance and global research. So like the world's trend now is towards AI, and what I heard about your sustainable finances, you guys are mostly concerned about portfolios on renewable energy. So I want to ask, aren't you moving towards the trend of AI than really focusing on sustainable finance and building that portfolio mainly on renewable energy? Thank you.
Thanks. So we're doing both, right? So AI, I was going to say is emerging, but it's not emerging anymore. It's here. We're doing both. We have, Erica as a platform, which is AI. And then within the different divisions, there are so many efforts going on to, one, equip us as employees to utilize AI within the bank. We also do a lot of surveys with our clients to understand the use cases that they're thinking through to make sure we adjust our own use cases internally to match them. If you mentioned research, one of the things we think about is there's so much research produced, and then we also get content from clients. It's really difficult to stay on top of that information. And one of the AI tools we're building is to allow us to scan across the universe. So we're releasing one right now where it will be able to scan our research, scan the notes of our client coverage team, and scan anything else that somebody internally has posted on one of our platforms, which means I'll get the most up-to-date summary on any topic that I want. So that's one of the functions we're using, AI for. In terms of sustainability, portfolios, ESG hasn't disappeared. It's still growing. It's not as fashionable as AI may be, but it is definitely still growing. Renewable energy is still a massive topic, especially in this region. So that's going to keep growing. So we still invest there, but we're definitely investing in AI as well. Okay, so I'll move on from that. So look, this is really important for you to, understand. Let's get a bit more technical around banking itself. So especially for those that are looking for investment banking, what investment banking activities can you do to help grow your business? What are sort of activities in investment banking division? What do they do to help grow a business? Gentleman over there.
So part of the activities that I believe investment banking division does to raise funds for a business is market making and general capital funding, and they also do clearing and settlements. So I believe investment bankers act as a form of a middleman to accumulate and raise fund, essentially equity, capital, for a business to run.
Okay, you've mixed a lot of things into one. So the market making side, investment banking doesn't do that. Clearing and settlement side, investment banking doesn't do that. The others you mentioned, they do. So try and make sure.
Thank you for updating my.
No, that's why we're here. That's why we're here. That's fine. That's fine. Okay, so actually, you didn't mention all the key ones. Anybody else want to try? Just here. No, the lady here.
Investment bank help companies to raise capitals, and also maybe companies that want to go public for the first time, they help them raise their initial public offerings. And for companies that have been in the market before, they help them serve as an intermediary between them and the clients.
Okay, yeah, absolutely correct. I forgot I had these bags. You can have a bag. So whilst we think about that, thank you. So raising debt, raising equity, IPOs, M&A were some of the things that were mentioned. Anybody heard about a company called Alibaba? Is that a yes or no? Yes, okay. Who are they? Take the mic so everybody else can hear you.
So they sell goods online on deliver services. I've used their services before.
You've used it. Is it good?
Yeah, it's quite okay.
Excellent. What have they done recently in the investment banking space?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
But you like their services?
Yeah, I do.
You do? Okay. Would you invest in them?
Yeah, I will.
Okay. So what have they done recently in the investment banking space?
Again, I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Okay. Gentleman at the back. I hope the answer is good.
Hello. All right.
Yeah.
Recently, Alibaba, they are trying to raise fund for. They are trying to raise fund for AI. They raised $1.3 billion just of recent out of 3.7.
Okay, pretty close. Yeah. What type of product do they use to do that?
They are into e-commerce.
I know what they do, but to raise the money, what type of product do they use to try and raise the money?
I think it's fund, bond.
It was a bond? What type of bond?
Corporate.
Close, you're getting there. Starts with a C. Can anyone help him? Lady at the back, I think, over there. Yeah. So they used a bond. It was a C bond. What's the C bond?
Commercial papers.
Not quite. Another C.
Corporate bonds.
Not quite. Another C.
Convertible.
Convertible. Excellent. Okay, very good. And what is a convertible bond? What's a convertible bond? Give it back to the lady. Let her finish the answer. Thank you.
Okay, so a convertible bond, so that what that means is that you're buying debt and then you have the option of transferring it to equity in the future.
Excellent. And what was the interest rate on the bond they issued?
I'm not too sure. Not too sure.
Anybody? Can anyone close it out? What was the interest rate? Lady over here.
It was a zero coupon.
Zero coupon.
Yeah.
So basically, people are willing to give them money and not receive interest.
Yes,
Why?
because they would receive a principal at the end of it with a specified amount. So it's not interest; it's at the end of the duration.
Yeah. But why else? That's one more reason. It's a convertible bond. So why else would they do it?
Because they want to have the option to convert it to shares.
Exactly. I think I'll give both of you, so that the lady at the back and you as well can have one each of this. So if you can go to the next slide, please. So Alibaba did a 3.2 billion convertible bond offer, largest one of this year, and it was a zero coupon bond, which is unique, given they had to do a 0.5% one the time before. There's also other M&As. I won't go through all of those. But I'm going through these detail because I want you to keep asking yourself why. As you go through your research, don't just stop at the very first piece of information, because everybody in the room can answer the first step. But when we got right down to what's the coupon and why, only 2 people answered it. And one of your key questions, which we got in the last session, is always, how do I differentiate myself? Well, that's how you do it, by not stopping at the very first answer that you get for yourself. Does that make sense? Okay, that's good. Let's think a little bit more about markets. One of the things that's impacted the world, which I'm sure you're aware of, is FX and inflation and geopolitics. So think a bit more about global markets. How has that manifested in global markets? Where would you see that the most? If you think about what's happening in FX, inflation, geopolitics, uncertainty, give me 2 key products that you think, or assets that you think really expresses the changing landscape in the things I mentioned. Who hasn't spoken yet? Gentleman over there?
I think recently we've been seeing more interest in fixed income securities and gold, because a lot of global tensions and Trump's tariffs and trade wars with China. So everyone is leaning towards fixed income and gold, majorly for capital preservation than gaining interest on what they invest.
Okay, so how much is gold up, roughly?
I don't know the amount.
Okay, who knows how much gold is up, roughly? Lady here? That's the price, but how much is it up? How much is it up, roughly? Lady over there?
As I last time I did my research, 3,622.40.
Price. How much is it up, percentage-wise?
I think it's about. Is it year on year, month on month? What sort of?
I like that. Okay. Turn it back to me. I like year to date.
I think it was up to 0.7%.
7?
2.7.
2.7. No.
From June.
No.
Oh.
Anybody else? Point of view. Lady at the back with the glasses. Yeah.
I would also say government issued bonds. I know this is kind of old news, but last year there was a US dollar denominated bond issued in Riyadh that was, I think, 20 times oversubscribed, and just a few basis points higher in interest rates than an American US dollar denominated bond, to show that, I guess, that I think it was kind of payback at Trump to show that you are not in control of US liquidity anymore. People want to do business with other countries in your currency, and they don't need to come to you for that. So that was something.
So that's very specific, but let's focus on the currency. What's happened in the currency world that's been a big impact from the geopolitical scene we have at the moment?
I'm not really up to date on that.
No problem. Anybody else on the currency? Gentleman there with a white shirt. Yeah.
All right, so in the geopolitical space, what I read recently was that there was a drop in the interest rates in the US by 0.25%, which led investors to believe that keeping their money in the bank was a loss for them. and this made them to start investing in gold, and which like created a form of flow and made ETFs to also invest largely in gold and made the price make the price rise to that was $3,700 I think roughly per ounce, and that just made more people invest more in gold, and I believe the price will keep rising at least to the end of this month.
Okay, I mean all of that's correct, but my question is on currency. So,
like the dollar.
Yes. Who can tell me about the dollar? Okay, lady here.
Okay, so we know recently there has been an interest rate cut by Trump. So this actually affects FX in terms of dollar is now getting very weakened, and people are now like, should we use it? Should we invest? So I think people are still like looking into it and trying to see if they could like make decisions.
Yeah. Excellent. Okay. So dollar's down, gold is up. So if you're managing a portfolio where you're focused on a particular stock, but you might be impacted by the dollar moves and the gold moves, what do you do? What can you do? Gentlemen just there? Put your hand up so they can see you.
Thank you very much. I think I can hedge against the risks by using derivatives.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe like an option or futures.
Okay. How would you do it?
Yeah. If I, for example, looking at what's going to happen, if I expect that the price of USD against other currency is coming down, I can use a put option whereby I'm going to enter into a contract with an underwriter. So and I'm also going to pay a premium. Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, very good. Did anybody understand a word of what he said? No? Excellent. But he's correct. If you can go to the next page, please, the person controlling. So one of the ways to hedge, which is what we do in global markets, specifically within derivatives, is exactly what he was trying to explain, is you can have exposure to two different things. But if you want to get more technical, you need specifically a hybrid derivative where you can combine the exposures to both things. If you want to understand that more, speak to Kamaru, if you're in the global markets room, or speak to Christelle, and they'll take you through what these things are. So I'm always trying to just take you from the high level right down to the next level. So a lot of people covered gold, covered FX, but only one person covered derivatives, options, premiums, etc. If you want to know how to differentiate yourself, that's how you do it. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, very good. US and Europe. Why do different companies want to do an IPO in US versus Europe? Anybody? There's a hand, I can see a hand up at the back. Okay, lady there.
Okay, so in the US, to be more institutional investors, and there's usually this trend of when you go into the US market, you notice that a lot of the stocks are there for a longer time, so there's a lot more trust in the US market compared to the European market.
Okay, yeah, that's pretty good. Anything else?
I'll say one of the other things, one of the reasons why people prefer to go to the US market also is there's a certain level of prestige that comes with being in the US market compared to the European markets.
Okay, very true. Have you got a bag already? I think you have.
Yes, I have.
You
Thank
have.
you.
Okay, excellent. If you go to the next slide, please. So these are two Swedish companies, and they've both done an IPO very, very recently. Klarna decided to go to the US and launch there because they're more tech platform based, and the US is used to servicing the tech companies a lot more than Europeans. And very sure, as a security company, slow, steady, revenue base, Europeans prefer that, so they decided to launch in Europe. And given the size of their deal, they will stand out more in the European market versus if they went into the US market. So these are some of the thought processes that go into the different regions that you need to think about as you think about the businesses that you're looking to learn in. So I went through a lot of examples, some in a lot more detail. When you go to the breakout rooms, push the reps, challenge the reps. I mentioned this is cheat code day. Take as much away from them as you can, because I promise you, you'll get very similar questions during the interview processes. So today's the day you have to use to make sure you get everything that you need. Okay, next slide, please. So we've gone through the technicals. Let's talk about what we value and what we have to offer, right? DARTs, deliver together, act responsibly, realize the power of our people, trust the team. This is the core values of the firm, which we all try and live out. It's challenging to live out given there's 200,000 people, but if you're thinking through what are the fit type things you need to demonstrate, this is some of them. Can you demonstrate within your current construct that you are working with people, you deliver your objectives together? Are you being responsible with the things you're responsible for within your societies, your universities, etc.? Do you trust your team to work with you? As Kate mentioned, there's 20 of us here. We have to work together to deliver this program. We all have our different responsibilities to take care of. But it can be challenging when you have 200,000 people to try and follow the same values. But that's the values. Think about those. How do you apply them to yourself? Let's go to the next slide, please. A great place to work. A lot of us have mentioned how many years we've been there. So I've been there 16 years myself. There's some that have been here a lot more than that. We wouldn't stay there if we didn't think it's a good place to work. We wouldn't travel all the way here to try and recruit you if we didn't think it's a great place to work. In terms of CSR, Kelly Jo will speak to you later and give you a lot more detail around some of the stuff that we do. But on a personal level, I participated in something we did called a Breakthrough Labs, which I supported a Nigerian company that was looking to do facial recognition technology to build that out globally, which was exciting. But Kelly will give you a lot more, Kelly Jo will give you a lot more interesting things for you to understand. Opportunity and inclusion. I'm the exec chair for the Black Professional Group within EMEA, which gives me a lot of pride and helps to set the boundaries and guidelines on how best to integrate some of our culture into the bank. There's so many other networks which we'll go through in a minute that you can be involved in, but there's so many opportunities around how we look at opportunity, how we look at inclusion at the bank. Community engagement is one. I've participated in many opportunities to reach out to different communities that I care about and either donate, help to promote, be a sponsor, etc., around any of the many things that we are involved in. So when you do come, as an intern or as a grad, make sure you take the opportunity. On to the next slide, please. I mentioned the networks before. These are some of the key ones. What do I like? Well, I'm part of the Black Professional Group. So individuals, similar cultural backgrounds, you get to exchange ideas, talk through things, talk through challenges. There are other ones, Asian culture, disability as well. There are other networks as well, intergenerational network. I particularly like that one. With my graying hair, I'm getting old, so it's always good to connect with people like you. It's a learning opportunity for me to understand what you're thinking about at your age, what you care about, what's going to shift the future. So that's one network I particularly care about. On to the next slide, please. Benefits. I'm not going to talk about pay. I'm sure that's what you care about most, but I don't set the pay, but I'll happily say you are very well paid within the industry and definitely within the company. I can say, because our CEO made that commitment, he's moved up the minimum wage bar from $20 to $25 per hour. That is significant. It translates to approximately, probably about, over $50,000 for any individual working at the bank. That's a huge commitment to make. I don't think I've seen any other companies make that type of commitment. I want to work at a place like that where they care about your ability to support your family from the wages that you earn from the job that you do. So that's a big commitment. Physical well-being. This morning, there was about 6 of us in the gym, which was interesting to see. Clearly, we all believe in it. I think some got put through their paces a little bit more than others. I won't mention any names, but our HR lead was in there. She surprised me on the bike with with our power move, so maybe you talk to her about fitness when you get there. But we provide so many things around fitness, around support to pay for your gym membership that I personally take advantage of. Access to healthcare online. My son has a chronic allergy issues, which requires a lot of doctor's appointments, and to be able to just jump on the phone and have a live conversation with the doctor and get a prescription within minutes saves me having to take days off work to just deal with that. So that's a massive help to me and my family. Mental health is a big topic. There's a person in my team that's a mental health champion, which just means employees can talk to another employee who's well versed on everything that's available within the bank for you to seek help if you need that type of help. And then on the arts, I utilize our membership to the Tate. So there's a nice coffee room within the Tate Gallery and meet with friends. So there's a lot of things that you can really benefit from. Next page, please. The Academy, I think that's been mentioned already. It's an important part of the offering. We are Africans, we love to study. We all want to, so many extra qualifications. It's not formal, but there's a huge array of information that you can tap into across the board on any topic that you want to learn about. Some are hard skills, some are soft skills, some are topical, it depends, but there's so many things out there. A part of the program is your onboarding around being an intern or being a grad. It's fantastic. You really get integrated very, very well, all the way through to when you get to my level and you still need to develop on some of the skills that we have. Some of it is regulatory required as well, which we must do. I'm sure that excites all us employees. We have to do it twice a year. That's probably the boring bit, but the rest of it, you choose what suits you best to help you to advance. On to the next slide, please. I think we had a question on AI before. I mentioned Erica. You can see the number of clients that have utilized it already. 45 million clients and 2.4 billion interactions, which is phenomenal. But one thing that Ijoma mentioned in a session before is how surprisingly a tech firm we actually are. We spend 12 billion a year on tech. That's a lot bigger than most huge tech firms, right? So we are a massive tech platform. And out of that 12 billion, 4 billion of that is being spent on new technology, which is really exciting, really exciting. What surprised me is the last one, the number of patents that we have. I dealt with a colleague last year who actually has 2 of these patents under their name. I never thought within a bank you could have patents, so that was a pretty exciting thing for me to see. On to the next slide, please. Oh, I think we missed one. Anyway, the last one was all about the awards. We like to win. There's several awards that we've won. I'm sure you can see them up on our website when you take a look. So firstly, thank you very much. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for taking part. I'll hand you over to Dami, and she'll take you through a bit more of the HR processes, structures, that all the different hurdles you guys are going to have to go through. Thank you very much.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. It feels really great to be here in Lagos. The last time I was in Lagos was last year for my convocation ceremony at the University of Lagos. So it's really good to be back home, and it's great to have you guys in the room with us. So my name is Dami Akojade. I finished from the University of Lagos with a degree in sociology, and I work at Bank of America as a campus recruiter. I support specifically with recruitment across our global corporate and investment banking division. And just to give you a bit of background into my career journey, so I interned with the bank in 2022 as a summer intern in the HR division. And 2 years ago, I literally squeezed my whole life into 32 kg boxes and moved to the UK to start my role as an HR grad. And from the moment I landed in Heathrow up until this moment, it's been a fantastic and rewarding experience. And I'm not just saying that because because I work in HR or because I work at the bank. It's true. So it's been great, and I'm really it's a real pleasure to be here. So, and as Steve said, the fact that you're in this room, you deserve to be here. So don't think that it's Bank of America. It's AI I can't reach, or it's somewhere I can't reach. I remember when I attended a campus event last week, and one of the students that asked me a question, she's Polish, and she was concerned about the fact that our accent would restrict her from probably getting into Bank of America. And I'm like, you can see me, you can hear my voice, you can literally hear the Nigerian accent in my voice, and I'm here. So don't think you are not eligible to apply, or Bank of America is somewhere that it's for a certain level of people and you can apply. So basically here to debunk all of that and also talk you through the application process. Moving on to the next slide, please. Thank you. So as you can see on the screen, this is just a very high-level illustration of the application process at the bank. I see a lot of shaking heads. I don't know if that means it's complex or it's not, but in comparison to other firms, I think you will be pleased to know that these are the stages that we follow in terms of the recruitment process. And on the right-hand corner of the slide, you can see what we're looking for. So these are core competencies that we look out for in applicants. And for the subsequent slides, you will see this on the slide, but I will talk more about these competencies. Next slide. So I'll talk through each of these stages and hopefully answer any questions that you probably had at the back of your mind when coming forward for this event. So the first stage is the application form stage. So this is when you fill out a basic application form on the website at the point of applying. We ask you a couple of questions like your name, your university, contact details, work experience, and we also have a couple of questions as well, essay questions that you'd have to, fill out. And these questions are around your motivation for Bank of America or your motivation for the role that you're applying to. And the questions differ depending on the line of business you're applying to as well. You could get questions around, tell us about a time where you had to utilize skills to be able to deliver something for a task or anything at all. So prepare to answer those questions. And there is a word count of between 150 to 200 words as well. So that's the first stage. And the second stage is, next slide, I believe that is highlighted, yeah. So that is when you submit your CV, and my advice here, and I'm sure you would have probably heard this like multiple times, to submit a well-written and properly formatted CV. And at this level that you're in, because I'm guessing, you are still in uni, a one-pager is fine. Don't make it too complex or make it more than a page. And you want to ensure that you include relevant work experience. I understand that you might have done so many things, but you want to tailor your CV to actually relate to the role that you're applying to. So it's not all the work experience that you have that would be relevant to what you're applying to. So you want to take a look at that and ensure your CV is well tailored. And I know that some questions that we get as well is from, we get questions from students around, or what if I've not worked, in the financial industry before, or what if I don't have a paid work experience or anything like that. So don't think, your CV would all be white spaces. If you're involved in extracurricular activities in uni, or in volunteering activities, or leadership roles that you take in school or outside of school, that is also relevant as well. Because as you can see, the core competencies that are listed on the slide are things that you can demonstrate even outside of, a paid work experience. So those are relevant as well, and you should definitely list that. It could be something like you were the captain for your female football team for your department. That is relevant as well. So things like that should be on your CV, and we want to know your hobbies and interests as well. We want to know what you're interested in, so that should also be listed on your CV. And I think what is not here that I made reference to is also leadership roles. that you've taken up, so that's relevant as well. And after this stage, next slide, please. In the background, we have our support team trying to, after you've submitted your application with your CV, answered all the questions, we have our support team in the background trying to see if you're actually eligible for the program that you've applied to. So there is that, very basic screening that happens in the background to be sure that, okay, this person that has actually applied is eligible for the program that they've applied to. Because when you go on our website, on the job description, we have the eligibility criteria highlighted, where we have the graduation timeline, what you should be on track for a 2-1, and things like that detailed on there. So we want to ensure that you actually meet those criteria that we've listed. And after successfully passing that initial screening, you get invited for the video interview, and that is with IView. Does anyone have experience doing the video interview? Okay, so not so many. Okay, oh, okay. Okay, great. It looks like a bunch of you have had experience doing the video interview. For those that haven't done it before, don't be terrified. It's just for you to record. It's a self-recorded video interview. So basically what that means is you don't have anybody on the other end of the computer. It's just you recording. And I think the IView platform is really great in such a way that when you get to that stage, you get tips on how to prepare, what to do. You get like practice questions that you can also take to. You can take those questions and record the video when you feel comfortable enough to record them. And also you get 5 days to record these videos as well. So it's not like you get the invitation and you're expected to submit immediately. So you get 5 days to prepare and then submit the video that you've recorded. So my tips here, I think I've got that listed on the slide. Ensure you're in a quiet room. I remember when I submitted my IRV video, I literally told my dad, like, for 1 hour, I need the generator on. I don't want any issue of, power outage or anything like that. So you just want to ensure that, like, for each stage of the application process, you're giving it your all. So it's just, the video interview takes less than 20 minutes. So you want to ensure that everything is fine. You're calling your friends that always like to FaceTime you. Please do not call me this time, please. I'm trying to submit an application. So just ensure that there are no distractions, because when the videos come through, you want to, whoever will be assessing that interview, you want them to hear your voice. You want to be audible. You don't want a case where you're actually making sense, but then they can't hear you. So you want to ensure that there are no background noises, ensure you have good lighting, and you're also dressed appropriately. So you want to take this as though you are in a physical interview, because this would actually be watched by business representatives. Next slide, please. Yes, so the 4th stage is the application review stage. So this is when, the application you've submitted is reviewed by business representatives. So everything you've submitted, your CV, the answers to those essay questions I mentioned, your IRView video interview, so all of that is reviewed by business representatives. So what does that mean? It means, say for example, you've applied to Global Payment Solutions summer internship, so all what you've submitted for the Global Payment Solutions application will go to representatives within the GPS, Global Payment Solutions line of business, and they would review your application. And then a shortlist is then made after that stage, and then you get invited for the assessment center. Next slide, please. Yes, so selected candidates will be invited for an assessment center. So this typically take a mix of competency and technical interviews, and I think the next stage has a more fancy illustration of what that looks like. Next slide, please. Yes, so usually, for all lines of business, the assessment center is usually a mix of technical and competency interview, and each interview lasts for 30 minutes. So in as much as this is just a general format, there are some lines of business that do things differently, and the number of interviews also differ depending on the lines of business. So say for example, you get invited for an assessment center for investment banking. You get to do the technical case study, you do a commercial awareness interview, you do a competency interview, and you also get an interview with a managing director or a director. And before all of that, you usually get like a phone screen as well. That is very brief. It happens on Zoom. Or say for you're applying to Global Payment Solutions, you get invited for 2 competency interviews and 1 case study. So the first competency interview would test your motivation about the business, about the bank, and then the second competency interview would be around commercial awareness, business technical questions. So it really differs, but the good thing is you, when you get selected for the assessment center, you get information about your AC well in advance. So this could be a week before your assessment center. And if you need to do a presentation, if you'd have to deliver a presentation as well on the day, you get a brief sent to you for you to prepare with instructions if you need to prepare a PowerPoint deck or if you don't have to do that. So all of that will be detailed for you to prepare before your assessment center. Next slide, please. Amazing. So when I started the session, I noted those competencies that we look out for. So these are the key competencies we look out for. Collaborate, and I think Steve made reference to that as well. At Bank of America, we don't work in silos. We have over 200,000 teammates across the globe. So teamwork is something that we really prioritize. So we want candidates, we want applicants that are able to collaborate, applicants that can achieve results, and also, applicants that act with courage and conviction, and also people that demonstrate the ability to prioritize customers, because we serve customers and clients at Bank of America, right? And I've noted a couple of, things or questions that you can start asking yourself or start thinking about. You want to think about what role did you play in a team setting? What did you do to overcome any barriers faced in a team? So that's how you demonstrate collaboration. And as I said, these are competencies that you don't have to have had a major work experience to be able to demonstrate. It could be, say you are a member of your debate team, and then someone is, sort of antagonizing you about, I don't think this is the topic we should settle for, and you think the topic you have in mind is the best one. So how did you get your team to actually to get aligned on that topic that you want, the team to debate on? Something like that. This is just all made up. But I'm just saying, like, you don't have to be thinking of the most glamorous examples to be able to demonstrate these competencies. And client or customer focus, as an example, when have you delivered excellent customer service? How did you build strong working relationships with clients? And the reason why these questions are very important is because, for the assessment center, you would get mostly situational questions. Tell us about a time when, you were faced with this kind of scenario. What did you do? How did you resolve the problem? So you want to ensure that you go to your assessment center with a couple of examples in your back pocket. And it doesn't have to be loads. You can get a couple of examples that you can then maybe repurpose or fine tune depending on the situation. Next slide, please. I think we have a couple more competencies. Yes, someone that learns and adapts. We're very big on like risk at the bank. We want to ensure that you're able to, escalate issues as they come. You have to think about what process do you follow to make informed decisions. How well, this is really important, how well do you know about the business? I know Steve just giving a very detailed presentation about the bank, where GPS sits, where market sits, where enterprise control function sits, and things like that. So you want to research about the business. We want to actually know that you're interested in Bank of America and the role that you've applied to. So what do you want to think about? What do you know about Bank of America? That could even be the first question you get on your assessment center day. Tell me about what you know about Bank of America. Why Bank of America? Questions like that. And are you up to date with global current affairs? This is something that I don't think any candidates can escape during the assessment center, because we have interest rates, inflation rates, or geopolitical issues, affecting the globe, industry trends, AI, things like that. So you want to understand how we affect Bank of America, or how we affect the line of business that you're applying to specifically, because you would definitely get questions around things like this. Next slide, please. Yes, so these are just hints and tips that I think would be helpful when preparing for the assessment center. So number one, as I mentioned, know the business. Steve made reference to our values. What are our values? Very easy to learn. DART, acronym D-A-R-T, we deliver together, we act responsibly, we realize the power of our people, we trust the team. So you want to understand, I mean, that's on a very basic level, but you want to really know what Bank of America is about. And at least, I think now everyone knows Bank of America is a universal bank. I think that's a great way to start. So you want to build up on that knowledge. You want to know your CV. I can appreciate that, when applying, you want to stand out, which is fair. But at the same time, you don't want to make up things that are not true on your CV as well. Particularly because, when business representatives review your CV and maybe they find something really interesting, they could, mention that during your assessment center that, they went through your CV and they can speak Japanese fluently, and you're confused, like, are you sure that was my CV? So you want to actually note things that you can defend on your CV. So know your CV front and back, preferably front, because one pager is fine. Prepare examples, 3 to 5 examples. As I said, you don't have to have loads. You can get like 3 to 5 and just repurpose that, because behavioral questions tend to, I'm not saying you repeat the same examples for the questions you get, but that's why it's helpful to have a couple that you can just, talk about. So that way, even if you get a question, you are not really taking time to think. I mean, it's fine to tell your assessor that, is it fine if they let you think for a couple of seconds, or just to frame the answer in your mind, which is fine, but it helps that you have a couple of examples ready to go when you get questions. And also know your motivations. Why Bank of America? Was it because you attended a virtual event and then somebody spoke about how competitive the salary package is? What exactly is your motivation for Bank of America? Practice your presentation as well. As I said, if you be having a case study presentation, you get that well in advance. So practice, practice in front of your friend, in front of a mirror, just so you're fine to, you're comfortable with hearing your voice for at least 10-15 minutes, because that's usually how long the presentation goes on for. So practice your presentation, prepare to on any part of what you've put together. And commercial awareness, this is relevant across all lines of business, but this is, I wouldn't say it's more relevant in one than the other. Like, for example, investment banking have a particular interview dedicated for commercial awareness. So in that regard, you want to ensure that you're familiar with everything. I mean, not everything. There's just so much the brain can't store, but you want to understand, things, industry trends that are relevant to that division, to that function. Then competitor and market knowledge. You want to understand who are Bank of America's competitor. What do they do that we don't do? What do we do that makes us stand out from the others? So you want to have an understanding of that as well. You want to keep your answers concise, structured, and appropriate, and you want to be curious. I think this is very key. And I remember when I had my assessment center for the summer internship, and for HR we do competency interviews and case study presentation. I presented my case study, it was fine. My assessor asked me a couple of questions, it was good. At the point of rounding up, then he asked the final question, and I was taken aback. I'm like, I didn't prepare for this question. I was literally, I didn't know what to say. And then I still managed to answer it, and I think that's also one thing to note as well. You don't want to just throw in the towel. You want to have a stab at the questions that you get, because usually, like with the bank, it's not really oh, this is the right answer. It's really more about your thought process that matters. And not to say that I answered the answer correctly still, but after the interview ended, he had asked me if I had any follow-up questions, and I told him I was upfront. I noticed that I didn't answer the question well. How would you have approached that the question you asked me? And it went on for 3 to 5 minutes, talking me through how best to approach that, what his thoughts were, which was really helpful because I genuinely wanted to know. I felt like I had prepared for everything, every question from every angle. And when I got the call about my offer, one thing that the HR representative mentioned was the fact that, the assessor called out the fact that I wanted to understand. It wasn't just a case of, I knew I had done well for like the first half of the interview, but I was really bent on learning at that point. So it wasn't just a case of me pouring out everything that I'd learned, pouring out everything that the presentation that I'd prepared. It was also a case of me wanting to genuinely learn, which the assessor really appreciated. So you want to be curious. It's not just an opportunity for you to pour everything that you've learned. You also want to ask your assessor questions. So usually at the end of the assessment center, you get questions like, oh, do you have any questions for me today? It would be good for you to show interest or curiosity in that regard if you come with questions. Next slide, please. Amazing. So we've gotten to the fun part. Has anyone heard of the STAR technique before or ever used the STAR technique? Yeah, I know that it's not Steve on stage, but I really need your hands all the way up so I can actually see how many people in the room. Okay, I think majority of the people in the room are familiar with STAR technique, so that's good. So that means you'll be able to answer the question I have. So, moving on to the next slide. Thank you. So this is just a breakdown of what the acronym means for those that need a refresher and for those that are not familiar with what the STAR technique means. So it's an acronym for situation, task, action, and result. So what does situation means? You want to set the scene. And the good thing about this technique is, which I still use, is it helps you structure your answers in your mind because, you can be, particularly for situational questions, you want to really give context. You want to give examples. You want to actually, explain at length, and you don't have the time to do all of that. So it makes your response very punchy. It keeps it succinct and straight to the point. So that is why I think this technique is really good. So S stands for situation. This is when you set the scene. Who was the situation about? What happened? What exactly is the situation? Why did the situation happen in the first instance? So that's what your first point is going to be about. Then tasks, you want to describe the purpose, describe your role, and also give an overview of your responsibilities. For action, you want to explain what you did. Even though this is within a team setting, you want to call out what you did specifically within the team. So you want to focus on your own contribution and activities. And the last letter, which is results, share your results. There's the whole point of trying to explain how you manage the situation or what you did in the situation is to, what's the end goal? What was the outcome? What happened? And it doesn't have to be, all positive. Oh, and in the end, I raised, 1,000 pounds for the team. It can be like a learning opportunity as well. So you want to share what did you learn, what would you have done differently next time if the outcome wasn't all great or what you expected it to be. Was it positive or was the outcome? So those are the things that you want to have a think about and be personable as well. You don't want to come off as being robotic or like you're reading off a script. So your assessors can tell they've had years assessing candidates. So you want to make it conversational and very organic. Next slide. So we'll try an exercise now. The question is, describe a situation where you had multiple deadlines to meet. How did you prioritize? So the expectation here is for you to use the STAR technique that I mentioned. So I will give you 1 minute. Oh, I think I'm running over. Okay. 1 minute to discuss amongst yourselves your examples, and then nominate someone from your table to answer the question using the star technique. And I want you to actually note to me, oh, this was the situation, this was the task, this was what I actioned, and this was the result. Actually, 30 seconds, because the assessor would not give you 1 minute. Ding ding, time's up. 30 seconds, guys. Anyone wants to share? Anyone feeling brave enough? Lady at the back. Please introduce yourself, your name, your uni, the course you're currently studying, all of that fun jazz.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ayonfoluwa Ogbona. So I'm currently a third-year finance student in Pan Atlantic University. So this summer, I had the opportunity of being an intern at Arua Capital, a private equity firm. I was the only intern over the summer. And as an intern, you know that you're doing everybody's work, right? But I was basically everybody's assistant. So there was a particular week where I basically had an assignment from every person. And there was always this thing of, as an intern, you always want to do things very quickly to make them have a good impression of you. But I just had to be honest with my colleagues and be like, I have so and so assignments from this person, this person, this person. When would you like this due? That I'm able to. So what that helped me do is I had an idea of which ones were due. I pushed the ones that had an earlier deadline, got those ones done with first, and then submitted it before the other deadlines completed. So I just had to reassess my schedule and bring the most important ones first, and yes.
Well done. Please join me in giving her a round of applause. Thank you so much. And can someone from the table highlight what the situation was, what tasks that she needed to action on, and what was the outcome? Or anyone at all. Doesn't have to be from our table. Okay.
Okay, so my name is Glory, and I am from the University of Ibadan. So the situation that was on ground was that she was an intern and she had a lot of tasks basically with probably the same deadlines. So the tasks that she had to do was to be everybody's assistant and to basically turn in the work that's like they asked her to turn in. Then her action was she reached out to them, then she was able to get the timelines and prioritize them based on their level of importance, or not necessarily importance, like how close the deadlines were basically. Then the result was, I think she was able to do well and satisfy everybody at the end of the day.
Amazing. A round of applause, guys. Thank you all so much for your positive engagement. I'm conscious we have a break now, so I wouldn't come in between you and your break. And I'm around for the rest of the day if you have any follow-up questions about any part of the application process or anything recruitment related. Feel free to grab me. Take care, guys, and all the best.
Okay, how has it been so far? Have we been learning a lot? Are you guys fired up to go back home, tweak a little bit here and there? And for those that have a lot to tweak, and then finally put that submission in. Okay, so yes, as she mentioned, we're going to be going on break now, but we're going to do this in a very, very like orderly manner. We're quite a lot, and I don't want it to become quite chaotic. So you guys can just mingle, network. Part of it is actually getting to meet people, network, meet you. In case you've not had time to meet the person sitting on your right hand, the person sitting on your left, now is an amazing time. I know the team at Radisson is currently setting up lunch for us. So take a breather, open that water on your table, take a huge, just breathe small. All the question and answer since morning. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Don't worry, you can do it. Don't worry, don't get discouraged. In fact, this is the time to get more fired up and say, oh, more, I deserve a seat at the table. So, can someone tell me what they were looking forward to in terms of lunch today? Me, it's food I came to discuss. So, I'm no Bank of America now. So, yeah, for those who didn't get the chance to meet me, my name is Adenuga Abisoye. I'm Director of Programs at Talent Mind. So all the emails, all the nudgings you've been getting have been from me. So who was looking forward to Amala? I'll tell you if it's available or not. How many Amala? Show of hands. Shalamala, bye. I'm not sure. Offer the rice? I'll have to check. But jollof rice? That one I know for sure. If they don't have jollof rice, they'll just tell them to take us to the place. So I'm just waiting for a go-ahead from the team. Looks like this table, they are just discussing. Okay, they are meeting each other. Guys, get familiar with one another. Who knows? That might be your next colleague at Bank of America. Okay.
Dikubone solo upusa na bafana banema. Dale tenu dalanga, wayesta tenu sange wabuya. Dikubone solo upusa na bafana banema. Dikubone solo upusa na bafana banema. lete nudalaka wayestrate musange wabuya ikubone solo ukusa angingayo ngamaphutha sala.
Go for a break. I'll ask you, how many people did you meet from another school?
Fill your day with good vibes. With Spotify Premium, you can set a non-stop soundtrack.
Relax, metal. It's DJ Bones.
Okay, I see the go. Me money, small money, you know, traversing on a go. Smoky feeling Canadian laha. Give me head, my head scatter. Still I maybe made them allow me. I power up cause them paraha. Low-key, rich.
Tough
stars won't shine. Smoke all day, but you don't get high. Hey there, tough guy.
Can I call you baby? Can you be my friend? Can you be my lover up until the very end? Let me show you love. I don't pretend. Stick by my side even when the world is giving in. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. If you stay forever, let me hold your hand. I can feel those places in your heart no one else can. Let me show you love. I don't pretend. I'll be right here, baby. You know it's sink or swim. Oh, don't you worry. I'll be there whenever you want me. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst. I need somebody who can love me at my worst. No, I'm not perfect, but I hope you see my worth. 'Cause it's only you, nobody knew I put you first. And for you, girl, I swear I do the worst.
Dysfunction has a way of hiding itself when it's sitting right next to you on the couch, or it's coming home drunk at 2:45. Suddenly you're the only one who can't see. He's a bad day you can't escape. He's made you somebody you don't like. He's a black cloud dragging you down. I just wanna see you shine. I know it's hard to start the car when all you've ever known is him. But pack your bags and don't look back. One day you'll be glad you did. Dysfunction has a way of showing itself when you're looking in on somebody else. Somebody you don't like. He's a black cloud dragging you down. I just wanna see you shine. It's him. But pack your bags and don't look back. One day you'll be glad you did. When she wakes up, she runs to the mirror. All that she thinks is, I wish I was thinner, as she tugs at her skin. As she stands there, she brushes her hair. It's all falling out, but she doesn't care, 'cause that doesn't matter. No, nothing else matters. When is she gonna see herself just like everybody else does? They tell her that she's beautiful, but she thinks they're all lying, 'cause how can they see what she doesn't believe? So she pops back another pill, and she skips another meal, and she says she never will do this again. But then she pops back another pill, and she skips another meal, and every time she does, she says she's gonna stop. But she can't, 'cause she's never good enough. He says he loves her, she says I know, but babe, I'm so sorry, I've gotta let you go. 'Cause it's not fair to love someone else when I can't even stand to myself. And he says, if you don't love yourself, babe, you've gotta try to. If you could only see yourself the way that I do. And she knows it's all in her head, but instead she just pops back another pill, and she skips another meal, and she says she never will do this again. But then she pops back another pill, and she skips another meal, and every time she does, she says she's gonna stop. But she can't, 'cause she's never good enough. So I pop back another pill, and I skip another meal, and every time I do, I swear I'm gonna stop. But I can't, 'cause I'm never good enough.
Oh, thank you.
Friday night, you and I side by side, love the way we disappear. There's about a million places we could go, but I'd rather be here. Ooh, 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 ooh. I never thought it'd be true. Ooh, 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 ooh. I never thought it'd be true. But I'm done chasing parties, I'm done chasing bodies, I'm done getting home past 2. I'm done 'cause I finally found you. I used to try anything, I was dying to escape myself. But I get so high just being around you, don't need anything else. Ooh, 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 ooh. I never thought it'd be true. Ooh, 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 ooh. I never thought it'd be true. But I'm done chasing parties, I'm done chasing bodies, I'm done getting home past 2. Friday night, you and I side by side. Love the way we disappear. Yeah. There's about a million places we could go, but I'd rather be here. Yelling at the sky, screaming at the world. Baby, why'd you go away? I'm still your girl. Holding on too tight, head up in the clouds. Heaven only knows where you are now. How do I love again? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Never got the chance to say your last goodbye. I gotta move on, but it hurts to try. How do I love again? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. How do I love again? How do I trust again? I stay up all night, tell myself I'm alright. Baby, you're just harder to see than most. I put the record on, wait till I hear our song. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Every night I'm dancing with your ghost. Saying I love you like I believe it. I'm way too good at staying out all night, keeping a secret. I'm way too good at turning my phone off whenever you call me. Only say that I want you, 'cause it's what I'm used to. I should leave, but I can't. It's like I'm standing at the bottom of a hole with the shovel in my hand. I'm way too good at faking it. I'm way too good at making it look like I don't want nobody else. I even started fooling myself. I'm way too good at being a zombie when we're in the bedroom. I'm way too good at doing the things I don't really want to. I should leave, but I can't. It's like making it look like I want to be here when I'm already gone. I should have told you all along that you're not the one. Babe, I'm already done. I'm just way too good at faking it. I'm way too good at making it look like I don't want nobody else. I even started fooling myself. I'm way too good at faking it. I'm way too good at making it look like I don't want nobody else. I even started fooling myself. 'Cause I'm way too good at faking it. I'm way too good at making it look like I don't want nobody else. I even started fooling myself. 'Cause I'm way too good at faking it. I'm way too good at.
Okay. So I'm hearing the hotel is ready for us now. So this is where we are going to do it. Volunteers, are we ready? Volunteers, are we ready? So we're gonna make doing it 2020. So please, once you get your food, please just get back to your seats. Please ensure that you do not loiter around here. We don't want anybody just around the lobby. Get your food and go back to your seats, please. We do not have time, and we still have a whole lot of to cover. Okay, so first 20. Whoever is ready for lunch, please let them come. First 20. It's time for lunch, guys. First 20. Lunch, guys. We're going to round up lunch in the next 10 minutes. So it looks like everybody's gisting. No amala for the people that want amala. Yeah. Please, let's make it snappy. Let's make it snappy. I need 5 more people here. More people, lunch. It's time for lunch, guys. You can go back to your discussions later. Please just join the queue. Lunch, guys. Just come to me. Looks like you guys are not interested in eating. Please, let's make it snappy. Let's make it snappy. Next set, next set. Please make it snappy. I don't want to halt our conversations. 4 more people. Are you guys eating or not? Again, once you get your food, please just go back to your seats. We don't want people taking too much time. Please, let's move the queue along. Oh, yeah. Once you get your food, please back to your seats. Just form a line.
I scrolled through Pornhub, fat and pure thoughts, and acted upon them. So, if the pearly gates won't open up for me, at least I know.
Please do not spend too much time, so we can move the queue quickly along.
Thank God for making a hell. Thank God for making a place full of fire and greedy ass lies. but I'm just like everyone else. Thank God for help. Yeah, I'll admit my mind's a bit dirty. Only go to church if somebody's forced me. Yeah, I confess, I say some bad words, and I haven't yet, but I bet I'll get a divorce. So, is the pearly gates?
Please, you can get drinks from this table.
For me, at least I know there's somewhere else I can go. Thank God for making a hell. Thank God for making a place full of fire.
Please don't spend too long on the queue. We have others.
Thank God for knowing me well. Thank God for making a place I can smoke and tell fucked up jokes. Eternally just be myself. Thank God for help. Thank God for help. If the pearly gates won't open up for me, fuck 'em. Thank God for making a hell. Thank God for making a place full of fire and greedy ass liars, where I'm just like everyone else. Thank God for knowing me well. Thank God for
let's move.
I can smoke and tell fucked up jokes. Eternally
Let's make sure the lights moving.
Thank God for help. I can't be the only one who's lonely tonight. I can't be the only one who's drinking by myself, wishing that I was somewhere else, talking to voices in my head, because at least they're listening. Right here's an easy place to hide. I stay in bed and shut the blinds. Don't even know where I would go, but I know that there's gotta be somebody out there. There's gotta be somebody somewhere who needs company, and it's comforting to know I can't be the only one who's lonely tonight. No, I can't be the only one with nobody to call. The city makes me feel so small. A million people in this town, but I could scream without a sound. So I get high to pass the time, talk to someone I met online, to make myself feel less alone. 'Cause I know that there's gotta be somebody out there. There's gotta be somebody somewhere who needs company, and it's comforting to know I can't be the only one who's lonely tonight. No, I can't be the only.
Guys, we're spending too long on this queue. Let's keep it moving.
Sometimes I just can't control my thoughts.
Tunes extravaganza.
No medications ever made them stop.
Ate, oi, what going for your new slang in all this street you heard of right, you know. Me I get out with it, bud.
Instead of everything I got. 'Cause I'm scared they're all laughing, so I make the joke first. If I beat them to the punchline, then I can't get hurt. Yeah, I swear to God I'm trying, but I don't know how to be a good friend to me. 'Cause sometimes I just feel like then I can't get hurt. Yeah, I swear to God I'm trying, but I don't know how to be a good friend to me. Change. Wonder if I'll ever really change. 'Cause I'm scared they're all laughing, so I make the joke first. If I beat them to the punchline, then I can't get hurt. Yeah, I swear to God I'm trying, but I don't know how to be a good friend to the voice inside my head that's telling me I'm okay. Entertain it for a second, then I'll push it away. Yeah, I swear to God I'm trying, but I don't know how to be a good friend to me. Sometimes I just can't control my thoughts. Can you love, can you love, can you love the version of me? I don't let anybody else see. When I choke, would you try and help me breathe? Can you love, can you love, can you love the version of me that isn't happy all the time? I get out of my head, get out of my mind, can't get out of bed sometimes. And when I look at myself, heads up I might cry. 'Cause I got some trauma, some family drama. Just that I warn you, you'll have a hard time making sense of this. I'm the most low-key masochist, the wrong place if you're looking for heaven. So I got one question. Can you love, can you love, can you love the version of me? I don't let anybody else see. When I choke, would you try and help me breathe? Can you love, can you love, can you love the version of me that's gonna wanna stay the night? I get out of my head, get out of my mind, can't be on my own sometimes. close. I don't even need bait, and I'll probably bite. Cause I got some trauma, some family drama. Just that I warn you. You'll have a hard time making sense of this. I'm the most low-key masochist. The wrong place if you're looking for heaven. So I got one question. Can you love, can you love, can you love the version of me? I don't let anybody else see. When I choke, would you try and help me breathe? Can you love, can you love, can you love the version of me that isn't just gonna wanna stay the night? Maybe it's just something in my brain. Maybe it's the way that I was raised. I wouldn't blame you if you tried to walk away, but I want you to stay. Yeah, I want you to stay. I just got one question. Can you love, can you love, can you love the version of me? I don't let anybody else see. When I choke, would you try and help me breathe? Can you love, can you love, can you love the version of me? Can you love, can you love, can you love the version of me? I don't let anybody else see.
I found a love for me.
If I should stay, I would only be in your way. So I'll go, but I know I'll think of you every step of the way. And will always love you. Will always love you. You, my darling, you. Bittersweet memories, that is all I'm taking with me. So goodbye, please don't cry. We both know I'm not what you need. Life treats you kind, and I hope you have all you dreamed of, and I wish you joy and happiness, but above all this, I wish you love. Darling, I love you. Ooh, I'll always love you.
God is my light, my strength in all my fights. Jehovah, my shield, with his help I know succeed, cause Jaja is my light. Cause Jaja I've been down, but not out. Situations that makes me down. I've even cried, had to tell a lie to make him think everything is alright. My burdens people laugh and they say, are you sure? I just by his side, can even turn back, cause I know there's no love on the other side. So I'll just move on, rolling that boat, backward never, keep rolling that boat, keep on holding on.
Someone followed me on. Oh, I wanted to show you something.
Money too much, I go finish am for kilos. Full up with my in-laws, all the money go dey lost. Another money come, go to vacation for Cyprus. The purpose, Yafada, Cybertruck, Elon Musk, must feel am, purpose. That's that purpose, Yafada, Cybertruck, Elon Musk, must feel am, purpose. That's that purpose. That's a lot of
jẹ́ ká jọ máa ṣe lóní fẹ́rẹ́fẹ́ má pariwo dókítà fún ẹ lábẹ́rẹ́ mo lẹ́sẹ̀ méjì mo ní kan lábẹ́ gba nọ́mbà mi kó wá mẹ́pọ̀n mi lálẹ́ má kọ́kọ́ jẹ́ ṣẹ́kẹ́ tó lè ẹ̀kọ́ bọ̀ bíkọ́sà bí ọmọ bọ́bọ̀ nínú ní tẹ́wọ́ nínú báńpé mi mo ti jẹ́wọ́ àdùn ní nǹkan tó ń ṣe ló ń dùn yìí ṣoṣù àpòdẹ̀lé áńdù àdùn ní nǹkan tó ń ṣe ló ń dùn yìí ṣoṣù àpòdẹ̀lé áńdù tó bá lọ gbé mi débẹ̀ wò á dùn mí má lọ rọ́bà tí ìlú má gùn rí mo ti ń bọ̀ mo ti ń kàn I go tell you when I'm done kí ló ṣe é olóńgbọ̀n ìgbà tó mọ̀ kó dókó kò yẹ kó pé kọ́ ó mọ̀ pé mo máa ń náwọ́yá tí mo ti mú jẹ̀dí pẹ̀lú àwọ̀pá tí mo ti mú já pátá lásìkò ìjọba lágbádá ó wá fi ṣe ìfárígá ó wá ń bí
olúwa ní í ṣe rábàyè ọba tí ń ka wákàtí gbé sórí bí láwàní onírú àmbàlẹ̀ ìfìlẹ̀ máa ṣe tí mo ṣe ń ju lámbàyè kíyèsí bí ìwọ bá lè gbọ́ lámbàyè parí kò sọ dáká lámbà pàgọ́ ní bọ̀dẹ̀ kò ṣe kí ní mọ̀dẹ̀ bá ṣe fún wọn dẹ̀ ló pọ̀ sí ó dẹ̀ ṣe lòdù lọ́kọ̀ wọ́n ní máa bẹ̀rù mi ní bòde díje lánàá máa tẹ̀wọ́ sọ ní bòde orí mo pè ọlọ́run olúmọ̀ọ́sí ẹ fẹ́ jẹ́ kí n máa pa lábàbí o simple abidido jẹ́ kẹ́rẹ́kú fẹ́fẹ́ traffic gòdè effortlessly agídí ògbé ẹni fi lámbà jó balẹ̀ ẹni tẹ́bi balẹ̀ délé máa lè kà àdélé máa bẹ̀rẹ̀ olúwa ní ṣe rábàyè ọba tí ń ka wákàtí gbé sórí bí láwàní onírú àmbàlẹ̀ ìfìlẹ̀ máa ṣe tí mo ṣe ń jù lámbàyè kíyèsí bí ìwọ bá lè kó lámbàyè parí kò sọ dáká.
For life it's this boy. Every day now I believe with a shameful decor.
Guys, let's make it snappy. We have like 10 more minutes. Please, let's make it snappy. Let's just get our food to our seats. We have just like 10 more minutes. I can see majority of the hall already have their food. Please, if you've not gotten lunch, have 10 more minutes.
Give me money, maybe I won't pay. I know they carry kid we don't like shopping. Gucci, Fendi, Versace, Nike, she can be spotty.
Yeah, stop to do, yeah. Oh, yeah. Good boy. Is it a me, take it easy.
If you know be kalala, yeah. If you know be kalala, the fuji. Mama jogo, ijogo, ijogo, what you want, my jojo? Ijogo, any my jogo, and if you know be kalala, get the fuji. Odupa, Olua, Olua, Dupa, Olua, Olua, Dupa, Olua, Olua, Dupa, Olua, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming, joy is coming. Dupa, Olua, Olua, yeah. Joy is coming. Only a little more.
I come from Barbados. If you do now, I got you. I do me the body natural and no landlord. Truck loading Mr. Ego. Boy so fly like Reggie Abloh. I'm on no time, come on, Monaco. Do any out, I see me, Lord. I just from Barbados. Make we do, oh yeah, I got you. La do me the do body natural and no kind. Truck loading Mr. Ego. Boy so fly like Reggie Abloh. I'm on no time, come on, Monaco. Make we do anyhow, Jay, see me, Lord. Oh my God, this killing, I'm a kind beat. But it will lead that kind thing. I'm on a dolly, motion cannabis. I'm on to show make you shower me. Follow me, balance me. You give it back, I look shit from where. Take what you want, just.
Please, participants, in case you've not had lunch, please go get lunch. You have about 5 more minutes to get your lunch and get set back. Please. You can postpone your networking, don't worry. Your friends are not leaving.
I must tell my mommy for ya. For the little things you they do when they make me go low. Say you love me for your color. Cause the way you don't go, you not clear, you don't do me bubble. I won't care. I go run away from love. I won't care. You don't finish me with love. Okay, your body fire go. Oh baby, why not you? I did your massage. Your body na chama na loya go. See why? The fire go. Oh then tell why not you? Two body like Coco Joe. Yeah, you bust my head and I look good Joe.
It's not what you used to. I'ma show you love from the new school. And it's not what you think about. And I'ma show you how that we move around. Oh, they've been trying to get to me. Freedom is my remedy. Oh, they've been trying to get to me, but they never get far. Said she want to be my baby. Said she want to be my lady. Oh, said she want to be my baby. Said she want to be my lady. Oh, be my baby. Said she want to be my lady. Oh.
This kind of love that's me jolo. And I didn't knock you for your door. Oh baby, make you for some more.
Five more minutes.
DJ Landlord.
Turn up.
I'm about my low me, I shall be to shadow la. Uri me, you know, like I'm alive with a full cooler. They won't do my scores, that's 1, 2, 3, 4. Mundo come de wa okay, but my life will figo. Took it till Kalas, I'm about to need a fool lava. Basic get China, I be bad boy to the Montana. Freaky, off talk to my shop, go binty. Only judge me, show them shake it, waiting to me. We feel level, lava, we feel level, I'm all low, we feel level, no man, we feel level, oh my god, we feel level, lava, we feel level, I'm all low, we feel level, no man, we feel level, oh my god.
Modernization, chicken from any pressure, street orientation. Modernization, from any pressure. Sharp proper. Oh my niggas sharp proper. Cover face like Nagbaja. Get feel up but we know they got. Sit up boss them tap. Pass for the shit rababa. Oh my idiot rababa. Feeling good banana. Music don't need permission to enter a street.
And it's all long play. Long but to the war. I'm alone, bro. I want you testimony, I get one testimony. I want you testimony, I get one testimony. Moi du to come here, but on jail come here. Oh shit, yeah, Billy Gizu, my do me. Papa, super daga, you know got my biraga. You know got my biraga, you know got my biraga. Emi o ṣakọmọ o, emi o ṣakọmọ o. Normally now we can wake up, come and deal I never wake up. But she call she
I'm dreaming every time me, I go shine so me, I carry on. Koni me, I said don't give up. If them they like me, they hate me. All I want is Namula, and I'm taking my back and forth. Go straight to Babylon. Oh, I'm joking, but now I'm chilling with my better days. Anything want my baby buy. They shot me with a bad day. 247 on the road. I know God for me, I'm not alone. Yeah. And I'm living my best life. Buga, oh, Buga. Live me like Marida. No room for Buga. Come on, baby, you the man. Buga, oh, Buga. Live me like Marida. Stress me like my yellow. But I don't go judge me, nobody will you. Fighting my demons on me, lolo. Make I no lose God, make I no go.
Study hustle in the trenches, 101. One man mopo, the man no ball. Many man promise, no missed call. Why? Cause man no call. It will be alright, sir.
Volunteers here, please take your positions. We're about to resume. Students, if you're outside, please come inside. Even though you're with your food, just bring your food back to your seat. You guys, see as everybody's eating, I know nobody's paying attention to me. Did I make good on my promise? Is there a father? Is there a father? Was there a mala? But it was found on now. There was a 4 rice. So I make good on my promise. Volunteers, please help me make sure there is not a single outside in any of the lobbies. We are about to resume the next segment.
Please, even though we are currently still eating, we are not done here. The reason why every one of us are here today is the Bank of America Career Day. Please, can you reduce the music? Just take it off. Sound, please take the music off totally. Okay. The main reason why we're here is the Bank of America Career Day. It is very, very important that even though we are eating, our mouths are moving, we are paying rapt attention. Rapt attention. Okay. Even though your mouth is moving, your hands can still clap. Please, let's welcome Kelly.
Check it now. It's on. Great. Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kelly Jo Lee Haven, and I look after philanthropy and social investment, our program at Bank of America in the Europe, Middle East, and Africa region. It's truly an honor for me to be here in Lagos with you today, so thank you for having me. And this afternoon, I am delighted to talk to you and to bring to life more about my role at the bank and the work that we do across our environment and social group at Bank of America. This work includes our philanthropy, our environment and arts programs, and the role that our employees play in being part of the work in a personal and professional capacity, as volunteers, and as champions of CSR and sustainability within the bank. But first, to keep you on your toes, and I know that you're having lunch, so I'm just going to ask for the first question. I'm going to sort of quick fire round here. By show of hands, how many of you know what I mean by CSR? Okay, good start. All right. And I'm going to have a mic go around just for a moment and just ask you, a couple of you, what's a word that comes to mind when you think about responsible growth? We've got one at the back. Just shout it out. Is there a microphone? There you go. You got one there.
What comes to mind in terms of responsible growth is sustainability.
Say it again.
Sustainability.
Sustainability, great. Anyone else? Another word? Go ahead.
Responsibility.
Great. This gentleman up front here.
Proactivity.
Proactivity. And there's one more just at the back there.
Business legacy.
Business legacy, great. What's one word that you associate with a socially responsible company? Can I ask for another show of hands? A socially responsible company, what does that entail? We've got a gentleman here in green in the middle.
A company that is responsible for its workers' well-being.
Brilliant. Lady here with her hand up in the front table. Yeah.
Inclusivity.
Inclusivity, great word, thank you. And just one more here, the lady at the second table.
Diversity.
Diversity, excellent. Exactly. All of these and many, many more things we can talk about. And one final question round is, what's the biggest challenge in your mind facing CSR today? Some ideas? There's one at the back in the middle there. Yeah.
I think the balancing scale of trying to balance, what's it called? Profitability while still also ensuring that impact and ESG goals are met.
Super. Excellent answer. Anyone else want to take a stab? Another thing that is sort of on our minds in the CSR world. We've got somebody else maybe at the back there. Yeah, red.
That would be accountability from the path of the company towards the society.
Yeah, accountability and tracking and tracing, all things we're talking about. And then just one more front row here, the gentleman. Thank you. You got a microphone there. There you go.
Measuring and evaluating impact. The impact you have on the society, you measuring it and you evaluating it.
Absolutely.
So that can be a challenge.
Absolutely. I'll talk more about that, but absolutely. Making sure that we not only are doing something, but making sure that we know what we're doing and we're actually making a positive impact. Thank you very much for your responses, and let you get back to your lunches. So, as we go through the presentation, you're going to hear a lot about, doesn't want to go there. There we go. We're going to hear a lot about the term responsible growth, and you'll hear it more than once today because it lies at the heart of how Bank of America defines success. Brian Moynihan, our chairman and CEO, talks about responsible growth every time he engages with employees without fail. As well as acting responsibly, two central tenets to responsible growth are that we must grow within our risk framework and that we must grow in a sustainable manner. And the way that Brian and our president for International, Bernie Mensah, frame responsible growth is how we think about sustainability across the enterprise. So for us, it's about making sure that we're making the right decisions, as was mentioned, being proactive in some cases, but for the right reasons, that we're doing it with the long-term future of our company and our local communities in mind. And that direction and the thinking really does come from the top of the house. Brian never deviates from the responsible growth message. To grow, we have to do it sustainably, and we must consider a broad spectrum of stakeholders as we do that. It's not binary, it's not one or the other. It's our society, it's our shareholders, it's our clients, and our communities all together. And we don't just talk about it, it's embedded in the governance process across the entire organization. And over the past 10, maybe I'm getting older, 12 years or so, as social responsibility evolved and has evolved into a very focused ESG message and sustainability message, we've seen it become institutionalized across the bank. And that has changed, and we'll talk more about it on a panel later on. But this is partly driven by regulators who are making some of those things that used to be voluntary, now mandatory. But it's also driven by our clients who are asking more of us and their counterparties and their service providers. And importantly, I would add that we really do feel that it's the right thing to do. So we can understand this approach by looking at three things. One, we can look at how we manage risk, including our social and environmental issues. Two, we look at how we help our clients, how we pursue business opportunities. And three, we look at how we make this a great place to work for everyone, as you've heard a little bit about today, and I'll talk more about. Our environmental and social team does a lot of work on the policy and business advisory side, supporting our banking and markets colleagues on sustainability issues. And over the past few years, we've been focused on our own ESG performance, ensuring that our investors and our stakeholders and our employees know that we're acting as a strong company, that we're managed well, and that we are thinking and acting with the interests of society and the environment in mind. And you can see some of that progress highlighted here. And as you'll see, the environment work has had lots of time to mature, and so we're seeing evidence of that here on the slide. For example, in 2021, the bank made a commitment to become net zero before 2050. And we also have a goal to deploy 1.5 trillion, I mentioned it in a roundtable earlier, in sustainable finance capital focused on environment, transition, and inclusive development by 2030. And over time, and more recently, we've seen quite a far-reaching social strategy that's developed to drive long-term community impact. For example, as Steve mentioned earlier, the bank is a leader for the internal minimum rate of pay for US hourly employees. That was just announced last week. And through programs such as Student Leaders in the US and the Impetus Leadership Academy in the UK, we're supporting emerging leaders of all backgrounds to enhance their skills. And we also embed opportunity and inclusion across all areas, a word that was mentioned earlier, and this is included across all areas of the business through our employee-led networks, through our teams, but things such as the Black Professional Group, the Asian Leadership Network, the Lead Network for Women, and many, many more. So our CSR team has a broad remit where we play an advisory role, but the areas that we really own and manage for the bank are the arts and culture sponsorships, our social impact investing through the Charitable Foundation, and our volunteering with charities. So more of that I will be telling you about in a moment, and all of which I think makes Bank of America a great place to work. So my role sits sort of in the middle there, the S of CSR, the social part, and this is where our philanthropy, our philanthropic giving fits in, and how we as a bank prioritize giving back to our communities. Our work across the region focuses on driving economic and social progress, as well as environmental sustainability as we work towards supporting a just transition to a low-carbon, environmentally stable future. Through our philanthropic giving last year, globally, the bank donated close to $290 million across 5,000 organizations, and working with partners to solve some of the biggest social and environmental challenges. We recognize completely that long-term economic growth depends on healthy and equitable societies. You don't have to look very far to see that there are a lot of challenges in the world. And so, with so many of these things impacting millions of people, the bank continues to take this work seriously because we feel that we have a responsibility to give back, and that we as a private funder have a big role to play to build the foundation for this sustainable future. And across our international markets, so those are the markets where we operate outside of the US, anything that's international is outside the US, and we currently support more than 100 not-for-profit partners, and around 50 of those are based in EMEA. So this work includes programs that are focused on income creation, helping people to prepare for the workforce by accessing skills. We're supporting programs that are helping to directly connect people to job opportunities, and programs that are helping people to create jobs through the development of small and social businesses, as well as empowering communities more broadly. So looking across quite a wide spectrum of support with all of that work. And in addition, we focus on global basic needs, on housing, and on health. The bank is also a large contributor. You can see some evidence here around disaster relief. Last year, we provided $5 million towards humanitarian and other crisis responses. But what I think is interesting is that as we've developed this strategy, we're not only focusing on what we're giving, but actually how we're deploying that capital, so how we're using that money. And this is how we're exploring our innovative, what are called innovative financing models, and more opportunities to blend our investments with other private and public partners, so blended finance effectively. The Education Outcomes Fund is one example of this, where we've helped to launch a payment by results education program in Sierra Leone and kickstarted a Skills for Employment Outcome Fund with the government in Tunisia. And we also talk a lot about thought leadership. So this is where we bring groups together and we explore deep topics. And in this case, one example is our thought leadership through partnerships like the one we have with Oxford Smith School of Enterprise and the Environment. And this is focused on critical environmental and research themes, such as, big easy topics like carbon capture and spatial finance and water and food security. So really things that need a lot of thought. They need a lot of research. They need a lot of potential and power, but also enough and more of bringing people together around these things. And that's what the bank's role in that is aiming to do. To give you a sense of the scale, the philanthropy program, The philanthropy program currently reaches 37 markets outside the US where the bank operates. And here in EMEA, we're focused on funding programs across 20 countries, actually 21 next year, including 6 across Africa. So that includes Sierra Leone, Tunisia, Ghana, here in Nigeria, Uganda, and South Africa. And through our work, I think someone mentioned, maybe this gentleman in the front, you mentioned around impact. And that is something that we are deeply invested in and ensure attention to track the impact that we're making through our partnership, so our SROI, or social return on investment. Our funding last year impacted over 290,000 people, and our funding, through that, our partners were able to leverage an additional $7.6 million in additional funding as a direct result of our programs. We like to think, in some cases, of our work as being catalytic, so enabling it to enable others to come in and crowd in. We know that we cannot do this in a silo. And as well, our work to support entrepreneurs across the EMEA region helped to raise $9.3 million in financing, I should say across international, as a direct result of our programs. So as you kind of take in some of these numbers, and I won't go through all of them, but I hope that it's a great testament to the work that's being done. We are aiming to track, and behind this, I'm in Nigeria. They didn't have a presence here, so that was part of the early work. So when you say around, what are we looking for? Quite often it's just new ideas. It's something scalable, something that has impact, something that we could be, in some cases, maybe a first mover in. So this was a great example where we went to the King's Trust, and they have lots of things they do around the world, but where could we stand out? What more could we bring to the program? So having them launch a branch here in Lagos was part of that. And what I didn't mention earlier is off the back of that particular investment, they were then able to create a local site. They were able to work with Field of Skills and Dreams. I will come back to the point on sort of what they look for, but interestingly, that they were then able, over the last kind of 3 years or so, they have now engaged the Lagos state government in the program. So it's kind of setting that groundwork for others to notice and be part of it. And we may not directly be involved in the program, but we know that because we have good relationships, they'll come back and say, thanks to this, we've now been able to get millions into that, and it can be expanded across all of Nigeria. So that was pretty cool. In terms of what they look for, it's pretty open. I think the work that we've been funding so far has been around green skills and digital skills. So they're looking for a broad-based spectrum of different young people to kind of come and be part of it, but ultimately with a kind of goal in mind, and that's where the sort of solar engineer you saw before comes in, and they've been doing a lot more within ecotourism, within, as I say, within the green sectors and recycling as well. Maybe one at the back. Sophie, do we have time for one more? Lady at the back there, yeah.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Ayanfoluwa from Pan Atlantic University. So I wanted to ask, because right now sustainability is a really huge thing, and there's this fear regarding greenwashing. Recently this year, DWS had to pay about, I think, 25 million euros because the German prosecutors found them guilty. So how are you able to audit ESG impact while still ensuring that risk of greenwashing is in there? Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's very much something that we're aware of, and as I say, that's why we have specialists across the bank. Everyone is dealing with the same things, and it's not just what we're reporting on, but what our clients are reporting on. And so I think that the way you mitigate about that is really what's integral to the bank, is responsible growth. And so you need the entire company to buy into that strategy in order to understand what that means. So an investment will not be made until it goes through all of these different channels and making sure that there's sound investment and making sure that the right people have had eyes on it and making sure that the right questions have been asked. And that goes sometimes all the way to the top of the house in order to make that happen. And in order to make sure that what we say we're going to do is done, and making sure that we have that framework in place that's strong, that's robust, and that is measurable, and in order to be able to report back adequately to those that we need to. So I'd say that it goes back to the heart of what we've been talking about today, which is very much around how you embed that. It's not just about me standing up here and telling you these are the great things that we've done to give away money. It's around making sure that it's across the entire company and with all of my colleagues and all of us at the bank. I think on that we need to leave it. If I understand, we're going to wrap. Thank you so much for having me, and thank you for your questions.
Okay, what an amazing session. Right now, we'll be moving to our LOB breakout rooms. That's the workshops. So I want you to look at your tags, check your mails. Each and every one of you have been assigned to your first LOB session. That is line of business breakout room. Now, I want you guys to note this. You have 2 sessions. The first one is the one that carries 1. So check your emails if you're unsure of where you are. So the volunteers in charge, global for right now, we're going to start with global risk. We're going to have global risk, global market, and global corporate investment banking. Aminat. So if you are part of the global risk LOB session, I want you to get up. Global risk. Confirm. Make sure there are no errors. Get up, pick your belongings. I'm waiting for us, global risk. So I want you to walk forward. Let's come out. There should be about 15 in global risk. So your all is about Macaulay, and you're going to be following out to the hall. But first off, I just want to make sure everybody's here. Okay, just follow her. Let me do a mental count. Global risk, please open your emails, confirm. Any other person? Any other person assigned to global risk? Okay, looks like there's none. Let's move on. Okay, one more person. 2 more people. Okay. Okay, next. Global market. Just get up from your seat. Victor will be taking you guys to Ivan Ikoku, where you have your facilitators ready for you. Global market. Global market, come forward. Don't go through the other hall so you don't miss your way. Global market, you must have been assigned to global market. This is not the period of time where you get to change your mind. Victor, please raise up your hand so they know who to follow. That's what I see doing here.
Hello, everyone. Hi. My guess is everyone in here is GCIB. Are you sure? Okay. All right. So welcome to this workshop. My name is Ngozi Uzuku. I am an investment banking associate at Bank of America, and I'm so excited to be here and to conduct this workshop. So we're going to make it a bit interesting. I have a game for us to play before I go into the slides. The slides are quite plain, not my style. So I'm just going to head back there and then you can just turn to me. We're having a bit of a logistics challenge. So if you could just get out your phones, that would be helpful. One second. So if you could just scan the QR code. Okay, has everyone signed up? Nope. So I'll just give it a few more seconds and then I'll start. But if you can, it'd be good for you to sign up so we can kick off. So we have 33, 34, 5. Okay, I'm stopping at 40. Okay. Can you see the questions? Okay. Awesome. I am stopping in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yay. Awesome. Well, thank you for indulging me in that.
Whilst Ngozi is fiddling a little bit with logistics, I thought I'll jump in. And hi everyone, my name is Chuba Ezenwa. I am responsible for investment banking for B of A for Sub-Saharan Africa. And so NG has worked in my team for a couple of years and is now going on to do different things within the investment banking division. I'm sure she'll tell you a little bit more about her story, but I think the idea was to try and get this session very interactive. So we thought we'd start with a game, which if you were in the top 3, please could you stand up so we know who you are. Oh, perfect. I see 2 people standing up. Oh, fantastic. To you in terms of to give you a sense of sort of some of the questions that you should be asking as well. And Angie is going to talk through shortly a presentation to take you through, just to give you a little bit about what the investment banking division does, how it's set up, and a few case studies. But maybe I'll just say also a few words to kind of introduce the concept. I think firstly is when you think about investment banking, or frankly anything finance, you got to think about your role as ultimately, I'm stealing the words of our head of international, which is your role is basically moving money from one place to the other, from where it's available to where it's needed. And this is investment banking division is no different to that. We just serve very subset of clients that a universal bank serves, and ultimately are moving money from one place to the other, whether it's a merger and acquisition between 2 companies, or it's on the capital market side, on the debt or equity side, is ultimately moving money from one place to the other. So that's the first thing I wanted to highlight. I think the second thing I'll just introduce is, when I certainly remember when I was in your shoes many years ago, when you're first introduced to a global bank like ours, you're trying to figure out where does everything fit in, where does the investment banking division fit in, how does that interact with markets, and what is different about what a day-to-day look like in the division. And I think Angie will touch a little bit on that as well. But I think it's fair to say that within investment banking division, it's notorious for being known to be quite a lot of hard work, right? In terms of the hours and the intensity of the work that we do. And I wouldn't stand here to say that's not a lie, but that's pretty much driven by frankly the importance of the work that we do, and also the competitive nature of the industry as well. That's not to say that doesn't apply in other divisions, but it certainly applies here. So look, I think ultimately, to have a successful career in this space, it's all the ingredients that you've heard about today, in terms of your curiosity, in terms of your desire to learn, your work ethic, and I think I'll throw in one last one, which I think has has sort of come with me over the years, is your just resilience and just the intensive nature of this division. I think you've got to have a lot of resilience and willingness to really push yourself through various boundaries. But it's extremely rewarding. It's extremely rewarding to work on transactions that put you effectively at, as we tend to say, on the front page of the Financial Times, and being involved in transactions that can really shape a country, shape an industry, and being at the forefront of having so much information available to you, and also being able to kind of challenge yourself on a daily basis. I think it's very, very rewarding. So I will stop there. I'll be available for questions during the session. Where is NG? Here we go. So NG is going to walk you through the presentation, and I'll be available for questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chuba. So, like I said, my name is Ngozi NG, as everyone calls me in the bank. I'm now an associate. I recently became an associate a few months ago. So that's just to tell you can start as an analyst. I started as an analyst, or I started as an intern. Did my analyst years for 2 years, and now I am an associate. I worked with Chuba for a couple of years, and now I cover private capital and family offices. Just to give you, did anyone enjoy the quiz at all, or you felt right, or you didn't answer it quick enough? Because just prepare yourself. What is investment banking? Can someone just tell me very quickly, like, when was the first time you heard about investment banking? Just one person. I'm not going to ask a lot of questions here. Yeah.
I think it was when I came across the Investment Society, University of Lagos.
And what did you think about it?
At first, I thought it was a type of banking. I just felt like, okay, maybe what were they doing? Maybe they were doing investments, but going further and learning more about it is that it has to do with moving capital from one end to the other end, and advisory, ensuring that people actually have the finance that they need, and the people that are giving them this finance also have benefits from it.
What kind of people?
It depends. Investment banking on a large scale can mean that you are serving institutions, corporations, and governments and helping them through pivotal transitions. And it could also mean you helping people, start up IPOs, initial public offerings. Yeah.
Amazing. This is a bit sensitive. Okay. Oops. Okay. So just a very quick overview of Bank of America as a global financing house. We are one of the world's leading financial firm. As you can imagine, we're a US bank. We have lots of assets. We are present in a lot of countries around the world. We are well known, and we have different subsidiaries in EMEA, Americas, and APAC. We have a global approach, and we also have regional expertise. So we cover. Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you. Can you see me better now? Okay, great. So we're a global bank. We take a global approach, and we try to cover every aspect of banking. We're a one-stop shop, providing different products and services to our clients, and we have both industry, product, and regional expertise. So I'm sure you've heard a lot about Bank of America today, so I wouldn't spend too much time there. What is investment banking? What does an investment bank do? So basically, throughout today, I've heard a lot of responses from everyone talking about what investment banks do. And I've heard capital raising, advisory, M&A. So broadly speaking, it's broken into two major buckets. So M&A advisory and capital raising. When we say M&A advisory, we're saying mergers, acquisitions, of course, but also divestments and spin-offs. So divestments is usually when a company has an area of the business, it has different subsidiaries, and it has an area of the business that it's no longer the strategic focus of the company, and they're like, okay, what do we do with this? And they divest. in simple terms, which means basically take it out of the group and focus, because they want to focus on other aspects of the business. And then capital raising advisory, equity capital markets, debt capital markets. So as a corporation or company, government, when you want to raise money, the capital market is available for you to tap into, either through equity or debt. And with equity, you have IPOs, rights issues, which is basically when you're already a public company, but you want to sell more shares. Private capital raise, and then for debt capital markets, bonds, like we talked about convertible bonds earlier during the sessions. Corporate debt, hybrid securities. So convertible bond will fall under hybrid securities, where it's a mix of both equity and debt. So that's what investment banking is. How do we deliver for our clients? So Bank of America is at the forefront of strategic transactions in sub-Saharan Africa. So as much as we do a lot of transactions around the globe, we have a very strong presence in sub-Saharan Africa. We've done landmark deals. For example, this deal that we did sometime last year, Galp is a major Portuguese oil and gas company, and we basically helped Galp sell a 10% stake of its oil field in Mozambique to ADNOC. ADNOC is an Abu Dhabi oil and gas company, and Bank of America acted as an exclusive financial advisor to Galp. So this is an example of major transactions that the bank does in sub-Saharan Africa. I'm sure a lot of us might be. How are we structured? How is investment banking structured? So I talked a bit about sub-Saharan Africa, but I'll just go through the typical structure of an investment bank and where sub-Saharan Africa, what role sub-Saharan Africa plays in that and where it plugs in. So the first, we have sector teams. So for us to deliver a holistic services to our clients, we are divided into different teams that focus on different things. So when our client, for example, comes to us, let me just use Move for example. Move is a it's mobility, but also tech business. We have experts in that sector that would provide their knowledge and expertise, as much as we're also having private capital market teams coming with their product knowledge. That's why we're divided in those different buckets, so that we can provide holistic services to our clients based on our team members' expertise and knowledge. So sector teams: consumer, retail, natural resources and energy transition, financial institutions, financial sponsors, TMT, as we like to call it, which is technology, media and telecoms, real estate, gaming and leisure, multi-industries, healthcare. And then we also have product teams, so M&A. So we have a team focused specifically on M&A, leveraged finance, ECM and DCM. And then we have the country coverage teams. I will start with sub-Saharan Africa because I'm biased. But sub-Saharan Africa falls within the EMEA, the global EMEA coverage. And then the UK team, we have the UK team, we have the Madrid team, they're based in Madrid, but it covers Spain, France, Italy, Netherlands, sub-Saharan Africa. We all fall into EMEA. There's also the Middle East team. We have a team in Dubai as well. Then we have LATAM and APAC. This is just to show you how we show up for our clients. We want to be there. We have a full team ready to serve our clients. What's a typical team structure? How's the typical team structured at Mozambique? And then across these three different teams, we'll have people from each level of the investment banking hierarchy in that transaction. That's how we show up for our clients. That's how we create project teams, and we work together to deliver a result. I don't know if anyone has any questions up until this point. Okay, awesome. Day in the life of an M&A investment banking analyst. Has anyone actually watched any YouTube on this? Or TikTok? You've watched TikToks about it, right? Day in the life, and the timestamps, and they go home at 5. Huh? You've watched? No, I think are you really curious about investment banking if you haven't gone on YouTube, TikTok to check what a day in the life of an investment banking analyst is like? Okay, all right. I would try to keep it. I think this slide is pretty realistic, and I think Francis, I don't know if you guys know Francis. Francis was an intern this year at the bank, and I'm sure he can very much relate to this. So 9 a.m. you arrive at the office, and then from 9 to 10, you usually check your emails, draft it to do. A lot of MDs like to work really early, so they're awake at like 6 and 7. That's when all the thoughts come to them, and they send out emails. So you wake up when you're in the office at 9, you go through your emails, you look at what you have to do for the day. I really like to have a to-do list. It just keeps me sane. And then from 10, you have client calls. You're joining a lot of client calls. You're joining meetings. So a lot of meetings are internal meetings as well. For example, we have a meeting with a prospective client where we're pitching. And if we're pitching, we need to make a presentation. So the meeting is set for 3 weeks. It's set in 3 weeks' time. And there is no deck yet. There is no presentation yet. So we set up these calls. You have internal calls within the team to align on what kind of materials are going to be presented. So as an analyst in the team, for every meeting, you're taking notes. So the point is not because everyone hates you and they just want you to take notes and do the manual stuff, but the notes are required so that after the call, everyone knows who is doing what have we aligned on, what are we doing, how are we preparing for this pitch or meeting with this client. So you spend a lot of time on calls, speaking with seniors, what they want on the page. Sometimes it may be you've done the page, you sent out a draft, and they're like, let's hop on a call, walk through comments, we need to change this, we need to change this, needs to be more aligned to the messaging that we want to send across to the clients for our meeting. So you spend a lot of time having those meetings. Then you have lunch. So you can either have lunch, we have a very nice canteen with quality lunch in the office, or you can take a walk and have lunch. And early afternoon, internal meetings with deal team. So you have a lot of your work is going to be based on two things. Either you're originating or you're actually on a project. So originating basically means you are going to have a meeting with a client where you're pitching an idea, or you're speaking to your client and you're like, oh, you know what, I think you should actually do this. I think this would be good for you. I think you should acquire this business. Or I think, you're losing money in this area of your business. I don't think you need it anymore. It's not beneficial for your business. This is what you should do. So that's the origination part of it. And then there's when you're actually on a project. So when you're on a project, it means you've actually been mandated. You've pitched successfully. The client has said, okay, you're right, I need to acquire this business and I want you to help me do it. So that's when you have like a deal team where we're now trying to sell the business, or we're trying to acquire a business, or we're trying to raise that debt or equity that we've told the client that we're going to help them do. So early afternoon, say you have meetings coming up and you're also staffed on a couple of live deals. So you're having internal meetings as well with your deal team, and you could also have recurring weekly meetings with your client. So you're on a deal, an actual project or live transaction. Every week there's usually a check-in with your client where they're like, you're keeping them updated on the process. So i.e., look, you've asked us to sell this part of your business. We've spoken to 5 to 10 investors, this is their feedback, this is their reaction, this is what we're going to do next. So it's constant communication with both internal and external stakeholders. And again, during these meetings, you have to take notes. So mid-afternoon, you're researching, doing the actual work. So a huge chunk of your day has gone by, you're on meetings, checking your emails. Now you actually have to do the work. So you actually have to do the research, you have to do the analysis in Excel, you have to prepare the page, the slides, the presentation needed for the meeting or needed for the client. And then early evening, you're working on models, doing your analysis like I mentioned, and then you have dinner around 6:30. And I had someone's reaction, dinner at 6:30. By the way, this is GCIB hall. I think there are other halls, right? Okay. Because I had a mama when I said 6:30. And so you've done the analysis, research, you've done work in the afternoon, early evening, and you sent it out to your associate or senior analyst in the team. And they've said, okay, this is great, this is fantastic, but we need to tweak X, Y, Z to make, again, to show up for our client, to make sure that we're giving the best presentation possible, we're doing the best analysis possible. We have to work hard, and we have to be resilient, we have to show up, we have to do the work. So you are coming back for dinner. So the timing there is ... on purpose. So yeah, do with that information what you will. Sorry, again, logistic issues. I just need to.
Any questions at this point? Bonus points for the first person to ask a question.
Good morning. Good afternoon. I am Feliwa Ogbona. So you mentioned the Canal Plus and multi-choice deal. So I quickly did some research on the deal. And I wanted to ask, because Canal Plus is, trying to get, I believe the deal should be done this year, October, so I guess that's one of the deals you're probably looking forward to, right? But the streaming market is changing completely in Africa. I mean, Netflix, Showmax, even like right now, I think I have like 3 subscriptions to a lot of these streaming platforms. So, and then I also saw that MultiChoice had to do about like a 69% premium, which is quite high. Not to add the fact that because of the laws in South Africa, they also had to promise certain things regarding ensuring that they're promoting SMEs, promoting the culture, and etc., which means that they might also be taking a loss because they might not be fully be able to promote the ideas. So I wanted to ask you a question on what were the ideas regarding the synergy for this deal. Why would they go after a multi-choice when many people think that multi-choice is actually going downhill because a lot of people aren't subscribing to it anymore as they used to due to the online streams, and also why the valuation was quite high. Thank you very much.
Yeah, sure. I'll try and answer some of your questions, just with the caveat that that's one transaction which I wasn't as close to personally, but I think you made some very, very good points, and it's very, very well researched. I'm very envious of you also that you have 3 streaming subscriptions. I wonder how many people in this room also have the same. But look, obviously in a transaction like that for a strategic like Canal Plus, there are a number of considerations that kind of go into making a big bet like that. I think one is just the strategic nature of the asset, right? And with multi-choice, that's obviously a very, very strategic asset that, I think the South African business, separate from the non-South African business, do have, I think, divergent track records, but certainly strategic in the sense of the scale of the platform, the multi-country nature of the asset, the strength of the brand, right, in various countries that they operate. So that's one strategic asset. I think the second thing is really around, as a strategic buying another strategic asset, how do they feel they can extract value from it? And Canal Plus itself is a major player in this space that obviously knows how to manage and operate these businesses in a profitable way. And so they clearly are taking a bet that they can manage the business. I mean, by the way, they were obviously, for many years, I've been a minority shareholder in this asset. So they're taking a bet that under their own control and in a private context, they'll be able to manage it differently. And then you touched on, I think, the pricing, which, frankly, really is a function of, in many cases, what price is required to get a deal done, right? And they would have taken into account the strategic nature of the deal, again, looking in the long term, which is slightly different from how, say, a financial buyer would look at it. A financial buyer would be looking more over the medium term, right? How can you create value and then exit, right? But a strategic is going to be looking 10, 20 years down the line, in a region that obviously has significant potential, notwithstanding the competitive dynamics that you make and some of the pricing issues and the pressures that they faced recently, but you're taking a very long-term view. So that would all have been taken into account in the ultimate pricing decision, and the premium will just be a function of how much ultimately they needed to pay to get a deal done. I hope that addresses some of your questions. Any other questions at this stage? Sorry to steal your thunder.
Thank you so much, Chuba. And thank you for the questions. Very insightful. I think that's one of the things we're talking about all day, being very curious. I think it's a very useful strength. I'll just continue. Okay. I think that's it, no? I had one more. Okay. Ideal skill sets for a successful analyst. Willingness to learn, like I just said, being curious is a huge skill. You don't have to know the answers, but you have to want to know the answers. You have to want to get the answers. Strong communication and client skills. So there is a part where communication becomes extremely crucial. So this is not about being a well-spoken speaker or being a keyboard warrior where you can articulate, which is very important. You need to be able to articulate your thoughts into writing. Written communication is super important. And also understanding that the way you're thinking about it and the way you're reading it in your head might be totally different from how someone else will read that. So you have to have a balance of both, like emotional intelligence. When you're typing your emails, you want to get your point, get people to get to your point, but you also want to be pragmatic about it. But with communication is more, when you're working as an investment banking analyst, you're going to be a lot of times overstaffed with stuff but then if you're not telling people what you're working on, I take that back, you're likely to be overstaffed if you're not communicating properly, because the work we're working really hard and you can be on multiple projects at the same time, but strong communication skills comes up when you can let people know what you're working on, what you're doing, so that you don't drown. It's super important. Client skills. This would come in more when you get more senior, but the way that people can trust you at that point is if you start developing them as an analyst. Again, written communication, extremely important. Spoken communication, also extremely important. Attention to detail. Our clients trust us to make good analysis, useful analysis, thorough and correct analysis. So we can't afford to get anything wrong. Attention to detail is a key skill in investment banking. Balancing multiple projects and priorities. Yes, there's good project management where you outline all what you're doing currently, and what can be done later on, which you need to speak to your associate about. You don't assign priorities to tasks by yourself. You never do that. You always have to ask, okay, I'm working on this. What is important to you right now? That's the way you can balance the multiple projects, because in reality, you can't do everything at the same time. It's not physically possible. You have to prioritize one thing and do the other thing later. Working knowledge of the finance industry. This is super important. I mean, we work in finance. We are the forefront, speaking to our clients about what's happening in the industry, advising them on corporate finance. So it goes without saying that you have an understanding of the finance industry. I was speaking to someone earlier who was asking me about how to build knowledge about finance. A bit of background about myself. I studied law, and I am now working in investment banking. I did not study finance or economics, because that's one of the questions that people ask. Oh, I'm not a finance student, etc. I studied law. I went to Babcock University, so I didn't even have an investment society, a community of people who were finance gurus to lean on, but I utilized resources that were available to me. You have to do the hard work of actually learning stuff. You have to go deep into the internet, resources, read and read and read. Well, I would say one of the good things about studying law is I read a lot. I built up that skill. So I would read a lot. I would literally look for videos that would simplify finance concepts to me, because I knew that I needed to know that before getting into the industry. You don't, also, even when you're studying finance and economics, it's almost kind of sometimes, yeah, some concepts will help you, but there's some things that you also need to like learn. So I'll give you 4 resources. I think you should write this down. Wall Street Oasis, look it up. Be there every week. wallstreetprep.com. I mean, just Google Wall Street Prep and you see the link. I don't know if it's .com or something else. Breaking into Wall Street. Number 3, mergers and inquisitions. Those 4 websites should be your best friend. There's something called 400 investment banking interview questions. Read it until, if someone wakes you up from your sleep and asks you a question there, you can give them the answer. That's just the start, by the way. You can dig deeper, understand why the answer to this is this. You have to be, I can repeat it if you didn't get it. Wall Street Oasis. Oasis is OASIS. Wall Street Prep, PREP. Mergers and inquisitions. So they kind of did a play on words there. So it's IN, not AC. And what was the last one I said? Breaking into Wall Street. They have tons of resources. And they're all free. So you have no excuse to not know the answer to walk me through a DCF. There's no reason why you shouldn't know that, because it's there. You can learn it. You can watch tons of videos on it. And nowadays, there are a lot of providers just coming up every day with different how to get into investment banking, how to connect the 3 financial statements those basic questions, there's no excuse why you shouldn't know it, because the resources are available there. No one's asking you to pay for it. You just need to be curious enough to research and learn. I think I covered that point quite well, so I'm going to move on. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, we'll do the case studies, play the game before we go into Q&A. I hope I'm not behind on time. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so we're going to do a very quick valuation exercise. Like I said, you're going to have a chance after this session to redeem yourself for the quiz. And by the way, don't feel bad if you're not getting the answers correctly. It's totally fine. That's why you're here. That's why you're here to know what you need to learn and actually get insights into the division. So let's value Apple. I know the answer is on the screen, but I'm still going to ask questions anyway. So assuming Apple has an EBITDA of $120 billion, who knows what EBITDA is? Sorry? Okay, nice. I'm in the right crowd. So we've identified the following companies as peers: Samsung, Dell, HP. And why do we do that? Why are we doing this? Why are we identifying peers? Okay, great. And so if these peers have an average enterprise value to EBITDA ratio of 10 times, what is the implied value of Apple? Why are we using enterprise value and not equity value? You've answered too many questions. I'm looking for someone that I haven't heard speak. Okay, that's fine. We'll get to that. Maybe it'll be in one of the questions in the quiz, so let me not let the answer out too early. So how do we get the valuation of Apple? If we know that its EBITDA is 120 to 20 billion, and we know that the average EV to EBITDA ratio of its peers is 10 times, can we then imply that Apple's valuation is 1.2 trillion? Is that a correct assumption? Is that an absolutely correct assumption? Why not? It's based on peers and not, it's not intrinsic. What's intrinsic? Everyone said yes. What's intrinsic? It's not fundamental. We haven't gone through like its actual cash flows, revenues to get to its value. So this is just a peer-based valuation method because we haven't done the work on Apple to see its cash flow, revenues, profits, whatever, to get to evaluation. And why are we saying EV to EBITDA? So does that mean that the implied enterprise value is the multiple times EBITDA? That's correct. So if we have the peers of the multiple for the peers of Apple, we can assume evaluation for Apple, not get an absolute valuation for Apple. Is that clear? Okay. I think the next one is similar. So assuming Uber has a revenue of 10 billion, we've identified the following peers: Grab, Lyft, and they have a multiple of 5 times. We can assume a value for Uber, right? It's the same concept, it's just EV EBITDA and then EV revenue.
Hi, how are you? How many people?
Everybody get up, get up, get up, get up, get up, get up. Quickly, I need people to be alert, okay? So I need you to stretch, 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 stretch. A quick jump, as high as you can. I need you guys to wake up from the other sessions. Wake up, whatever, how dull you are going, wake up, okay? So now I need you guys, we're gonna shout at a join a table, okay? So I want you guys to give the loudest shout you can, okay? In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Oh. I didn't feel the energy there. So now let's go again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now let's hear the ladies. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That's more like it. Thank you. Okay. So, my name, you can all have your seats. My name is King Semweni Yankson. I'm a VP at Bank of America, and I'm going to be hosting this session along with Ijoma Ogbechi. I'll hand over for her to introduce herself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Ijoma Ogbechi. I'm a director at Bank of America in Global Markets Technology. So, we're going to do this in two parts. We'll give like a high-level presentation of what global tech is, what we do in the technology space, the kind of roles we have in global technology, and we will end with a game that focuses on software lifecycle management. So it's going to be very interesting. And I think we're giving out prizes at the end as well, so be engaged. Is this clicker connected? No. Can someone help me go to the next slide, please? Imagine having tech issues in a tech session. Yikes. We're going to have to debug this situation and find out what's going on here. Okay, so whilst we're waiting for that, I'm going to just give you a quick introduction about who I am at the bank and what I do. So as I said, I'm a director at Bank of America. I'm in Global Markets Technology. So a lot of you must have heard of Global Markets when Steve O'Henry was on stage and Kamara and some of the others. So in Global Markets Technology, we essentially provide all the tech applications that the global market business uses. Just in global markets alone, we look after about 1,200 applications. So think about it from a sheer scale. And I'm not talking about the entire bank. Okay, hold on one second. Kingsley? Can you just check the laptop, please? Okay. About 1,200 applications. And I think of the bank as a whole, we're talking about thousands of applications supporting different businesses like global payments, global corporate and investment banking, and it goes on. So I've been with the bank 10 years. I joined in 2015, and I started off in the New York office. Okay. Okay, can you jump to the next slide, please? Yes, no, just the next one. Okay, thanks. Right, so been with the bank 10 years, started off in the New York office, and at the time I started off as a delivery manager, focusing on delivering regulatory programs, financial programs, risk programs at the bank. And I was supporting a multi-line of business. But over time, I moved into a COO role. So as a COO in technology, my primary responsibility is to my CIO, and I'm responsible for ensuring that his entire budget for that year, I'm able to help him manage it efficiently and run his organization efficiently. So let me break it down in a simpler term. Think of a small to medium-sized business. Roughly, you have about, say, maybe 300, 500 people, in some cases about 700. Then think of it from a perspective of the CEO is responsible for setting the vision, and they have a COO running the daily operations of that small to medium-sized business. That is essentially what I do from a global markets portfolio perspective. So in global markets specifically, we have close to, I would say, for my portfolio, I have about 770 people that fall under me that I have to look after from a daily operational perspective and run that organization efficiently. So I've been doing that now for, I'll say, roughly 4 years since I moved to London. And my area of expertise is really around counterparty portfolio management, liquidity, collateral, futures, and a little bit of rates. Just a little bit fun fact about me. I don't know if you guys can read that because it's actually quite small. But I love to travel. That's what I tend to do in my spare time. So if you give me the opportunity to go anywhere in the world, I'll take it. I'm a football fanatic. For those of you who like football here, come talk to me about United and what's going on with Ruben Amorim. I've got details. Yeah, and if you're a Chelsea fan, I'm sorry about what happened over the weekend, but yeah, we move. I do a lot of podcasting and speaking as well, so that's a passion project of mine. I used to run a fashion brand that was focusing on African designers, but I've put that on hold. But I ran it for a few years, and it was actually quite an interesting side gig, so to speak. And I think I'm a creative at heart, although I'm in tech. And I'll talk about this a bit more when we get into the games, because you can tend to see how technology is not just very binary, and it's not just about numbers. There is a creative side to technology as well that people don't really talk about. I know Kingsley is at the back trying to sort out the technical issues, so I'll have him introduce himself when he's done with all of that. So let's move on. Okay, so KJ talked about our ethos, right? And talked about how Brian Moynihan, our chairman, is always about responsible risk, and as a bank, how are we ensuring that we're living up to our values. So when you do join our bank, this is what you're always going to see in a lot of places. What would you like the power to do, right? And we're starting off with this because technology is quite a fascinating and evolving space, and these values you see here play into what we do in technology. So it's very important to see it. You begin to see that from a value perspective, we always want to deliver together. So a lot of our technology projects are large-scale team projects. They're horizontal. They sit across multiple groups. So you're dealing with stakeholders that are MDs to people who are senior VPs, downright to junior analysts. And when we're building out tech solutions, we have to act responsibly. So it's very important that we're continuously taking our clients and stakeholders into consideration when we're building out tech apps. I'm not going to go into everything here in detail, but it's also on our website. So take some time to look at it. I think if you understand this, you begin to understand who we are as a bank and understand that it's not about one individual, it's about the entire collective. And that shows itself in every single department within the organization. Some key stats. Before I go into these numbers, who here can tell me how many technologists work at Bank of America? So I've told you we have 200,000 employees roughly. How many of them do you think are tech employees? You're at the back. If you were at the top talent roundtable, you were excluded from answering this question. Because I recognize the face. And like, we're talking about technologists here. Just take a guess.
40,000.
Okay. All right. Any other number? The guy at the...
80,000.
Okay. All right. Okay. You guys are two ends. I'll take one more. Yeah.
100,000.
100,000. Wow. Okay. You guys are within ballpark. It's in the thousands. We're about 60,000, focusing on technology. So think about the share size. As of 5 years, I think 3 years ago, I have up to 60,000 technologists. They've grown since then through some awards we've won in tech. I'm not going to go into each and every one of them, but Euro Money is a big one. Forbes. Some of these awards are not just tech focused, they're also employee focused as well, because we have a huge focus on making sure the well-being of our employees is forefront in everything that we do. But overall, as a company, we're very holistic in our thinking. We're very holistic in how we view our employees. Our employees are like family, so it's very, very important. Excuse me, I think the presentation has gone out. So it's very important to understand that you're not just applying to join a firm or an institution, you're applying to join a family, an extended nature of your family. Kingsley came through this exact program. He sat where you were, what, 5 years ago?
Quite a bit longer than that, 2016.
2016, okay, so that's 9 years ago. But in that space of time, he's pretty much risen up to where he is today, and he will give you his own background, or he'll tell you what he went through. But it is a fascinating bank to work at. All right, I'm going to go through some of the key global technology challenges that we're looking to address on a daily basis, and after that, Kingsley, we're going to global tech itself and what it entails. So some of these things shouldn't be new to you if you keep abreast of the industry and understand where tech is going. For us, our key challenge is making sure that our customer and business needs are increasingly tech and data driven. The world is digital. Everybody in here has a phone. Everybody's interacting with their family through their phones, interacting with friends through their phones. For those who have bank accounts, you're using your phones to do that. For those who are sending emails, transferring money, a lot of what we do is digitized. So take that from your ecosystem and add a multiplier effect and look at it across institutions, across countries, and you begin to understand the large scale of why everything we're doing has to be tech and data driven. The world of manual is going away. At some point, everything will be automated end to end, and it's very important to understand that. So from a tech perspective, speed and resiliency is very important, and also ensuring that our clients are able to rely on us real time whenever we provide tech solutions. Another one that all of you are aware of is cybersecurity. It's like there are always going to be rogue actors out there that are looking for ways to take advantage, right? So cybersecurity is a huge space for a lot of people now. Did anybody hear about the cyber attack that happened 2 days ago in the UK? Did it make it over here in the news? Okay, you did? Can you tell me what happened? Yes. Yes. Okay. Well, points to you for even knowing it happened. So 2 days ago, a lot of airlines that operate out of Heathrow Airport were not able to offer electronic check-in for any of their clients or customers. So anybody that was traveling that day could not check in through their phones. Had to go to the airport to check in. So think about the knock-on effect. You can't check in through your phone. Everyone's scrambling to the airport. It's now a long line for check-in. What usually takes 30 minutes took almost 3 hours to complete. So there was a backlog, delayed flights, canceled flights. People couldn't travel. So you begin to see the cost to a business when there's a cyber attack. And the cyber attack was a result of a malware, I think, that was introduced into the system that a lot of these airlines use for electronic check-in. Again, you're looking at risk. How are you managing that risk when a third party that you're working with has not been able to protect their own software and you've introduced it into their environment? And it's a big thing because we work with a lot of third-party vendors and we have to risk assess them, because if something happens to them and we depend on them, we get in massive problems. So we have to always ensure at all times that even our third-party technologists are within our risk framework. Okay, I'll just go through the other two real quickly. Operating technology efficiently and effectively across all processes remain critical. I think that speaks for itself, because if you start to build a landscape that is so large, you've got thousands of applications, the first thing that you're going to ask your mind is, how are we running these things efficiently and making sure there's no waste, right? How are we sure that we don't have overlap capabilities in applications? How we ensure that each application is given the most optimal use and we're getting the right returns on them? So we're constantly looking for ways to reduce waste. I'll give you an example of one project I'm currently working on. I was telling my boss how in my org, I think in a single week, I could get maybe 35 different reports giving me data. But I began to realize that these reports were replicating themselves. Team A is sending me a report on something that Team D is also sending me a report on, but in a different format. So if you start to think about it, I'm like, why am I getting the same data from different groups at different times? And it's causing me to question which one is accurate. Your timing, you pull the report on Monday, this person pulls the report on Tuesday, the data is off. So we're working on a project where we're trying to reduce that, just clean up all the reporting, find out what is critical to our needs, what are we trying to tell people, and how are people going to use that information to make an informed decision. Those little changes are known as operational excellence, just making sure we can make decisions quicker based on efficient and effective data. So it's a constant thing that we're operating on. Then lastly, evolving and emerging technologies come with significant opportunities, but not without risk. AI being the biggest one. Who here has played around with AI tools, uses AI in any? Do you want to share your experience?
I use AI for quite a number of things to simplify my task, to let's say generate questions. Let's say maybe I have a few questions about a subject matter, so I could ask it to give me like thought-provoking questions, or maybe I'm learning something, I could ask like what could be the challenges that could come from this thing I'm learning. So basically just to be creative around using AI. Yeah.
Right. That's an important use of it. Does anybody else here use AI? Can you share your experience, please?
Yeah, my experience with AI aside ChatGPT for assignments and other stuff is in a boot camp where they train us on N8N and A table, where we automate taxes like when a user sign up into a system or fill a form, then it automatically send them an email, it automatically inform the team, probably on Slack or any platform that it uses. So it actually reduces all of those repetitive tasks that can be, very uninteresting. Yeah.
Just a quick, just to buttress the point there.
Yeah.
Who else can give us risks that they see associated with what he mentioned and what he mentioned? We've seen advantages, the good sides. Who can give us
the downside?
The guy in the suits there. Yeah. The other one first.
I think a very key problem is displacement of jobs. For example, problems that deal with a lot of data. Companies might lean towards using more AI than employing people related to that field, and some fields become meaningless. So AI is basically presenting us with a lot of job insecurity going forward. So
okay, that's true. That's a general downside. I want you to connect it to what the two gentlemen said.
So, but Kingsley, before we move on that, I just want to address that because it's something that I hear a lot, but I also challenge. And I think it was you. I had the conversation with you and another guy. You guys currently use ChatGPT to some extent, maybe with your assignments or sending a long email or something that you want to sound a certain way. But is ChatGPT replacing the way you think? No, it's enabling, right?
How sure are you?
It's not. It's not. And I'll tell you why. Because at the end of the day, there's a certain level of human bias that comes in a lot of things, and AI is not going to take that away unless, I think we're being a bit more future on that one, but I'll come back. But it's enabling. So I feel AI in jobs, there's some obvious downstream roles that would seem more efficient to use AI. But it's not going to effectively replace that person. It's enabling that person to do something else. So that's where upskilling is very important. Understanding how does AI enable, and I upskill to ensure that AI is giving me the optimal returns. And I want people to move away from this mindset of, oh, AI is the future and I'm not going to get a job. Instead, you upskill and understand how can you enable AI to do what you do better. And that's where I'll leave that dialogue. But back to you.
Yeah. So just one person either one of what they said. I want a lady.
Yes, with regard to what he said.
I want a lady. This lady in blue. Sorry, I've just been hearing men talk throughout.
But there are more men in the room, though.
Okay, so a major problem I think that is associated with what they said is data vulnerability. Like, you know, you punch a lot of data into all this AI software and they amass a lot of data from different places. So it's kind of like making you more vulnerable. Some of your personal details, they have them. Like I use ChatGPT. I use ChatGPT a lot, and sometimes I don't even have to give ChatGPT specific details about me because it already knows a lot about me. So I think a major risk is the data protection vulnerability.
Good job. Yeah, exactly.
Brilliant. That's a fantastic answer. And you can imagine the amount of data companies are running on a daily basis. I show you the other stats with the metrics. So you can imagine the challenges that companies are facing. So regulation of that space is very important. Making sure that we fully understand what the future looks like for AI and how we can manage it to ensure that it serves us the right way. For me personally, one of my biggest fears of AI is bias. Because ultimately, we humans are the ones training AI to do what it's supposed to do. So if your human bias is going to how you're training it, the output of the AI will be biased as well. So that's my biggest challenge. A lot to cover, so I'm going to hand over to Kingsley to go into global tech specifically, talk about the landscape, the roles, what we're looking for when we're hiring. Then after that, we're going into some games.
Thank you. So, as we said, the bank has several organizations that work within the bank. So not just, I don't call it departments, I call it organizations, because we all work as standalone organizations, even down to our teams. Our teams work like organizations. So my team, for example, we run as a surveillance team. So we build technology that runs surveillance on data to prevent the bank from having to pay fines to moderators, right? So our team on an annual basis has to go out to the business and present things to them that we can do for them and how we can make their life easier so that we can get budget, we can get money to be able to function for the rest of the year, right? And that's how every organization works. If you have clients, you need to be able to sell things to your clients. So although we are all within Bank of America, if you don't sell things to the business and they see need in it, your budget goes down. That means that the number of people that you have on your team has to reduce. Then now your bonuses go down. Everything is dependent on how much value you can provide to the business. So all of these organizations can be, some of them are bigger than companies throughout, actual companies and actual institutions that you may see or think as big institutions. So we will start from GIS. GIS are the folks who protect us. So anything having to do with cybersecurity, anything having to do with protection of data, everything around that, GIS is the one that takes care of it. So us being here right now, some of my colleagues got emails, alerts from GIS saying that, hey, we've got a login from Nigeria. We do not know that you're in Nigeria. We believe that your normal location is London, but we've got a login from you from Nigeria. Is this you? Right? We've got situations like they intercept every single thing. If there's cyber attack, they will be the ones responsible for it in dealing with it. We come to global markets technologies where Ijoma and I work. We provide value for the global markets traders and global market organization. Right? So when we talk about global markets, you guys have all know what global markets is here, right? Yes? Yes? No? You don't know what global markets are? Nobody? Anyone know what global markets is? I think Steve mentioned a little bit about global markets, right? In the first person who spoke over here spoke a little bit about global markets, right? So global markets is where they sell stocks, right? So when a company wants to raise money, they'll go through the investment banking folks to do an IPO, and then once the IPO is done, where they sell the stocks is on the global markets, right? So we in technology help enable the people on the global markets side do their work effectively. This comes across surveillance, trading. We have several different lines of businesses and how technology are aligned to them as well, right? We'll go to employee experience. These are the people who make sure that the developers who are working in the companies are having the best experience with technology as they are working. So we'll have people, they are the ones who brought in Copilot for us to be able to use. Everybody knows what Copilot is, right? Yeah, into our VS Code for us to use, and then they evaluate how it's making our work life easier. They are the ones who implement stuff around that. Then we have the core infrastructure technology. I think because of time, I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but these are all the different organizations that we have. You can take it and then you can just research a little bit about them as we go on when you have time after. But what I do want to touch on are the typical functions that you will find within Bank of America. So you have the BA, the business analyst. The business analyst person who goes to the business, right? He goes to the clients and finds out what the clients need, what the business needs, and then he translates that into requirements, what we call a BRD. You translate that to requirements and hand over to the business team, right? So he's the intermediary between the business and the tech teams, right? He sits in the tech team by the intermediary. So he speaks the business lingo and he speaks the tech lingo as well, right? So if you're outgoing, if you like tech, if you like business, this is a good role for you, and you have good communication skills, this is a good role for you. You don't write code on a day-to-day, but you understand exactly what needs to be done, right? So that is the business analyst. Then you have the software developers and architects. These are the folks who actually go about designing and building the software that we use across. So the business analyst gets the information they ask from the business and then brings it to the architects and the software developers, and they actually do it. The product owners are now those who own the product. They basically are the go-to people for any issue, anything about that particular software. You will go to the product owner. That will be the point of contact for that particular product or that particular software. They are responsible for it. They are responsible for it doing well. If it goes bad as well, they are responsible. You have the QA and the testers, right? So whenever we build software, our testers and our quality assurance folks need to make sure that the code that we are pushing out into production isn't making what we have already unstable, right? It's not affecting the stability of our code or of our software, and it's improving what we already have out there. So it's quality assurance. Quality assurance like any other division or any other in any other field that you can think about, from medicine to manufacturing. You have QA. You have your project managers and your program managers. So these are the people who the development cycle going. They keep time, they keep tabs, they make sure that blockers are on block, make sure that people are hitting the milestones, they document every step of the process, right? In banking, within Technology in Bank America, we run agile sprints, right? We'll get to that very soon. And we have the release and change managers. They make sure that changes that we are pushing out, they take care of that change process. Whenever we are pushing out a change, they handle it, okay? And then lastly, we have our production support. If we've done everything, built what the user wants, and then we push it out into production. When I say production, we make it available for the business to use. And then they have an issue, they go to our support teams, and our support teams help them with the issue. If the support team is not able to handle the issue, then they refer it back to the development team. Is there any questions around that? All good? Do we understand all the different typical? So we'll use them very soon. Okay? Are we on the same page? Okay. So, a typical day of a software engineer, I'm a software engineer, right? So a typical day for me would be morning, check my emails. I work in a global team, so I work with people across New York, Chennai, Mumbai, London as well, and I am Dublin, Ireland, right? So it's almost like a 24-hour team. So when I'm going to bed, people are working. When I wake up, people have worked and they are going to bed. So they would also had handed over things that they were doing, right? So I check my email if there's any production issue that somebody else has been working and they've gone. I will take it up and then basically go and investigate and try and solve the issue. If there aren't any of the sort, I will go about through my tasks for the day. I might sometimes have meetings at 2 when New York comes on and it's the end of the day for India. So I'll have my stand-up calls at 2 p.m., New York 8 a.m., Chennai, Mumbai, it's at 8 p.m. for them. So that's when we all come on a call, discuss buckets, discuss all the things that issues that we have, and all the things that we're working on, give us updates, right? So you give a status updates to your entire team. So on a daily basis, everybody knows what everybody's working on, so that we keep going. And that's what we call a sprint. And every day you have what we call a standard, is basically giving updates to every single on your team. Okay? So the description, right? So you can do a business, please.
Business analyst is somebody that don't look on to business. They in charge. They're also into business, and they come up with a proposal or a document that they can work on. Basically, that's what I think.
Yeah. So the business, just to add to that, the business analyst will go to the tech teams. Sorry, will go to the business side. Business side, ask them what they want, what problems are they facing, what solutions do they need. Take all of that and convert those into what we call a requirement document. So requirements are what the tech team will use to build a solution for the business team. Okay? So I'm going to just take you through a little bit about what we look for when we are getting interns, right? Most important thing I will say is, for me personally, would be critical thinking, ability to take a problem, break it down into several different pieces, and give a solution that makes sense, right? And it is more about the steps that you take to analyzing the problem and how you solve it. For example, if I ask you how many light bulbs are there in Nigeria, right? How do you calculate that, right? You should be able to break that down and give me reasons why you are breaking that down and be able to give me an answer. I don't know how many light bulbs there are in Nigeria. I know there's NEPA doesn't really help, but there are light bulbs, and I don't know how many there are, right? But you should be able to break that down and give a guesstimate based off of your reasoning. That is very important. Your ability to demonstrate learning. Your ability to show that you are coachable and you are able to learn new things. How do you do that? How many different things have you done? How many different things have you picked up on your own, apart from school, outside school? All of those things are very important, and you need to be able to demonstrate them on your CV. Your ability to show ownership and leadership, be able to take something from start and take all the way to the finish line. Okay, are we on the same page? Okay, I want you guys to take a picture of this, and also basically all these things are there, but I'm not going through them because they're on the slide for you. I'm saying exactly what I also believe are important that are not on this slide. Your ability to demonstrate your technical ability. That is also very important, right? If you're going for a coding role, a software engineering role, you should be able to show that you have some core understanding or grasp of a basic coding language, preferably OOP, an object-oriented programming language. Okay? Are we on the same page? Okay. So I will skip Q&A and head directly into exercise. Okay? Can we get a number? How many tables do we have here? Can we actually get numbering? So each table from here, you shout 1, 2, 3, then we come to the front, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so you guys first. So everybody knows what group you are, right? So there's a flip chart on your table. I want one person on that table to take the flip chart and label the group number on the page. Okay? Yes. I asked the lady in the back to label the meters. Yes, please bring that. Okay, good. So we are going to run through this very quickly. We don't have much time. We want to use most of the time to enjoy the game. Yeah. So I'm going to run through this quickly. We have, this is what we call an agile game. An agile is a software engineering methodology. Okay? In software engineering, there are several different methodologies. Agile is one of them. And with agile, what you're doing is you want to release often and very frequent, often and quickly. Okay? So very often, instead of waiting to the end of your whatever you are developing to release all of that, you want to start releasing it very often, very frequently. Okay? So you review, you create, you assess the situation, you design, you build, you test, you review. Right? So you're going to go around in a circle. And each sprint, you are going to go about planning, designing, building, testing, and reviewing. I need you to remember those. Plan, design, build, test, review. Okay? So we are going to use those in our methodology, in our game today. Normally, a sprint will be 2 weeks, and you have requirements keep changing it can change every single sprint. Right? But the idea is that you want to allow for requirements to change so that you keep improving as and when you're going. Okay? The plan is to ensure that you have consistent delivery. That was one important thing I wanted to put across. So we have different environments. When we say environments, we can call them stages. Okay? So when you are starting out, you can have your dev environment is where you will work as an engineer. When you are starting out, you have your dev, and then once you've created it, you put it into UAT, which we call user assurance testing, and that's where our users will come in, check it out, and say, okay, this is good or not, or give you feedback, and then you go back and then you work on it. And then there's production. Production is where you put it out and then the public get access to it. Okay? I missed one as well, which is QA. Your QA stage is where your quality assurance folks check whatever you've produced. Okay? All right. So we're going to be running a game called Airplane. Okay? So let me... Yes. So we're going to be building an airplane factory. Each table here now today is an airplane factory. You are Boeing. You know what Boeing is, right? Okay. So we are going to replicate what happens as Boeing as an engineering team. So instead of building code or a software, we are going to build planes. Okay? Cool. So it's going to be a team game. Everybody's a developer, right? We need 2 testers, 2 QAs, or 1 BA. So your team, you can decide to split yourself into testers, QAs, and BAs. Okay? Everybody can be a developer. Okay? And what I'm going to say is your developers are going to basically be the ones building the plane. Okay? Your testers are going to make sure that they test your planes to make sure your plane flies and it doesn't crash. Okay? Your QA folks are the ones who are going to ensure quality assurance that whatever your BAs brought in terms of requirements, whatever the developers have built, match. So your BAs are the ones who are going to go out and speak to the clients who are buying the private jet that you are building. Okay? Are we on the same page? Okay. So your team is tasked to build a paper plane, a private jet for Ijeoma, who is your client. Okay? So in your teams, we are going to have 3 rounds. Each round, you are going to plan, design, build, and test. And what did I say that was synonymous to? When does that happen? Each sprint. Okay? Each sprint, which normally lasts 2 weeks, you would plan, design, build, and test. Okay? So now we're going to do that. And the team who can deliver the most value wins. And what that looks like is approved products, approved plane. Okay? Are we on the same page? Yes, we'll get there. So there'll be instructions, right? So use only one sheet to build a plane at a time. 1 sheet per plane. I don't want people using 2 sheets to build 1 plane. 1 sheet, 1 plane. There'll be 3 sprints, 5 minutes each. Okay? Team with the most correct planes win. A can perform only 1 fold at a time. Please listen. Remember we said all teammates are developers. So 1 person can only do 1 fold. So you fold and you pass it on to the next person. Are you all listening? This is a key information because we'll have people going around and you get disqualified if 1 person is sitting down building all the planes. Okay? So 1 fold at a time. So it goes round. If it comes back to the person who did the first fold, he can do another fold. Okay? That's why you are sitting around a round table. This is called round robin. This is an engineering methodology called round robin. Okay? So we are going to use round robin to build this plane. Guys, are you paying attention? So 1 second, let me finish and then we get into the questions, okay? So the paper plane is, what we say done is the paper plane is built and tested, able to fly, and then accepted by the product owner. Exactly. So, questions? Yes, shout. So that's why you have a sprint. So you design during the stick to the same design. You change your design each round. That's if your design works for you. If your design works for you, fine. Improve it. Okay? But remember the requirements are going to change each round. Yeah, go ahead. Your BAs are the only ones allowed to talk to the product owners, and we'll have only 1 BA per table. Guys, are you listening? Only 1 BA per table. Okay? So this is how you can break it down. Guys, one house. No planning yet. Guys, sit down quiet. We haven't started a game. You shouldn't be planning yet. Okay? So sprint planning, 1 minute. Sprint work, 2 minutes. Sprint review. Prove business value, 1 minute. Sprint retrospective, 1 minute. Discuss your improvements. Okay? So what we'll do is that we will do your sprint planning, your work, and then we'll push the review and the retrospective for now. Okay? So plan, and then do the work, and then once you're done, once the time is up, we come and demonstrate. Okay? All right. So can I get a timer? So because of our numbers, we're going to have only one BA. Okay? We only want one BA. So look amongst yourself and decide who will be your BA on your table. Your testers, your QAs can vary. Your testers and your QA can vary. So we want one BA. Everybody's a developer. Everybody on the table is a developer. But we want one person to assign to be a BA. The rest can be either QA and testers. Okay? So we are going to do round, okay? The first round, the first sprint is a test round, okay? So can someone start a timer for me? Yeah. Guys, are we all on the same page? Have we all got our roles? Table 1, do you have all your roles? Who's your BA? Okay, so now half of the table is QA, half is testers. Okay, are we all good? Table 2, who is your BA? Okay, where are your QAs? QAs, raise your hands. 2 QAs, testers, raise your hands. Okay, great. Table 3, who is your BA? Who is your BA? Where are your QAs? Where are your testers? Okay, the lady in the red hijab, you're not taking part? What role are you? Pardon? Sorry, I can't hear you. Everybody's a developer. So make sure you're on one side. Table 4, your BA, QAs, your testers, developers. Good. Table 5. Guys, we've not started. I've seen somebody build a plane already. I'm going to disqualify you. Guys, table 5, you look confused because you were not paying attention. You were planning and designing and building. Your QAs? Why your QAs? So we have one BA, half the rest of the rest, half of them should be QAs, half should be testers. Everybody's a developer. And your QAs? Who are your QAs? Okay, great. All right, cool. Table 7, 8. BA? Who's your BA? Who is your BA? Who is your Q? Where are your QAs? And your testers? So all the BAs come to Ijeoma now. So all 8 BAs, Ijeoma has something to tell you. Hurry up. Quickly. IJ, you can start telling them. The time has started. Start the time. No, just come. All of you are going to listen. She's going to speak once, twice. She's going to repeat twice. So that's it. What she wants. She's going to repeat once, twice. That's it. team? Yeah. No. So those was we didn't do that one. So it should be. No, I'll tell you. Yeah. So just. Okay. Thank you. So now please restart the time. Set it to 5 minutes. And your time starts now. So now your BA has come to collect the information from our product owner, now has to give it to all of you who are developers. And remember, it's one fold per person. And you can do as many as you want. Okay? Each plane that can fly gives you a point. They didn't have stands. Remember, there's a reason why we ask you to plan, to design before you start building. Okay? As I said, there's a reason that you want to plan as a team, you want to design so that you all know what you're doing. Remember that at the end of the time, you have to have produced at least one plane that works. each plane that goes with them gives them. About 20 minutes. 20? Oh no, we haven't got 20 minutes. You're meant to finish now. Shorten the rounds.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Everybody, planes down now, please. Planes down. Can each table bring forward their respective planes? If you built many, bring them. If you built one, bring it. And have your tester come to the front with a plane. Make sure you pick your best tester. Everybody, planes down. Sprint is done. Table 1, where's your tester? Table 2, table 3, table 4.
Hello? Okay, 5, 4, 3. If you're not here, you are disqualified. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So I have only 4 people here. No, I'm sorry. I had only 4 people here. The rest of you, please go back. Guys, go back if you are not. I need 1 person per table. Are you a tester? Do you have a plane? Please go back. No. They are not here. They're disqualified. IJ, he's now coming. Well, how come you're now coming on? What table are you? Pardon? Sorry, I can't hear you. So you're at table 3. Okay, so. Okay, fly your plane. So, guys, so the acceptance criteria was the acceptance criteria. Product owner, what was your acceptance criteria? Okay. Okay, so go ahead and fly your plane. Okay, do you have only 1 plane? So your plane didn't fly over 1 meter. So 0 points for table 1. Table 2, quickly, we don't have time. Fly all your planes that you have. Fly, keep flying. Hurry up, we don't have time. Next one. Quickly, we don't have time. Okay, so 1 plane for table 2. So 1 point for table 2. Table 3, fly. Okay. Leave the... Okay. 1 point for table 4. Hurry up, yeah. Wait. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 planes. 4. It's still behind the 1 meter. Thank you. Next. 1. What table are you? Table 7, 1 point. Hurry up. Table 8, can somebody come and help him? Hurry up, you don't have time. Hurry up. All right, so everybody sit down. Everyone sit down now. Okay, so that's 8 planes, right? 8. All right. So now I want you to I know you all see you can all now do your reviews. Come for your planes. See what worked for you, what didn't work for you. And then we are going to iterate. We are going to start the next sprint. Please come for your planes. So we are going to start around. Because of time, we are just going to do one more sprint.
Guys, so take the lessons that you have learned from this round. So for those of you that design planes that barely flew, ask yourself, is your basic design accurate? You saw what other people did and how they designed their planes to make it fly. Learn from those. So I'm expecting for the second round that at least all your planes are flying, and I need it above 3 meters, not 2, 3 meters. I'm extending the challenge. BAs, are you all listening? Please pay attention quickly, because we need to run through this second sprint. All BAs, my requirement has changed. And this is a standard thing in any technology environment. Your stakeholder will come and tell you, look, my requirements have changed and here's why. Can you please proceed in this direction? So the direction I'm taking you to now is, I want a plane that can fly over 3 meters. And please label the team number on your plane. So if your team number is not on your plane, you're disqualified. And your plane must be able to fly 3 meters at a minimum. BAs, have you heard? So your testers, feel free to come up here and test if you want. That's an additional cheat code I'm giving you. So you can come test here. But over 3 meters. All right? Yeah, okay. You have 5 minutes, and the clock starts now.
As many planes as they can build. Remember, as many planes as you can build. And remember, 1 fold at a time. Volunteers, please check to make sure that one person is not building an entire plane. Fold per person. Each person can make a maximum of 1 fold. The clicker isn't working anymore. Hi guys. Sorry, there were some phones and computers here. Anybody see? If someone packed them away.
All right, check.
Anyone
more, guys. 3 minutes.
Hi.
Something has changed.
Time. 2 minutes left.
Okay. It's the way they designed it. Yeah. All right, we've got 2 minutes left, right?
1 minute, 30 seconds.
We have 1 minute left.
Forty seconds more. 40 seconds.
If I were you, I'll start sending my testers up.
You've got 30 seconds left.
Fifteen seconds left.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you're a tester and you're not upfront by now, you're disqualified. Okay.
Okay, so now we are going to all ask all the testers to line up. All testers line up. Quickly. Guys, just line up and fly your planes.
Then everybody
Don't
line
matter.
up behind. Tester 2 behind, tester 3. It's a bit too confusing. Let them just quickly. It'll be too confusing here. Because I have so many things. Okay, we're going to spend time counting and looking. Go. Tester 1, go. Quickly. Okay, after his one. Let's. Okay, we're going to change things quickly because of time. All the testers come forward and line
Score.
up in a straight line.
2 points. Is there another one that passed? Just 2.
Just 2, yeah. All
Just
line
2
up.
past 3 meters.
Then all of you start flying.
Wait. IJ, was it 4 meters or 3 meters?
3 meters.
3 meters,
Yes.
okay. So
All
2
of you
points for table 1.
Start flying all your planes. Because you have them labeled, we'll know where they all land. Quickly, please. If you're done, go sit down. If you're done, go sit down. Okay, if you've flown your plane, go sit down. Those who have flown their planes, go sit down. Go sit down.
Okay. So I need your help. I need you guys to go look at the above there for 1. Now let's count 10 all the planes. So wait, pick one person pick for 5, one person pick for 1, one person. How many are we here? 1, 2. I need 5 more people. I need 5 more volunteers. 5 more volunteers. Quickly. So pick for wait. I want everybody to be assigned to one number and then pick above 3. Okay? So what number are you picking? You're picking 1. We've already picked 1. So put 1 down. We've already counted 1. So 2, pick 2, pick 3, pick 4, 5, 6, and then who is picking 7? I need one more person to pick 7 and 8. Pardon? So can you pick 6? Can you pick 6? Four. Okay, so then pick 7. Or 8. There's 8 there. 8 where? There's no 8 above 3 meters. No, that's not above 3 meters. No. Where? Okay, so if they pick them, they pick them.
Are we done picking?
Then they don't qualify. No, if they don't have a label, they don't qualify. So where's that? She said there's no label on it. So sit. Then it's not 6. Yeah. If it doesn't have a label, it's not 6. Okay, so now how many do we have for? Everybody count quickly. How many are those? No, tell me. Tell me, how many do you have? Table 2 has 6. Okay, stand to the side. Table 7 has just 1. Table 5 has 9. Table 8 has 3. So I want you to tally and let me know.
And table 1 has 2.
Yes. So the whole idea of this game is to emulate how sprints work, okay? So we've gone through the process of building, testing, and evaluating, okay? In retrospective is what we do normally at the end of each sprint, right? So I want table 4 to tell me what they did wrong in the first round and what they did right in the second round. Quickly, just one thing. Table 4. What you did wrong in the first round and what you did right in the second round.
Maybe the BA should speak on this.
Quickly. Do you have all the tally score? The lady keeping the score, do you have it? Please come. Don't stand with them. Yeah, tell quickly, go ahead.
Okay. First of all, regarding the time.
No, that's what it's been quite exciting and humbling. But I think I'm getting better at it, and I actually enjoy it. And in the investment banking division, I'm sure you've probably heard about it a lot today. We advise corporates, institutions, governments on their capital raising efforts. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So hi everyone, Yasmin Kofigal Hassan. an associate in the financial institutions group, specifically covering asset managers, private equity firms, market infrastructure. I've been with the bank for 5 years now. I think everybody's saying fun facts. So in terms of fun facts or interesting things that I do is swimming and tennis. I picked up tennis recently, so yeah.
Thank you. My name is Veronica Aino. I am an assistant vice president within Global Market Risk. And basically, we manage the risk of loss due to changes in market conditions or changes in prices, interest rates, or commodities. I joined the bank 3 years ago, so just about 5 years ago, I was sitting on the other side. So it's nice for me to be here now. And it just goes to show that it's possible for you, right? What I love to do, I love to swim, just like Yasmin and Kingsley. The longest distance I've swum is 5K at once. And I also love to play golf.
Thank you. I'm Stephen Roscoe. I'm a VP within Global Operations. My day-to-day job is Global Market Operations Risk and Control. So doing deep dives into processes across operations, identifying the risk, how we stop risk happening, how we protect the client, internal stakeholders, and everything in between. My side job, I suppose, and passion is junior talent. So I look after the global operations interns as part of the summer intern program, guide them through the 10-week program with us, set and kind of manage the group project, and then play more of an informal mentor role if they return the following year on the graduate program. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, I feel like I need to share a fun fact about myself as well. I play football. I love football a lot. I'm a Manchester City fan, and I try to watch. Oh, okay. I can see someone waving. We don't really get so many City fans in Nigeria, so yeah, I'm glad to see that. So yeah, thank you so much, everyone. Really nice profile. So I have a couple of questions for all of our panelists, and then I will open up to Q&A from you guys. So my first question is to NG. My question to you today is, what motivated you to apply to Bank of America, and what do you think made you stand out during the recruitment process?
Okay, thank you. So the first thing is, I've always known that I wanted a global career. That has always been in my head since I don't know, I was in like 200 level. But like I was telling the folks in the GCIB session, I studied law and I wanted to do finance. And at the time, it kind of was, I wasn't seeing anyone who was doing that. Apparently, it's a popular thing outside of Nigeria, but it wasn't very popular. At the time, I was thinking about it. And I knew I wanted a global career. I knew I wanted to do it at a global investment bank and not just any bank. And I came for one of these events and I met amazing people. I met Kamaru, who's also here today. I was on the other side of the hall, and I was inspired by the people that I saw doing amazing things, building their own career. And I thought to myself, okay, this is a place that I want to be, because this is obviously a place that supports people like me who are driven and want to build a career, a good career. And what made me stand out? I would say curiosity. I'm sure you've heard it a lot today, but it's so important, intellectual curiosity, pardon me, because that's what moved me from point A, being a law student, knowing nothing about finance, to getting to a point where I am actually applying, I'm actually getting interviews. I was getting loads of interviews, by the way. I chose Bank of America. Getting interviews, being knowledgeable enough to do the internship, get a full-time return offer, stay in the bank, and move up like from analyst to associate. So you can only get from point A of knowing absolutely nothing to being at a place where you actually know what you're doing by being curious. Nobody is born with finance knowledge or technical abilities. You actually have to do the work. You have to learn. You have to go deeper. You have to want to know. You don't have to know, but you have to have that desire to know. And once you have the desire, it's almost magical how you just start knowing, quite frankly. And I think that's what made me stand out. I also applied myself. I knew I didn't have a finance background, but I was literally I was in Lagos, going to different banks, Coronation, Merchant Bank, handing out my CV. Look, I want to do an internship. I need finance experience. I was reaching out to every single person I knew that knew somebody that knew somebody. I was literally a mosquito to people's ears because I knew what I wanted. And all of those things built up to, like, my CV built up to the point where I was applying, built up to the point where I could talk about my experience and what I had done. And I think when people saw that and say, oh, okay, this girl has absolutely no finance background, but, you know, she actually wants this, it gave me a chance to be in the room with people.
Interesting. Thank you so much, NG. And I think one of the questions, most asked questions that we've gotten today is, you know, what makes you stand out as an applicant? And I think NG did, you know, perfect justice to that. Is really the burning desire. How much do you want this? Because everyone applying, you know, you're good, right? You probably have, you know, the certifications on your CV. You have different work experience on your CV, and then you're like, oh, okay, the person that got in for this role doesn't even have as much experience as I do, but it could just be the fact that the person is able to go beyond, above and beyond, basically. NG, she graduated with a degree in law. She was called to bar, and now she's, you know, thriving as an investment banker at Bank of America. So it's really that desire to want to do more, to know that, okay, this is what I want, and I'm going to go the extra mile to be able to get it. So thank you very much, NG. And off the back of the question that I've just asked NG, I'd like to direct my next question to you, Steven, because as a hiring manager, what do you look out for in applicants when they apply during the recruitment process?
I like to understand the why. So everybody in this room, their how will be exactly the same. How you apply, you'll click the same buttons, you'll fill in the same boxes, and how you do it will be the same. Every person in this room will have a different why. Why do you want to work for a bank? Why did you apply for the division that you applied for? And why Bank of America? That, firstly, I think understand people's motivations says a lot. I like great storytellers, using things like Dami referenced earlier, the STAR technique. How do you link your professional to your personal and clearly articulate the examples? I look for people with a global mindset. We are a global bank. We need that mindset coming in from day one. And people with curiosity, people who keep up to date with financial news, industry news, who's doing it, why, what, everything kind of in between. People who have a genuine passion and interest in the financial services sector always stand out to me.
Amazing. Thanks, Stephen. That's really insightful. So the key word here now is curiosity. I mean, you've heard that from two of our panelists already. So don't just take that as, oh, yeah, be curious. You want to really understand what motivates you. Why is this happening? What is GCIB? I know that people use, I've been saying GCIB a lot, and it might even be the most, you know, basic question, but you being inquisitive, showing that you want to know more. Why is this happening? What does this mean? What is the implication of this? So yes, be curious. My next question is to you, Kingsley. So what do you love the most about living and working in a new city?
So I'll take it in two parts. Working in a new city was always interesting to me because, one, I get to pick the minds of people in different places and learn different cultures, and then basically make new friends in different areas. So to give you context, I lived and went to school in Ghana. I did my internship in London, and then I live and work in Dublin, Ireland now. And in Dublin, I actually don't work with anybody in the Dublin office, but I work with people across New York, Chennai, Mumbai, London, and then Hong Kong, right? So I am on a daily basis speaking to people across the globe and learning different cultures from different people, which make you rich. So I can tell you that they just celebrated a festival where their sisters gave their brothers bracelets made from thread. I can tell you that in Ireland, there's certain things going on. I can tell you in America, there's certain things also going on, but not because I've had news tapped in on all the different places, but because I chat to my colleagues in different locations. And we're not just working, we're actually building relationships. So I actually ask them, how is things going on with them? What exactly is happening in your local area? How is the weather? And that's one question that you find that is asked across, especially where on the other side, where our weather is not as sunny as it is here. There's always talk about the weather. And it's not because we have nothing to talk about, but it's the one thing that is common to everybody, right? So you get to learn different things that make you richer as a person, and it opens your mind to different perspectives that are out there. That's why, pretty much.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Kingsley. My next question is to Yasmin. So what ongoing learning and development opportunities does the bank provide for employees?
Thank you for the question. So one thing I can tell you all is the bank is very, very much interested in the development and the growth of their employees. And how do they show us that? The bank invests heavily in internal learning resources. Honestly, the courses in the internal portal that is literally on par with university courses. If you are curious, if you are hungry enough to test after what knowledge, you will get it because the bank has invested heavily in it. So that is a clear example of the bank interested in your development. If you decide to also go in and look for external resources or external certification, the bank is more than happy to support you. I personally have had 2 certifications done and the bank paid for it. So that should tell you how much the bank is invested in your growth. It's not just common. They want you to constantly grow. I think some of the panelists I've just mentioned is about your hunger, it's about your curiosity. If you are hungry enough, if you are curious enough, the bank will satisfy that test and that hunger for you. So I'll say that Bank of America is all about your growth, is all about your development. So yours is to bring the hunger and the curiosity. Yeah.
Amazing. Thank you very much, Yasmin. And just to echo Yasmin's point, because to give you a bit of background, I joined as an HR grad 2 years ago. So I came on the grad scheme. I had different rotations across different teams within HR. And while I was on that program, I also, there's this thing we call the academy at the bank. So you get access to like different things, how to deliver a good presentation, how to put together, a PowerPoint presentation, how to, understanding different basic formulas in Excel, things like that. It's just how the bank understands that, at different level, regardless of, where you are in your career, whether you're joining as a grad or you're an associate or you are a managing director or a director, you have access to that portal to take up any skill whatsoever that you want to, which is really great to see. So the bank is really invested in its employees' growth and development. My next question is to Veronica, and in what ways has the bank empowered you to bring your authentic self to work?
Thanks, Dami. To answer this question, I'll give you guys a bit of background. After my summer internship, when I got the full-time offer and it was time to move to London, I was a bit anxious. Anxious not because I got a good opportunity, but anxious that I was moving to a new city. my concerns were around, will I fit in? Will I see people who look like me? Will I make friends? Because I was leaving my family back in Nigeria. I don't have any nuclear family member in the UK. And I was just worried, and it was a bit unsettling for me. But when I moved to London, I built a community among my colleagues at work, and I have made friends outside of work as well. And the bank is such a beautiful place. The diversity in the bank helps you integrate properly. You walk around, you see people who look like you, who speak like you. It's very encouraging. You make friends, your colleagues become friends, you make meaningful connections, and just walking into an environment and realizing, oh my God, like there are people who look like me, who speak like me, who have a similar background as me here. I'm able to make friends with these people. It helped me integrate properly, and it helped me bring my authentic self to work. And there's never been a time when I had to dim my light before coming into work. I have a very bubbly personality. I love to dress up. I love to do my makeup. I don't think I've ever shown up in the office without makeup. And in some organizations, it could feel like you're doing too much. But I've never felt like I was doing too much. No one has ever made me feel like, oh my God, why you always dressed up? What's your problem? In fact, it's encouraged. Like, no one has ever made me feel like you need to dim your light to be in this place. Everyone is celebrated. You're allowed to be your authentic self, and nobody ever makes you feel like you are an other. And I think the bank has done a fantastic job with inclusion and with helping you bring your whole self to work.
Amazing. Thank you very much for that, Veronica. Please, a round of applause for the panelists just before we open up for Q&A. Thank you. Amazing. I think I've exhausted all the questions on my list, but I'm very sure you guys have better questions than I do. So I will open up to Q&A. I believe we have mics in the room. So feel free to raise your hand, introduce yourself, and ask your question. And I'm sure our panelists will try their best to answer your questions the best way possible. Thank you. Anyone wants to go first?
Thank you very much for your session, and hello everyone. My question is directed to Ngozi, because your story really excites me. The way you had no background. Oh, I didn't introduce myself, I'm sorry. My name is Okeke Ginika. I study computer engineering at the University of Lagos. So back to my question. You had no background in finance, you were a law student. What pushed you was your desire to know. I wanted to find out how, and you said you got interested, I think you said in 200 level. Now, I wanted to find out how you were able to like balance studying law and then finance, and at the end, able to get like a global role at Bank of America, because I know with the friends I have in law, they have this very thick schedule. They're always very busy reading and studying. So how were you able to manage it doing law and then transforming back into finance? Because even with the schedule I have, trying to manage my own and then planning to apply for different roles in Bank of America, I know how tedious that is, and I know how my schedule is. So how were you able to manage it? If you can help me with that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I was kind of expecting that. Okay, so first off, I was a student. Students have holidays. That's the first thing. You have 2 semesters, and I went to Babcock University. If there's anyone who went to Babcock, who is in Babcock here, so you do 2 semesters, and you're free from April till September. That's a long time to learn in fact, if you wanted to learn rocket science within that period, you might have the time to. So there's that. And then, what's happening? Okay. The holiday is too long. Sorry about that. But well, so I guess it's a Babcock thing, or but that was the holiday I had. I finished my exams in April, and then I'll go back to school in September. So I'll intern during that period, learn new things during that period. I had time to do other things. But back to your question, there was a time in 200 level I had decided I don't want to practice law. I want to do something.
Can we have one room, please?
Thank you.
Thanks.
I want to do something related to finance. So I have thought, and I registered for ATS, the ICANN, the beginner parts of ICANN. And I looked at, they were having classes, so the way Babcock is structured, the law was even so much more frustrating in Babcock because law students were excluded from everybody else. We're literally about 25 minutes away from the main campus. So I couldn't even interact with finance students to even know this is what they're doing. We're in our own separate world. But I wanted to do ATS because I knew I wanted to do something related to like numbers, finance, accounting. And then I had done inquiries, and they were having classes on the main campus 25 minutes away. And I looked at my very packed lecture schedule and how I would be able to fit in those classes going day and evening and etc. And it just, frankly speaking, could not work. So I didn't do it. I never did ATS because of that. But I had these holidays, I had this drive to want to know. So I used the power of YouTube, the internet, Googled everything, every single thing I was reading. Investopedia, even frankly, sometimes would be too complicated for me. I would literally pick up words and say, what exactly is this thing in Investopedia? Like when they say swap, because Investopedia would assume that you know what swaps are. Well, I don't know. Explain. I would go back to Google. What is it's so annoying that ChatGPT wasn't there for me at the time because it would have been very helpful, because that's how simple my questions were. But I wasn't able to do that. And another thing is, during I was a law student, people were doing arbitration courses, a lot of professional courses. Everyone, it felt like you would just follow the crowd. But I knew that was not my calling. So I was focused. Because everybody's doing it doesn't mean I'm going to do it. This is what I want. I don't want this. And I think being clear on what you want will help you streamline what can be done realistically. So I wasn't doing everything as a law student. I was doing what was required for me to pass my exams, get my degree, and get out and do what I want to do. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
So good evening. My name is Meritado, and I'm UNILAC student. I'm UNILAC student studying actuarial science. So my question is directed towards Veronica. So I know you are probably in the global markets risk division. So my question is basically, what are your day-to-day role? Like, what are your day-to-day activities you do in the bank, and also what are your technical skill? Basically, what are the technical skill you should have to be in that division as well?
Okay, so basically, what does a day in my life look like? I come into the office, I check my emails. Because my team is global, right? And we have teammates in the US and in different parts of the world. So most likely there'll have been like a stream of requests coming from the US. And then we also look at the limits that we have set for the for the traders and see the utilization level. So essentially what that means is we've set a limit to how much they can trade a certain product, for example. And we want to see how close they are to that limit that we have set. Sometimes if they are too close to the limits that we've set, we need to have conversations with them, which means that might lead to another meeting, maybe that same day or on a different day. And sometimes the problem for the day could be, oh, there has been a loss on a portfolio and we need to investigate why that has happened on that day. And that also would trigger a conversation with the frontline unit, i.e. the traders. And in my own personal role, this might not apply to other risk managers, but I also coordinate some of the governance routine within my team. And an example of that is a forum that we call the Capital Governance Forum. And what that forum is about is coordinating all the exercises involved and among the different teams that are involved with setting a particular capital level for the bank. So I'm involved in that. I'm the secretary of that forum. It happens sometimes weekly, so I need to prepare for that. My days are very dynamic. Today I could be dealing with a meeting with like my senior stakeholders and just briefing them on what has happened. The other day I could be dealing with the forum that I just mentioned or other forums. And there's also a huge part of my role, which is issues management for global market risk. So that basically means that whenever there is a problem, other risk managers, depending on whose area that problem relates to, they need to come up with a step-by-step solution on how they're going to resolve the problem. And I need to coordinate that, look at what they are doing, make sure that everybody is doing what they are supposed to do, kind of like a project manager for that. It's definitely more than is required, but I do not mind helping coordinate that. Because everybody knows what they are meant to do, but it helps that there's someone looking at everything across the different risk managers. So I say all this to say that my role is like very dynamic, because specifically my team is called the cross risk team within global market risk. And cross risk means that it's horizontal, so we're looking at different things. I'm not aligned to a specific desk, so I'm not an SME in any area such as rates, commodities, or FX. I'm looking across the board, and I think it's a good position to be in for someone who is junior like me, because I get to see like a bit of the different things and explore different areas. And I'm also heavily involved in the regulatory area of what market risk does. We deal with the regulators. They are always asking us for different things, and I support the executive whose responsibility it is to provide response to the regulator. I help him coordinate the responses, and sometimes if I'm able to directly handle the request, I'll handle it and send it over to the executive for review. So yeah, every day is different, but yeah, I think that's the most exciting part of the role. And then to the part of the skills that I need in my role, generally, just like the other panelists have said, you need to be intellectually curious, you need to be organized, you need to have good communication skills, and specifically, if you're aligned to a desk, you would need to have a bit of product knowledge. You would need to have a bit of quantitative skills depending on what team you're aligned to. For my role, I don't really do a lot of quantitative work, but a lot of my teammates do quantitative work. Also, you need to, I've mentioned you need to be organized, you need to have good problem solving skills and critical thinking skills, and you need to be able to express yourself. Executive communication is very important because we're communicating not just with senior stakeholders, but also with regulators.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Hannah. I'm studying human resource management at the University of Lagos, and I'm interested in the financial sector. So I have a question, especially since almost everybody on the panel, you are team leads. What if somebody wakes up after having, let's say, 5 years of experience in, let's take for instance, global operations, and then they decide one day that they have an interest in sales and they want to go into global payment solutions. What are the systems that you put in place to support these career transitions within the bank? Thank you.
Okay, I'll just go first as someone who's recently moved from one team to the other, although still within investment banking. But I can just talk about my experience doing that and how the bank supported me when I made that decision. So you have dedicated human resources representatives for every team, and there are people that you can always talk to about your goals, if you know your career goals are kind of aligning towards something else, or you want to try something out. I think the bank has created such a safe space and has put a system in place that you can be vocal about what you want. And I am testament to the fact that when you're vocal to it, sorry? Okay. When you're vocal about your interest, or that you raise your hands up to want to do something else, they will listen to you. You will be listened to, and there will be things put in place for you to actually get to your destination. So there is support across the board. Your manager supports you, HR supports you, the bank supports you to get to where you want to get to. I'll let someone else answer.
Yeah, I could also speak to that because, like NG, I also have tried 2 different roles now. I'm in my second role. I was initially in global financial crimes. I spent 2 years there and then moved to global market risk, and it was by design. If you are a risk grad, and I think it also applies to different areas of the bank, e.g. HR, I think Dami referenced it earlier, you get to do a rotation, which means you would try different teams, sometimes 6 months rotation, but I think the most common is a 1-year rotation in different teams. That gives you an opportunity to have a sense of what the different teams are about, even though you're still within the same division. And then at the end of the 2 years, you can now decide if you want to remain in one of the 2 teams that you've done a rotation in, or you would want to explore something different. And you could remain within, so in my case, you could remain within global risk management, or even decide to explore a career outside of that. The bank is very open when it comes to roles and opportunities outside of your department. So recently, my team advertises all the open roles available within my team, and recently the bank has now started advertising all the open roles available in your location so that you can see what else is out there for you. That can spark an interest in you to speak to the manager of the other team that you might be interested in. So I think that transparency is there. And in addition to what NG said, you could also have this conversation with your manager. At some point, your career will ultimately be in your hands. You're not just going to be a victim of maybe the system, but you can design how you want your career to go. So you can decide that you want to spend 2 years in an area and explore another opportunity. Your manager is not going to say, oh no, you must work for me forever. It doesn't work that way. You can speak to your manager and they would help you achieve your next career goal. And also you can network your way into other teams. I have colleagues who have tried like 4 different opportunities within the bank, and the bank is so big that you can spend 20 years within the bank doing different things entirely. And in addition to moving roles, you can also move locations. So today we are working in London. I think, okay, apart from Kingsley, who is in Dublin, most of us are in London office. But if we want to move to New York, the bank will support us. If we want to move to another city, Paris, they are going to support us. And nobody's going to say, oh no, you can't change location. You can change your location. So there are systems in place, and HR is there to support you.
And just to add to that, I was originally based in the Chester office, and I recently moved to the London office 4 months ago to start my role as a campus recruiter. So just to echo what Veronica has just said in terms of geographical mobility, so the bank is very big and supportive of that as well.
Okay, I have some questions from the viewers online. Sandra Unwafo has this question for Stephen, for Mr. Stephen. She says, how does operations partner with other divisions like risk to create value for clients? And what about operations do people outside the division often underestimate? She also asks that, what are the opportunities for someone early in their career to make a real impact in global operations? One more question, sorry. Chidera Okeke asks, for someone with a software development background, what typical entry points are available at Bank of America in Nigeria or remotely?
Thank you. I'll take the first half of that question and then may pass to software engineering because that is not my skill set. Within operations, the beauty of operations, and we used this analogy within our presentation earlier, operations is the engine room of a ship. You can't function without it. You almost, when it's smooth sailing, you don't know it's there, and you don't appreciate it's there until something goes wrong. So coming into operations, we have quite a high intake of interns, and the products that we offer and the products that we process within operations, you can get such a foundational knowledge in depth of how that product works, which clients are using it, and then working with all your support partners across the bank, whether it's front office, whether it's technology, audit, compliance, global information security. We have to speak to and have great relationships with every area across the bank for us to function. So the foundational knowledge is one thing, the networking and the opportunities for learning across those other areas is also great. And to go back to the internal mobility question earlier, you will often find people will spend their whole careers in global operations, move in every 2, 3, 4, 5 years, and one day is never the same. It is so reactive, it is so dynamic. The products change all the time, the systems change all the time, the processes, the automation. It is a great, like I say, a foundational product knowledge area. And then we do get people who leave operations and move to a front office, a technology, everything, and we 100% support those decisions. So yeah, I will pass over the software engineering question to Kingsley.
I think that question, the best answer is what we're doing here, right? So the internship is the best opportunity for entry into tech or any other role in the bank. The internship is the preferred route for recruitment for junior talent. So take advantage of this opportunity. We've invested so much money, the bank has invested so much money in bringing all of us here to come and speak to you. That shows how much investment has gone into that route of recruitment. So there's no other route that has something like this. We don't go talking to any other groups of people that we want to hire except for entry level at recruitment time during campus recruitment. So it tells you how important it is. And to add to what Stephen was saying, if operations is the engine room, tech is the engine. So just to add to that.
I think a part of his question was whether there's a remote opportunity. Yes.
Yeah.
You want? So you have to be based in the location that you are being hired for. So unfortunately, you can't be in Nigeria and be working for Bank of America, London or something. You'd actually would have to physically move. And I think that comes with a lot of opportunities as well, right? You relocate to a different location. I think Kingsley just alluded to the benefits he's experienced moving to Dublin. So yes, I think you should consider moving locations if you want to work with Bank of America.
Amazing, thanks all. Can we take one more question, one last question? Um,
Thank you very much. My name is Abbas Bolatife from Lagos State University. My question goes like this: has there ever been any like mass layoff in any department in the Bank of America? And it's just a curious question. Have there ever been a mass layoff, and why? If yes, why? And again, when it comes to an individual working in the bank, if you are going through a mental health breakdown, how does the bank help? Like, do they create an avenue for you to take time off? Or I don't know how to put the question, but I think you understand.
So I think those are two good questions. But just to give you, I'm not going to say anything direct, but I'm going to give you context. Okay? So back in 2 years ago, there was a big tech layoff. So you can think of the Googles, the Microsofts, all the big tech companies you can think about. And where I am, I'm surrounded by people around big tech. So all my friends are Google, Microsoft, blah, blah, blah. And I never for one day thought my job was at risk, right? I never for one day worried about going into the office and tapping my key card and it's not working. Whereas my other friends had that type of worry in their hearts, right? So although they might not, some of them actually expressed that, hey, I'm not able to work, and they expressed that work wasn't going on because you go to office, you'll be working with someone, you type their name in the email, and the person is gone, and you are stalled. But I never had a thought around that, and I believe my colleagues will all say that Bank of America actually takes care of you. Recently, our wonderful executive protection folks made me understand that if you're anywhere in the world and you have an issue, if you call, we have a line that we call in case of emergency. They will help you, whether you're on a bank trip or you're a personal trip. So if you're in Nigeria and somebody puts a gun to your head, you can call. We have the ability to get out of that situation. And if Nigeria police fails us, our bank will be there to save us. And that's how much they care about us as individuals, right? And to come to your mental health situation, there's so many opportunities, there are so many resources available for us from health perspective all the way down to our insurance. We don't pay anything for health insurance. So all of those things come together, and the bank actually has dedicated therapists for us to be able to speak to when feel like we are in those spaces. There are some offices that have spaces for people to relax. There are some places and there are some networks that are dedicated towards making sure that people with disability feel welcome in the office. There are efforts to ensure that every employee comes to the office as they are and feels accepted. So I, for example, tell you, I've had a medical situation where I've had to be outside of work for a while. And during that time, I never worried about the bank giving me any problem or my team being hard on it. My team was very supportive, basically gave me the time I needed to recover, gave me the opportunity to work from home when I needed it, gave me all the support I needed to recover and bounce back. I had a colleague in India who was working at home and fell into, he had an accident, was bedridden for 17 weeks. His spot was still there when he came back, and everybody was happy to have him when he came back to work, right? So that should tell you how much the bank cares about us. It's mind-boggling, and it's so much more than we can understand, and that's just something off the tip of the iceberg for you to see.
Thank you. I think that we've come to the end of the panel session. I believe we have another panel session after this. But a very big thank you to all of our panelists, and thank you as well for your engagement. To those that are streaming as well, thank you very much. And please join me in giving our panelists a round of applause. Thank you very much.
Ready? Yeah. Hi, everybody. Long day, huh? Thank you, panel, for being here. Welcome to the senior panel. We have the opportunity tonight to, speak with some of the leaders in our business. Feel free to ask questions when the time comes, but we're here to hear from them, their journey into the bank, what they're doing, how they look at things from a strategic perspective. So enjoy. To kickstart, I'm going to introduce myself, and I will let them introduce themselves as well. So my name is Christelle Awusi. I'm from Togo. I went to university in Ghana, Ashesi University. I studied business administration, and I sat in your seat 11 years ago. I joined the bank 10 years ago. I work for those who were in my session, I work in global market, specifically in fixed income. And I'm a salesperson in electronic trading. I will give it to the panel now. Steve, Chuba, Kelly Joe, Dan, and Ijeoma, if you could, take 1 to 2 minutes to just introduce yourselves, your journey into the bank, into the industry as well. We just want to know more about you.
I'll kickstart. I think I introduced myself before, so I'll keep it brief. So again, I'm Steve Ohene. I studied engineering and did my internship many years ago. I started my career in funding, which we actually fund for the bank itself, and then transitioned into prime brokerage, where we look after hedge fund clients with the platform, and then from there transitioned into strategy, where I look after the business itself and how we make money and compete against our competitors. So I'll keep it brief. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Hi, everyone. My name is Chuba Ezanwa. I've been with Bank of America for about 3 years now. I've been in the industry for close to 18 years, and I studied engineering like Steve. I'm Nigerian. I spent my secondary school here and my higher education in the UK. My responsibilities at B of A is for our investment banking efforts across sub-Saharan Africa, obviously focusing on all of our efforts on the mergers and acquisition advisory, as well as capital markets advisory part of the business, where we move money for primarily our corporate clients and use that where money is to move money to where there is a need for money, in simple terms. Obviously happy to talk in more detail around that, but yeah, no, it's nice to talk to you today.
Thank you, Chuba. I introduced myself and my role earlier, so I'll just give you a bit of background about me. So I'm Kelly Jo Lehaven, and I grew up in Canada, in the west coast of Canada. I went and studied in Toronto, and I was there and took a communications major, history minor, and I worked in television production for a number of years before moving to London. And when I arrived in London, I had all the intentions of working in media, and I arrived at a time where that was very challenging, so I ended up finding my way into a bank, which was a little bit of a surprise, to be honest with you. But I managed to, I took a role within what is effectively the philanthropic giving arm of a different institution, and worked my way up. And as I said to some of you earlier, a lot of that came down to me just knowing when I landed there that I was in a place I didn't even know existed, to be honest. So I didn't know anything about it, but I knew when I arrived there what a great opportunity I had come to and what it meant to me to be there. And so I just took it and I grasped it and I just learned. And it took me a long time to feel comfortable because I had to learn a lot. And then 9 years ago came to Bank of America. And I've been here and looking after our philanthropic giving ever since. So that's me.
Hello, everybody. Daniel Stanton from San Francisco. I've been at the bank now 22 years. And I'm one of those individuals that would say that my career found me. I didn't find it. Because when I started at the bank, I didn't go to a four-year university or anything like that. I actually started at the bank in customer service for our retail bank. And I did that for the first couple of years, and then made my way to servicing. I did a stint of time in global operations, so I do have operations experience as a project manager, so I did project management for a time. And then I made my way into the business, so I did a bit of technology management for one of our treasury products, and then I found myself where I am today. So today I am the global head of our cross-border payments product suite for the bank, which is essentially helping our clients move money cross borders. And the client segments that I'm responsible for is really anything that's not a two-legged individual, right? So it's across the gamut from small and medium-sized businesses, large corporates, financial institutions, and then non-bank financial institutions as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Ijeoma Ogbeche, Nigerian as well, similar to Chuba. I actually went to secondary school in Nigeria, Federal Owerri, and I did my higher education in the UK. I have over 18 to 20 years experience in the financial services industry. Joined Bank of America 10 years ago in New York, and I got transferred to the UK office about 4 years ago. So I've got to experience both sides. I'm currently a Director CEO in Global Markets Technology. I'm sure some of you are wondering what that means. So I am not a true technologist in nature. That is, I don't have a software engineering background or computer science background. My background is business economics with an MBA from London Business School. As a COO in Global Markets Tech, I'm essentially responsible for running the operational effectiveness of my portfolio. So what does that mean? I liken what I do to like a COO of a medium-sized company. I support a CIO who is responsible for about 770 people. And the budget that's associated with that runs in the multi-millions, and we look after about, I would say, close to 120 applications for my portfolio. So my role on a day-to-day basis is to ensure that from an operational effectiveness standpoint, we're able to deliver against every single budget we've been given to help support the business that we're looking after. So making sure that the tech programs that we're working on delivers on time, making sure any regulatory mandates that we need to comply with are done so timely, making sure that we're managing all the resources globally. So our resources sit across North America, APAC, EMEA, ensuring that we're delivering on budget as well. And as an org, we're operating effectively. So I tend to be like the right-hand person to my CIO. So I see him as a big picture thinking guy, and I'm his operational, strategic, driven person. And I'm really pleased to be here, so thank you for the time.
Thank you. So we'll start with Steve. Steve, you've been involved in our recruitment efforts in Africa for a long time. Can you tell us why this is important for the bank?
I think it's important on many, many levels. Look, Africa to me is the last frontier, if you want to call it that. If you go back and look at what happened in the Asia Pacific region, and you look at what's happened in the Middle East at the moment, something similar will happen in Africa, right? So, Middle East right now, people are shifting companies, financial companies over there, putting people over there. The money's growing over there, investment is growing over there, and therefore, financial services are present. It's very similar to the story here. It just hasn't matured to that level just yet, right? If you look at the population, it's growing. If you look at the education standard, that's superb and still growing. You look at access to technology, that's still growing. So everything is set up for Africa to be great, and that hopefully that will come to pass. And we want the best talent. It's really as simple as that. We go around the world, literally around the world, to try and find the best talent. So why would we not come to a region with so much diversity, so much tenacity, so much interest, such high capabilities in education? Why would we not be here to seek the best talent? And so that's why we've been doing this for the last 12 years with the most senior management support, to make sure we come to the region physically and make sure we reach out to people like yourselves to find the right talent. And you can see by the numbers that have come in, I think we mentioned 500 odd interns versus about 200 hires into the grad program. That's significant. And you have to think about what that introduces into the ecosystem we have, especially within EMEA, recruits go into, right? Even from diversity in thinking alone, it's a different thought process that you're bringing to the bank that we didn't have before, which is great. And given the time that's passed already, we're now having critical mass of Africans, taking more and more senior positions. So we have people in the room when decisions are being made, which impacts all of us. So I think it's business imperative for us to be looking at the region, and it's a competitive edge for us to be, on the ground talking to you now, because some of you are going to be business leaders, industry leaders at some point, and hopefully you're going to have a positive relationship with Bank of America even before you get there, which will help someone like Chuba, who's trying to, develop business out here, to make sure, we are the bank of choice when that time comes. So it's a business imperative.
Right. So it makes sense. It makes sense to come here for talent. It makes sense to do business here. So as you mentioned, Chuba does business here. And Chuba, as the head of GCIB for Sub-Saharan Africa, can you share your thoughts on the kind of business you do, what the bank does with African clients, the communities, just enlighten us a little bit on that.
Yeah, sure, Christelle. Thanks for that question. And look, clearly, this event is one of the things that we do for our communities, and I think it really makes us very proud that we have developed a long-term, taken a very strategic view, a long-term view, and have actually committed and delivered consistently through good and bad times. And I think that's also reflective of what we do beyond our communities, but also with clients in the region, which we've been doing for a very long time as well. But it's not always very obvious in the press. I think the extent to which what we do in the region. So we've been doing business in the region for over 50 years at least. Certainly in South Africa, where we have physical footprint that covers both our corporate investment banking as well as our markets division. We've been there since the 60s, as an example, and we're very much trusted by all types of clients: sovereign clients, supranational clients, corporate clients and financial institutions right across the continent. So to give you a few examples of some of the things that we've done in recent years on the sovereign side. Last year, and frankly in the prior years, we've been a very strong partner of the Republic of Ghana on a number of capital markets transactions, including last year, we supported them on the Eurobond restructuring that was obviously critical in giving it a renewed foundation to grow as an economy, and we're seeing that the economy is now absolutely thriving on the back of that. We've done similar transactions with Nigeria. A few years ago, we led a very innovative financing for Nigeria in a $500 million diaspora bond, which we're very proud of because it sort of again, it showcases one of our strengths, which is really coming up with innovative forms of financing for clients. And then on the corporate side, we're very active across mergers and acquisitions and other forms of equity and debt capital markets transactions. We led the IPO of Airtel Africa, which is obviously a name that I think you'll be all familiar with, given Nigeria is a very, very big part of its own business, and that was also a listing that was both on the London Stock Exchange as well as the Nigeria Stock Exchange as well. Look, we're very proud of the business that we've built. We see certainly a huge growth potential to do a lot more, and that's what makes me very, very excited about what's to come.
Oh, impressive list of. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Impressive list of achievements, business that we've done on the ground and things to look forward to as well. Clearly, all of you on the panel have had and are still having, building, strengthening, your careers and leading big teams across the world in your various areas. Dan, for example, is the head of our global head of cross-border payment systems. Obviously, if we zoom into your career a little bit, Dan, I'm sure there have been key decisions that you've made along the way that have helped you to get to where you are today. So can you please share some of those, and more importantly, share with the room some of the things that they can do at their level today to be able to get to where you are?
Sure. I think I can point back to a particular scenario where I was still trying to find myself, right? So still relatively young. I was in my early 20s, and I had just gotten into a role that really opened my eyes a little bit. So so within the U.S., we have our consumer bank. So, again, I didn't go off to a 4-year university, so I wasn't aware of all the different products and services that a bank can offer, right? Especially the products and services that a bank can offer to other companies. So when I started my role in servicing, I started to gain access to a lot of these different services on the capital market side, on the payment side, on the treasury side, and it really opened my eyes to the potential that was out there, that this job that I had at the time could actually be more than a job. It could actually turn into a career. So I started to really just double down on my studies. I started to put myself, through school, but I also really keened in on being intellectually curious. So what that led me to is essentially it led me to an individual who was in product management. And the way this individual walked, the way he interacted with people, his intelligence was always something that was very intriguing to me. Because he treated everyone as if they were equal. He always spent time to help educate and provide perspective. So I asked him one day, well, dude, I was like, what is your job? Like, what is it that you do? Because every time you walk in the room, everyone is listening to everything that you're saying. You always have the right answer. you're just this wealth of knowledge. Like, what is it that you do? And he said, well, I'm in product management. So I said, well, okay, can you teach me product management? Like, how do I get a piece of that? So he took me under his wing, and he essentially started to mentor me. And at that time, I didn't know what mentorship was. But essentially, he was taking time into me. He was investing in what my potential could potentially be. So then when the opportunity presented itself for me to become a product manager, I jumped at that opportunity because of this individual who had invested in me and who had actually it sold into me, his time and his ultimately his perspective. So that was one thing that really changed my life, and ultimately my trajectory was meeting him. And then it was the role that I took on now, where I'm now the global head, as I mentioned, of cross-border payments. And one thing that you guys may have heard in the conversations that we've been having here is that Bank of America is in 37 countries around the globe. And I think I've probably visited about 28 of those countries so far in the role that I have. And really taking on this challenge was something that was new to me. I didn't know anything about product management. I didn't know anything about foreign exchange. I really didn't know anything about much of anything when it comes to finance. But what I did bring to the table was a tenacity in terms of educating myself, asking questions, and building relationships and networking. And those are a couple of the most important things that you guys can take away from the sessions that we're having right now, is you're surrounded by individuals that have different backgrounds, different perspectives, diversity of thought, upbringing, as well as schooling. Same thing with the panel here. Use this as an opportunity to network and build relationships, because I can tell you I've had 7 roles at the bank over my 22 years. I've only applied for one of them once I started. I applied for one of them. So the other roles that I've had, I got tapped on the shoulder and they said, hey Daniel, have you thought about this? Hey Daniel, would you apply for this? Hey Daniel, I want you to do this. And that was because of the brand that I built, the reputation that I built for myself in terms of being the first one in the office and the last one to leave, in terms of being the person that's always striving for more, the person that doesn't run away from a challenge but runs towards a challenge. So take this opportunity to do just that, right? You guys are already winning because you're in the room, and you're not in this room by accident, right? All of you guys have something to bring to the table, right? So make sure you use that, make sure you network, make sure you build relationships, and don't burn bridges, by the way, right? Try your best not to burn bridges, because the bridge that you burn might be the individual that ends up being your manager, right? So be careful.
Thank you, Dan. Yeah, very important lesson, do not burn bridges. Right, yeah. Starting right here in, in this very room. Thank you, Dan, for that. Kelijo, you know, I'm sure today a lot has been said about like responsible growth, like, you know, so by now I'm sure the audience knows that that is like, you know, our very DNA. So things like CSR and ESG are part of us. And you have been involved in that space for many years. Can you tell us a little bit about like, you know, how you've seen that space evolve and what you think is the main, like, you know, or some of the main differentiating factors or like that set us apart, things that we do that others don't do?
Yeah. Thanks, Crystal. So as I mentioned, I've been doing this for a while, and I think when I first started back at my previous place, we were sort of doing this work, the industry was doing this work, and it was a nice to have sort of nice little charity projects in the corner type of positioning. It really wasn't strategic in the same way, and I think that's the main thing that's really changed over the last decade, a little bit more than a decade, in terms of it becoming integral, and I mentioned a lot of that earlier. I think not only has it become integral, but where Bank of America really stands out is, and it was mentioned, Shuba, earlier, around this point around innovation. And if you work in philanthropy and you work in grant making, sometimes they can be at odds, this idea of innovation. A lot of people just want to give money away and say, oh, that's great, and maybe put their name on a building, or, they have a nice bit of, they have a nice project to talk about. But they don't always talk about innovation. And where I think Bank of America now, and we've been doing this for a little while, and I feel that even still, it's the innovation that stands out. And by that I mean thinking about how do we mobilize capital in a different way? How do we look at different instruments, and including our philanthropy money? So including money that we would typically be giving away, but how can we utilize it differently so that we mobilize others to come around the table with us? One of those is something that we have here across the continent. I mentioned it, Education Outcome Fund. And so this is a fund that has mobilized millions upon millions of dollars in government contracts, but it started with a simple idea of this organization coming to us and saying, hey, will you invest in something to get this off the ground? And so by doing that, and by supporting some of the feasibility work and helping towards kind of building up these mechanisms, it has now really taken off, and we're starting to see the fruits of that work. Another point I think we stand out in is what I would define as sort of cross-business alignment. And again, the business has always been talking to one another, but the philanthropy team, where it used to sit in this nice little corner, wasn't necessarily involved. And now we're part of discussions that one might think, oh, okay, well, this could be a philanthropic investment, or actually maybe it's a business investment. Maybe we should all get around a table and we should discuss this. And most recently, the example we have is an investment, an equity investment called Impact X in the UK, supporting diverse businesses to thrive and to grow. And so when we sat on that table, they'd come to the philanthropy team thinking we might give them a grant, and ended up being that in concert with our sustainable finance colleagues, we actually decided that this would be a much stronger message and actually provide even more capital if we look at this in a different way. And so that was decided at a table in any regular boardroom, but it was the thinking around that group where I think it stood out. And the third thing I will say is us as a convener. And it's a role we take really seriously, and it's a role that Bernie is very focused on. Everything from breakthrough technology, which he hosts at Goodwood each year. The bank is a key sponsor of something called the Berlin Dialogues, which brings the great and the good of government and policy around the table. Impact Ireland, which will be hosted in a month in Ireland, which is similar, a sort of convening of all great minds and government and public and private partners. And even within our philanthropy space, we take it very seriously to convene, and that could be something where it's very strategic and lots of thought leaders, or it could be simply bringing partners together to talk to each other. And you'd be surprised that they don't often do that because they're all so busy doing the work that they do. So we have a role to help to bring them together and help them to talk, and then great things can happen. So that's where I'd say we've been able to stand out.
Thank you. Thank you, Katie Jo. I want to talk about the future a little bit. Ijeoma, I'm looking at you. For those of you who were in, her session with Kingsley, I know you have great fun building aeroplanes and things like that. So the bank is obviously very much like future focused. We invest a lot in tech. It's the backbone of a lot of the businesses that we run. So how is the bank preparing for the future with trends like AI? Should we be scared? Should we not? Is it coming to wipe us out? Please, can you tell us a little bit about that? But also, what kind of skills do you think should be developed, in order to cope with this rapidly changing world?
Thank you for that, Chriselle. So for those of you that were in my session, I did talk about AI to a certain degree. But before I touch that question, I just want to talk about, as a bank, what technology means to us. So every one of my esteemed colleague here has talked about all the great things they do in their space, but technology underpins every single thing that they do. Companies are increasingly investing in data-driven projects and technologies, and AI is very important given the amount of data that we churn on a regular basis. So I had shared some stats previously that we, in terms of client interactions as a bank, we have about 33 billion client interactions. So think about that from the number of interactions that we're doing every single year. Then you look at all the processing power that we have behind all the technology that we've built. Then you then look at the manpower, the people. We have 33,000 software engineers supporting all the applications that we have in global technology. And as of last check, we had about 5,500 applications that we've built for the bank. So that's a massive, massive investment. And if you look at some of the real technology, well, maybe real is not the right word to use, but the pure technology outfits out there, like the Metas of this world, the Googles of this world, we rival their technology manpower. As of 5 years ago, we had more technologists at Bank of America than Facebook. If you tell that to anybody on the street, they'll probably laugh at you until they Google it and say, oh, you're actually right. You know, so that underpinning is very vital in everything we do, because our businesses are always rapidly evolving. The market changes, the dynamic is always, you know, moving at a whirlwind pace. And our clients want us to always provide them with technology that is always cutting edge, forefront, enabling them to make very smart decisions, timely decisions, and also do their jobs effectively. So for us, it's very important that we're making those investments. You talk about AI. AI is everywhere. Right now, we're all using some form of AI. I believe everybody on here has a phone, and most of you are currently using ChatGPT. Is that a fair assumption to make, right? Yeah? Yeah, okay. So, yeah, and AI shows itself in different ways. But the interesting thing about AI is it's come at a time where majority of the world is becoming technology savvy. You've got 3 generations that is actually going to be facing AI. You've got the Gen X's, the millennials, and the Gen Zs. All 3 generations think differently, but their lives will be dictated by AI to some degree. So as a bank, what we tend to try and do is make sure that we're part of the dialogue in multiple ways. One way is bringing the street together, getting the best minds from Silicon Valley, getting the best minds from other banks, and coming together in the big Breakthrough Lab Summit that you talked about that Bernie hosts is very important, because no one person really has an answer as to what AI could potentially be in this world. So we have to have that dialogue. Those types of dialogues also happen on the regulatory side of things, because the government also has to step in at some point and make sure that this is regulated. Because the thing about AI that people forget is AI is as good as how we train it. And if people are training it, biases can creep into how things are being trained. And once a bias creeps in, it makes it very, very hard to untrain that thing, right? So we want to make sure that we're using it responsibly, we're using it for the right reasons, and controlling how it's being used. So is it wiping us out? No, you know, humans are still at the top of the food chain, or whatever that chain is. But at the bank, we've started doing special projects. We run innovation summits within technology. We actually have one coming up in October, where we invite the best minds in the industry. We ask them to come to the bank. We present some of the projects that we've built, either using advanced technology, and we have them also talk about projects they're working on. And it's just an exchange of ideas, exchange of minds. How can we do better? How can we partner with you and collaborate? We've also started rolling out things like GitHub Copilot for developers. So from that perspective, we're looking at how can we make development more efficient? How can we give coders the ability to ensure that their code is accurate as quickly as possible, so it's not a continuous iteration of your code? Because the business benefits from it. If we're able to build applications that don't fail consistently due to market changes, the business is able to make quicker and smarter decisions and not wait for tech to get its act together to then move forward. So we're making those types of investments. So at your level, at a graduate level, you know, it's important to know that we're not asking you to be AI experts in any capacity, but understand what's going on around you. Have some technology awareness of what's going on, some commercial awareness, and some background as to what's going on in finance versus AI. Then at a basic level, understand the programming languages that are available to you, so Python being one of them, Java being another, and know that in doing so, you're beginning to enhance your skills. Then learn more about large language models, LLMs. You know, big data is here to stay, it's not going anywhere. Data is everything we need to do, and as a highly regulated bank, data is our godsend. Like, it always has to be clean, accurate. So dealing with large language models. Then there are other AI tools and libraries that you could check out, like NumPy, for instance, for statistical work. So it's all about just investing in your learning and understanding that at this level, coming in, just knowing the basics around some of the things I've highlighted would be very crucial. And one takeaway, based on the question I got asked, is AI going to replace our jobs? I really don't think we should be looking at it from that perspective. In every organization, there's always room to improve efficiency. The bigger the organization, the harder it is to get efficiency at a very optimal level. So this is where smart individuals like my esteemed panelists tend to make decisions around what are those items within that will impact the bottom line that we can help improve efficiency on. It's not essentially trying to replace a head or replace an employee. It's more about how can I make that employee more efficient by using advanced tools. And by doing that, you're able to optimize the productivity of that employee and have them take on additional work or do other things that are of interest to them. So you're going to see a lot of scaremongering when it comes to AI. I don't buy into the hype. I don't. You guys use ChatGPT. It's not replacing the way you think currently. It's just enabling you do your work better. You're still in control, so just remember that.
Thank you, Ijoma, and thank you, panel. Before I open it up to questions, I just want to hear from each one of you. Do you have any one or two tips for the audience? As they're about to either apply or thinking of applying. Should they do it? Should they know what division? Any one or two tips?
Yeah, I would just say, it's not where you start, it's where you finish. So, similar to your studies, right? You go into uni, you're trying to figure out who you want to be, what impact you want to have on the world, and you may change your major multiple times. Same thing could happen in your career, right? Just because you start in investment banking, you may want to come to GPS or Global Payment Solutions, or you may want to go to tech, or you may want to go to our philanthropic arm. So the beauty of the bank is that internal mobility is a key tenet as part of our associate satisfaction. So, and it goes for other companies as well, right? So just because you start somewhere doesn't mean that's where you need to end. So you don't have to have everything figured out at this moment. Just put your best foot forward. Really, like I said, build relationships, have conversations with us. We'll be around for a while. And allow that to inform your initial decision, but your initial decision is not your final decision, right?
I'll add to that, picking up on what Dan said about personal brand. I mentor a lot of junior employees, and the one question I consistently get from them is, I don't know how to reach out to people. I'm not sure how best to, network. How do I put myself out there? I'm not sure how to ensure people know who I am and what I stand for. And I tell them the same thing. You're the CEO of your life. Nobody is in that driving seat but you. So if you take a step back and ask yourself, what is it you're trying to accomplish? You might not have the perfect answer, but you have an inkling towards something. And most times that inclination is most likely what you're good at and what makes you feel comfortable in yourself. We tend to shine when there's comfort. We tend to shine when we're sure about what we're doing, right? So once you start leaning more into your abilities, it allows you to open yourself out there and be a bit more accessible to others. So one big thing I tell folks is try and lean into that when you're networking. It's not an easy thing, especially from different cultural backgrounds, different experiences in life, just walking up to people and saying, I'd like to learn more about you. But be a bit more confident and use that as an opportunity to say, look, I am trying to learn in this process. And in so learning, I am going to demonstrate what it is that I can bring to the table, no matter how small it is. I'll give you one example. I had this junior mentee that I gave an assignment to, and I told her, you're here for 10 weeks. She was part of the program as well. I want you to have a coffee chat with at least 2 people each week from different departments. You've never met them before. And I want you to research them. Tell me why you've picked them as people you want to have coffee chat with, and have the coffee chat. And she did it. For 10 weeks, she was able to meet with close to 18 people and built a network. And she got her name out there, and she now became part of the dialogue with a lot of these people. And she was meeting with directors and MDs. So networking is a big part of just ensuring you can get yourself seen and build your personal brand, be known for something, right? People always want to have that go-to guy, like as you said. You got that tap on your shoulder. I got the role at Bank of America because somebody also came to me and said, hey, we're looking for someone like you, because I was known for something. It could be anything, but that's your wheelhouse. Be known for that.
I would just add, my piece of advice would be, and it could be now and it can be later in your career, but just to be an active listener. You'd be surprised how many people are very good at talking, but not so good at listening. And and they will miss things. But if you're an active listener and you're paying attention, whether that's on a call, whether that, it doesn't mean you have to always be putting your, it doesn't mean you always have to be just, offering something, but you'll just gain so many insights by just staying active. And I think it's something that as I say, I'm surprised, but I often will say to younger juniors in the teams, just stay awake, stay alert, stay in touch, and stay just active in your listening, and you'll pick up so much information.
Probably just add one last thing. How many of you think this process is difficult? Put your hand up if you think it's difficult. Can you hear me? So I'm saying, put your hands up if you think this process is difficult. Can you hear me now? Okay, that's good. I was saying, how many of you think this process, this opportunity is difficult? Put your hand up if you think it's difficult.
Oh, come on,
Don't be shy. If you think it's difficult, put your hand up. Okay, let me try it the other way. If you think it's easy, put your hand up. So who's in the middle then? There's difficult, there's easy, and there is what? Somewhere in between. Lukewarm. Lukewarm. Okay. Right. I think it's difficult, right? Just because of the numbers. It's challenging. And my advice to you is very quickly accept it is difficult. And then do the difficult thing, right? You just put yourself in the right frame of mind. It is challenging to get a fantastic opportunity that is global in any career, including banking. So once you accept it is challenging, then you can change your mindset to do the challenging things. Read that extra news. Go through that formula if you're a bit of a tech person, right? Check out whatever you need to do. Do that difficult thing that will give you an edge. We have just closed the arbitrage some of you had in the room by sharing so much information. So now, hopefully, the whole room is starting from an equal place. So it's now even more difficult for you to progress in the room. But go back. So many people have given you little homeworks to do. Some will do it, some won't do it. It is what it is, right? But just accept it's going to be challenging, it's going to be difficult, but you need to meet it by doing the difficult thing, and you'll be surprised what the outcome will be.
I'll just add one further nugget from my side. I think be yourself, but also get comfortable being uncomfortable as well. I think pushing yourself just that extra step of being slightly uncomfortable in every situation, I think is really important. I mean, I certainly had that experience when I did my internship, my summer internship, where I had one specific situation. I asked my line manager, very, very senior individual at the time, if I could join a team event that was only open to full-time staff. And I was the only summer intern that asked, and I got invited in the end after some reluctance. But I think one, he was really surprised at the courage that I had of actually asking to be invited, and two, it was a tremendous bonding experience, an opportunity with my team at the time, which I eventually got a full-time role. And actually some of the individuals in my team then have gone on to be fairly senior individuals at various organizations that are somewhat my clients and partners now. So those relationships have stayed with me. You know, we're talking about 19 years ago. So just really push yourself to do things that don't necessarily come naturally, but can go a long way. I think is advice from my side.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you, panel. I guess you're all ready now to go and conquer the world and all come to Bank of America with all this insights. So we're gonna open it to questions. Anybody has any question? I saw the first hand go up here.
Okay, so my question. My name is Daniel Fadeon. I'm a computer science student at Redeemers University. My question is to Ijoma. First, you talked about AI being an enabler, but I see a risk of it reducing our problem-solving abilities. So there was a study they did at some point. They said that people that used AI, there was some level of reduced brain activity. So which means that a lot of them pushed the entire work to the AI to do most of it, and they were not involved in most of it. So which reduced their level of brain activity, which means that, and then there's a lot that if you don't use your hand for a long period of time, that hand is going to become useless. So I see potential risks that if we don't use our brain even well enough and we dash out all the entire work to AI, there's going to be a point that we are going to lose that problem-solving ability. That's one. Then the second one, I think Kingsley mentioned that there are multiple sections or divisions within the global tech division. So when you're assessing candidates, do you look at global tech in general, or you tend to look at that candidate and you scope it down to, okay, what division fits this particular candidate the most, and do we access this candidate on this basis?
Two brilliant questions. So I'll take it in the order that you put them. I do agree with you. There is that tendency to have an over-reliance on AI and not exercise the muscles that we've given to AI to take over. It's possible, anything is possible. But this is where I now challenge you guys based on what Steve had said before about the doers and the watchers. The watchers are the ones who will give AI all the work and sit back and say, my job is done. The doers are the ones that are asking the next question that probably AI is not even ready to handle, and think about how to use their current skills to do something different. So as much as AI is going to enable us, it's going to challenge us in so many ways that we've not even figured out. Let's appreciate this is a space that's still fairly new, right? We're talking less than 10 years, and we're at a stage where we still don't know the infinite possibility of what AI can do. So we're only speaking based on data that we have right now. So I'm not familiar with the study that you cited, but that study is probably based on analysis that's done on current usage of what AI looks like. We don't know what's coming yet. So I would just keep saying, rather than look at all the negative possibilities of tools like AI, ask yourself, how can I use something like AI to make myself better, to make my environment better, to make my organization better as a whole? And if there's anything AI is taking away from you, how do you then add to it to make you better? So it's constantly about you, not the tool. If you over-rely on the tool, it will take away stuff from you. But what are you doing to make yourself better? Second question, yes, we have lots of different departments under global technology. And I believe the application process actually states the various roles on the global technology that are available. So you can check with Sophie at the end of this panel session to tell you the ones that are actually available on the global tech. But we tend to hire within global markets. We tend to hire within global payments. We tend to hire within GIS as well, so folks that do a lot of the information security management that we talked about during our technology session. So there are a wide array of roles. And if you don't see anything on there that you think is an ideal fit for you, ping me on LinkedIn and we can have a discussion so I can understand where you want to position yourself.
If I may just add a couple of things on the AI question, just to give some support to Joma, who's getting a lot of those questions today. Look, there's, as she said, look, we're obviously still at an early stage in the advancement, and clearly it's going at a very rapid pace. But you really have to look back to similar advancements in technology when, within this industry over the many years, there was a time when, valuation models were done on a piece of paper, and then Excel came and transformed the way and how efficient that has become today. There was a time when, not so long ago, when we used to communicate with fax and emails and mobile phones became a thing. And all those things have done is just change the pace at which we do things. So I highly suspect that initially, at the very least, that's what's going to happen, that it will just enable us to run at supercharged speed. And then the onus will be on us as to how we use AI, as Ijoma said, to frankly just advance the work that we do for clients.
Thank you. And there was a time where, like in global market, like transactions used to take days to happen. Like, today they are done in milliseconds, but yet we're still recruiting. I work in electronic trading, like we have algorithms. I got recruited. So just another example. Anyways, I saw a hand go up, yes. That's the last question, I'm afraid.
Okay, thank you so much for today's insight. My name is Skofo. I'm studying finance at the University of Lagos. Okay, so my question is directed to Dan. I have two questions. Okay, so my first question is, why did you decide to go to cross-border payments? Because my experience before I chose GPS, even till now after the session, I still think that I'll go to GPS. So the reason is because I opened a domiciliary account, and then I had like 3 different account numbers, even aside my Nigerian account number. And I was like, why can't I just have one and then just be transacting? What will not happen to businesses that are having multiple accounts around the world and they are transacting in different currencies? That was what actually drew me to GPS. That's my first question, why? And my second question is, yes, I have been following you on LinkedIn, and your recent posts where you went to Asia for...
Get her.
Okay, so when you went to Asia for a conference about innovation, so I know, I'm definitely sure that you guys are going to talk about stablecoin, kind of. So are there other innovations that you talked about that is currently affecting the division?
Yeah, got a twofer out of this one. Okay, so why did I choose GPS? So like I said before, my career kind of chose me. But really, GPS is where the innovation is happening in payments, right? That's where the most innovation and change is happening in our industry. We like to call it, as a phrase that we use in the US, it's called the consumerization of client expectations. And what we mean by that is, as a consumer, as an individual, you have access to information constantly. You have your phones. So you have TikTok, you have Instagram, you have Facebook, depending on what generation you're in. You can make payments, you have a digital wallet, right? You can have TransferWise, you can move money from, myself to Kelly Joe instantly, right? But our clients are saying the same thing, right? They're saying, well, if I can do this in my personal life, why can I not do this in my professional life as well? So with that, you're seeing a lot of innovations in cross-border payments as well. How are we going to enable our clients to move value from one place to another instantly? How do we leverage AI as a tool to provide data and insights to our customers so they can operate more operationally efficient but also cost effectively? How can we use AI to develop quicker so that we can keep up with the speed of technology? there's a lot of conversation about blockchain, right? And how that's going to change the cross-border landscape. Crypto is another one, right? Stablecoin is a new one that's coming out. There's a recent regulation in the US, the Genius Act, which is providing the framework by which we'll actually be able to deploy and who can actually issue stablecoins. But then how and when can stablecoins be used as a store of value, as a way to, or as a mechanism to move value from one place to another? So there's so many different angles and avenues that you can go down in payments that is constantly evolving. Our clients are constantly challenging us, and everything that we do financially in terms of making payments or receiving a payment or going on Amazon or catching an Uber or anything like that has GPS imprinted, or Global Payment Solutions imprinted all over it. So that's the reason why. And then your second question was about my Asia trip, right? What was the question about the Asia trip? I forgot. Oh, innovations. Yeah, that trip was like a week and a half ago, so I'm still jet lagged. A lot of that trip was focused on what I was just talking about, right? It's talking about how is stablecoin going to change cross-border payments, and when is that going to happen? What do our clients need to be prepared for, right? Should they be afraid of AI? Are there new tools that the bank is enabling or that they should look to procure to help them do business more effectively? But it's also navigating this complex global economy that we have right now as well, right? There's a lot of geopolitical and macroeconomic events that are occurring right now. There's a lot of volatility in the market. There's tariffs. Everybody can get a tariff. So, in the US, we're tariffing everybody. So how do you navigate that if you're a treasurer? How do you navigate that if you're a corporate client? So that's what really underpinned a lot of the conversations in Asia.
Thank you very much, Dan. And thank you, the panel, for sharing your stories and all these insights. Audience, thanks for listening, thanks for coming, and good luck.
We're almost there. How's everybody feeling? Tired? Okay, I'll make this quick. Hopefully you're feeling inspired, motivated. It's been a fantastic day. Thank you for your participation. I did say at the start of the day we wanted it to be interactive. You've nailed that. Thank you. But as I said, it's been a fantastic day. From the presentations this morning, from the breakout sessions that you participated in, the panels we just heard from, there's been a lot of powerful insights about growth, resilience, and the importance of intellectual curiosity. You've heard that a bit. Oh, and great food too. But I wanted to give a few shout outs. Firstly, thank you again to TalentMine. Let's give TalentMine a round of applause. Again, some of the team have been here since the early hours this morning, so thank you. I wanted to give a shout out to our colleague Sophie Walsh. Without Sophie, this wouldn't be possible. And to you guys, a moment of seriousness. So remember at the start of the day, we had a slide on the screen and it said, what would you like the power to do? Remember that. As you move forward, carry that question with you. Let it guide the choices that you make, the opportunities that you pursue, and the impact that you want to create. I encourage you all, take what you've learned today, put it into practice, spread the word. I'm sure there's a lot of your colleagues and friends that weren't able to get on the day today. Share with them what you've heard today and spread that word. Put it into practice, whether that's at Bank of America or another company. This is the beginning of a journey. the conversations and the networks that you've built today can shape your future in very powerful ways. So on behalf of our team, thank you again for joining us. I told you how to keep it quick. We look forward to receiving your applications and hopefully seeing some of you in London next summer. I'm going to pass back to Abisoye, over to you.
Okay, it's been an amazing day. Do you guys agree with me? Please, I want you guys to give a befitting round of applause for the Bank of America team. If you agree that today has been amazing, I want to hear those claps. They've been here since morning. Came in even earlier than some of us, and I'm sure they are jet lagged because they came straight from the airport yesterday. It couldn't have been easy passing this knowledge to us. I can see the beautiful faces eating. So yes, officially we have come to the end. But before we go, just a quick one. The Bank of America team has a gift for us. Just a little bit of merch to take back home to look at and say, yes, I have a Bank of America dream I need to pursue. So another round of applause for them. Tana is my team. Please, let's come in and just pick your table. Your table. Please, as you are coming, a round of applause for my team, please. They've tried. They've tried. They're the superstars that made today possible. Yes, so officially we've closed. I just want each and every one of us to get our bags. For those going with the buses, please meet your students' leaders and connect with your boss or Unilag boss, those that came with the Unilag boss, Uni Badon. You guys have a journey ahead of you. The people going to Uniloring, I wish every single one of you safe travels. Also, we will be sending out an email that contains relevant information that will help you on your summer internship program. Have a good night, everyone.